नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Welcome to Nityananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we are embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles, you will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us, that is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nityananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas, remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nityananda Yoga. There are 12 different components that consist Nityananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, sthiram sukham asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You will be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of Kailasa, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nityananda Yoga, of yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nityananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nityananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery, sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nityananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the Aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to, which can be infused with the thought current of Parameshwatva to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nityananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nityananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Moola Mantra.
Let us now chant the Shiva Moola Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes, we cleanse the three elements of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate with the Tattvachamanam.
The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle, and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center.
With that, we have the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nityananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality.
The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayaddvara Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय पराध्ये श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परम शिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानो वीक्षण नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीत सर्वज्ञ पीत तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयष्टम शतोत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मुनि इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडिता चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीताधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीताधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव कृपा कटाक्षेन पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om Apaupasprisya.
Now, let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana.
Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Moola Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama, and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach, and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Neti Asana. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Udyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Moola Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low And keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position, straight, and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara Bandha, the Udyana Bandha and the Moola Bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas, standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Moola Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest. With the hands in the Sarva Vashankari Mudra, engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Pada Pidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. As we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again bring yourself to the Aramandi position, heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose, uncross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight, visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly. Shake, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next Karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall, pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the three bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here where you will be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the three bandhas. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Tuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shashasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Moola Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Veerabhadrasana. remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands, stop in that position, one leg stretched back, and raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Mula Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Now relax down, switch your legs around, and let us do Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Mula Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down. Bring the other foot to the inner thigh. Raise your hands above your head. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up. And simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes and switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we will be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Vara Mudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha as you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you're visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tuck in your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you gaze towards your nose, here, resume the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you. As you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhyasana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kani Pavasana, visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock in Parshva Mayurasana. As you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees. As you repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side, lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So, release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishthasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjani Asana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward and sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjani Asana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body as you lean forward into Paschimottanasana. Clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now, you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashamudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichi Asana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward, bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Moola Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichi Asana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down, hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichi Asana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas. As you let your knee fall to the side, lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your forearms underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chiniki Pavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the 4-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nityanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Prana Mudra. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anusuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasped together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anusuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parashamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsya Avatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. In Matsya Pithakasana. From there, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anusuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anusuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Udyana Bandha, just clenching the Moola Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye, the other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now, slowly take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana. On the other side, remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound, and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parashumudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile as we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Moola Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Rise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Podhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back. So you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The supreme point of Hinduism, Swamiji is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yatha Sanishtasana. In Yatha Sanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in, bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. in Siddhyasana now. Continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas. Sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Udyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum alone clenched, as we enter Rudrasana 2, where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone, from resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position. As you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Uddiyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out, both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the supreme point of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha, tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumati Asana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Uddiyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Moola Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So, slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top with the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side, lay on your back, bring the opposite hand to the foot, gaze at your nose, and continuing to gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atma Ramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivritti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivritti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now from Jatara Parivritti you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands holding your ankles. And lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up, gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipadapitham. Now in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back as a playful dog. Move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha.
भूमिं कर्षयेत् लङ्घलासनं भवति.
Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart the Ujjayi Kumbhaka where you're inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, bring your feet, release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsya Avatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extended straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. So, in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, gazing at your third eye. Do the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to the chest. Now just switch your legs around as we repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze at your third eye. The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. So come now to a complete flat position on your mat. Come down to a complete lying down position and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now raise both your feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and the other knee to the chest in a bicycle motion. Alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, bringing your opposite elbows to the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja. From Vrishapada Kshepasana, now lay flat onto the ground with your hands by your side as we enter into Marottanasana, where you will be lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vrikasana. Now what you'll be doing is laying on your back. Bring the soles of your feet flat onto the ground. Stand up completely and lay back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana. Now come back to a seated position as we enter into Luthasana, where you are going to be quickly throwing your legs above your head as you roll over completely, finishing in a prone position. Do this a couple of times. Come forward, roll over. Come forward and roll over again. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, take a moment to relax. Lay on your belly with your toes extended in Sarathasana. Keep your hands onto the ground by your shoulders. Now here, contract your lips and make a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a ratha, as a chariot carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back. Now from Sarathasana, let us enter into Dehalyullanghanasana. So place your palms on the ground and bring yourself to a plank position. Jump your leg forward and back between your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Jump forward now. When your legs are between your hands, stand tall. Holding your toes with your hands, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position. The next is a beautiful karana, the Lolitika karana. So keep your knees bent, feet pointing outwards again in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Now swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center and tilt your head back. Opening your chest up towards the sky, move your head in all the directions. Now stand back straight as we enter into Sarpasana. So stand erect like a rod with your arms by your side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize Devi, Kundalini, raising up and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. The next asana is Ushtrasadanasana. Lean forward and down, standing on top of your palms. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. In the same position, continuing to walk around, switch your visualization to visualizing yourself as a horse as you start to walk around like a horse in Ashvasana. Now raise up tall as we enter into Kapota Nitakasana. Interlace your fingers behind the back, pulling them down towards your calves. Open up your chest. Keep your hands in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving down in Kapota Nitakasana. Now, Stand tall as we enter into another karana here, the Tala Pushpaputam karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi with your hands in the Namaskara mudra. Simultaneously now, open up your palms while raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the heel you have raised. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you come back to a standing position, and repeat this on the other side. Let's do this a few times, offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now, come to a standing position. Stand straight and bring your hands together in the Namaskara mudra. Slightly lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Your hand is the horn as you gaze at your nose in Khadgasana. The next asana is Utthanotthanam. So come to a standing position and sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and stand up. Do this again. Sit down, stand up, and again. Sit down, stand up. As you gaze at your nose throughout this. The next asana is Musalasana. Now come back to a standing position. Raise your hands above your head, tall as you jump up and down repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a mace. Jump here in Musalasana. The next asana is Uchirshaka. So come back to a standing position. Pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Now with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Release the leg. Pick the other leg up, pull it towards your belly, sit down and stand up in Uchirshaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space gazing at your nose. The next is a Karana, which we will be entering into, the Parshvajanu Karana. So again, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position, bend and lift one knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm around the knee, holding it with the hand in a fist. Let the other hand hang down on the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing inwards. This is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now slowly release as we enter into Tandavasana. Stretch one leg out straight in front of you as you alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Raise the foot to the inner thigh of the opposite side. As we enter into Brahmanasana, let your hand be resting by the sides. Keep your standing leg erect like a rod. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Now, you can bring the left foot around the right knee and rotate it, tucking the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross your left arm below the right, bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3. Now slowly uncross your legs and hands as we enter into Ekapadasana, coming to a standing position. On the right leg, bring your left foot to the opposite thigh with your hands relaxed by the knees. Now take a hold of the raised foot with your hand in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your leg out wide, out to the side and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana. From here now, in the foot which is in your hand, just slowly, once you finish the rotating movement, in Trivikramasana, bring it up towards the back of your neck. Stand as tall as you can and alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now you can take the leg out from behind your neck and stand straight. As we repeat the Parshvajanu Karana on the other side, bring your knee up to your chest, clasp your knee in a fist while the other hand comes to the opposite thigh. Hold there for a second and stretch your leg out. In Tandavasana, sit and stand. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Bring the foot to the inner thigh, standing straight like a rod. Get your hands by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. In Brahmanasana on the other side. Move into Garudasana 3 on the other side as you rotate your leg over, your hand under. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. And uncross yourself as we move into Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring your foot to the inner thigh, to the root of the thigh, and stand straight. Clasp your toes, stretch it out as we go into Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a pole star rotating quickly. Come back to a standing position and bring your foot behind your neck. In Trivikramasana, sit and stand. Visualize Vishnu, Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now, stand tall as we do the Samanakha Karana. Stand with your feet close together, toes slightly pointed outwards. Keep both the hands to the side of the body. Take a moment to breathe in and breathe out and relax. Now, slowly relax and from the standing position, slowly bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees. Now once you have squatted down fully, interlace the fingers together in the Parashamudra. Bring that interlaced fingers in front of your navel. In Gorakanjali Asana, visualize the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, engage the Moola Bandha. The next asana is Kanchyasana. So now just slowly unwind your hands from each other, from your navel, and now bring your hands from the opposite side inwards underneath your calves and wrap your hands around your back. Hold them together in the Parashamudra. Keep your body, your upper body upright, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. The next is Bhairu Asana. So slowly unclench your hands and bring them out from underneath your legs. Keep your feet and knees together and in a squatting position, bring your hands behind your back, clasping them together, remaining in the Parashamudra. As you gaze at your navel center, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time in your inner space. The next asana is Varahasana. Now to gain your balance, you can lightly spread your legs apart and bring your hands to the back of behind you in the Anjali Mudra, palms together. Visualize a boar, one of the 10 incarnations, the Varaha Avatara of Mahavishnu, gazing at your nose. Now slowly relax, bring your hands out from behind you as we move into Pripithasana. With your hands in the Prana Mudra, with your index and middle fingers, clasp the respective big toes and come to a half squatting position where your hips are at your knee level. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do this asana, Pripithasana. Slowly let go of your feet and place your palms flat on the ground in front of you with the fingers wide for balance. We're going to be balancing here in Bakasana. Place your knees on the back of your arms. Focus your eyes on one spot as you raise your feet off the ground, balancing here. Visualize yourself as a crow. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapali Asana. So now come to a kneeling position. So from there itself, you can directly put your head onto the ground, or else come to a kneeling position and place your head onto the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head, bringing your legs into the Padmasana. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Come down now, uncrossing your legs as you come down. Sit onto your knees, keeping the toes flat. Now, let your heels come outside of the hips. Keep your hands on your knees. In Guptasana, sit straight. Keep your gaze on your nose. Visualize you're sitting in the sacred secret seat with Paramashiva and your Guru, Swamiji himself. Now we are going to be kicking up into a handstand. So get ready. Place your palms on the ground, fingers wide for support. Do take support of a wall if you need it. And lift your body up straight above your hands. Visualize you are a tree in Vrikshasana 2 with deep roots into the ground. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. In the same position as we move into Shibhuasana, switch your gaze to the third eye. Hold it there for a few seconds and relax. Bring your feet back to the ground. Now lay flat onto the ground in a plank position and slowly lower your body towards the ground and push yourself up again. In Matsyasana 2, go down and come up, visualizing yourself as a fish. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. So here you're going to lay prone, completely flat now. You can lower yourself to the ground. Bring your hands to the hips. Extend your legs together and point your toes backwards. Lift your chest up and move left to right. You're moving like a snake while visualizing yourself as a snake in Sarpasana 2. Relax slowly, bringing your chest back to the ground. Now, keep your feet together, pointing backwards. As you bring your elbows onto the ground, rest your upper body on your elbows. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with your little fingers and thumbs together and rest your chin on your hands. Niralambanasana, where feeling yourself completely supported, knowing that Swamiji is there in your life. Now, slowly relax, place your palms on the ground beside your chest and push yourself up, your hands straight up completely. As you bend your knees, bringing your feet to touch the top of your head. Lean your neck back, touching your head with your tip of your toes. See yourself, visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun's rays in Chhatrasana. Slowly relax, you can bring your feet down. As we move into Vajrasana, just push your body back and sit on top of your knees with the heels flat on the ground. Now stretch your arms in front of you with the palms facing downwards. Place your forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, the Vajra, symbolizing indestructibility as you gaze at your nose. As we enter into Meshasana, raise yourself into the same Gajasana position on your hands and legs with your hips pointed upwards and alternate striking the ground with the opposite hands. Experience yourself, visualize yourself as a powerful ram as you alternate striking the ground in Meshasana. Now stop striking the ground, bring your palms down again. As we move into Ajasana, kick your legs off the ground and lower your forehead to the mat. Let's do it again. Kick your legs off the mat. Lower your forehead to the ground. You are unborn, existing for all of eternity in Ajasana. Now, come to a seated position as we move into Dhanantara Asana. Sit on your heel with your legs together. Pull your toes underneath you. As you bring your hands top of the knees, gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama, inhaling and exhaling like an ocean, Dhanantara Asana. From Dhanantara Asana, now interlace your fingers in front of you and then behind you. Stretch your arms towards all the sides, backwards, forwards. Giving a massage to the various different joints and muscles in your body. Lean forward, get up again. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Relax your hands and now take your respective heels and point them outwards, outside the side of your hips. Keep your hands on your knees with your thighs and knees resting on the ground, spine straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 4. You have Mahavishnu and Mahalakshmi on your back as you are flying. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now you can continue to remain in the same position. You can bring your feet pointing inwards. Use your hands to clasp underneath your ankle Make sure your knees are spread out wide. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize residing in the blissful space of a temple. You are in a temple in Ananda Mandirasana. Now, as we move into Mandukasana, keep your knees wide and sit on top of your ankles. Your hands underneath your knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and remember to do the Manduki Mudra, your tongue, your frog-like tongue, catching the nectar dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra in Mandukasana 2. Now, as we move into Narasimhasana, tuck your toes in and sit on top of the heels. Place your palms on the ground, spread your fingers wide and spread your knees apart onto the ground too. Gaze towards your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully, visualizing the Narasimha Avatara, the form of Mahavishnu as a half lion and half man. Now just raise up, bring your hands off the ground. Here we'll be doing a new pranayama, which is the Bhishraka pranayama, as we enter into Bhishrakasana. So continue to keep your knees and feet on the floor. As you bring your hand up to your face, make a hollow of your palms and place it over the mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through your left nostril, exhaling through the mouth. Gaze at your nose again. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you may have within you. Now moving back into the Ujjayi Pranayama, let us do Makadasana. So you can take your hands off your face and slowly remaining in the same position, bring it to your armpits. Bring your fingers to your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana. From Makadasana, let's move into Vajra Sangharasana. So you can slowly lift your knees off the ground, just balancing on your toes, sitting on the heels. Bring your hands behind your back and clasp the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose, embody a diamond. Visualize yourself as a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha. The next asana is Khanjanasana. So now you can uncross your hands. Rest on top of the heels with your knees on the ground. Keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind. Place your palms on the mat to your side. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Khanjanasana. Now, you can uncross your ankles and just sit with your toes flat. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Just relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just sucking in your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. And without changing anything in your physical posture, just visualize yourself uniting with Swamiji himself in Yogasana. Now, raise up onto your knees, cross your ankles behind your back until the feet are coming towards the opposite knees. Now, bring your hands behind you and hold on to the calves with the fingers inside, the thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself in a space of oneness with Paramashivoham himself as Swamiji. Now you can uncross your ankles, come back to us standing on your knees as we enter into Ushtrasana 2. So now, in a kneeling position, bend backward, hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. As you push your hips forward and tilt your head backwards, visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2. Slowly, in the same position, lower yourself onto your back in Jatyasana 2. As you are lowering yourself, experience yourself as a blooming lotus. Bring your head, the back of your head onto the mat. Gaze to your nose. Now, let's move into Viratasana. So, Try your best to do this without the support of your hands, but you can use your hand support if needed as you raise up from Jatyasana and back down. Raise up and go back down as you gaze at your nose. Raise up and go back down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now from Viritasana, raise your hips up higher, bringing your forearms onto the mat behind you in a short back bend posture. Hold the back of your heels in Kapotasana. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove, a Kapota, in your inner. As we move on from Kapotasana into Varasana. So stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with the opposite hands. Gaze at your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Visualize your boon becoming a reality directly from Paramashiva himself in Varasana. Now, keeping your knees together, toes tucked, just lean forward, bringing your head onto the mat, holding your head with your hands. Visualize yourself as a boar, as the Varaha avatar of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in Varaha Asana 2. Now, just kick your legs off the ground as we enter into Mundasana. Raise yourself up into a headstand posture, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree. Gaze at your nose. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Slowly come down now. Relax. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. Bring your head down beside your knees, your elbows adjacent to the knees, your hands holding your head. Exhale through your mouth as you gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana. Now from here, push yourself off the mat as you come lying prone on your belly. Let your arms be extended straight out and together lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground, stretching your body, balancing there. Visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana. The next asana is Kapalasana. So slowly lower yourself back to the ground. Now laying on your belly, bring your arms to your side, palms downwards. Keep your forehead on the ground and your chest on the mat. Only lift your legs up into the air. Only your legs are lifting up. Visualize yourself as a skull. You are a mind with purified thoughts, a strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana. The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. So now, in the same position as you are, let your arms be straight out behind you. As you kick your legs up and over your head, bring your feet slowly to the mat in front of you. Push yourself, balance there. Visualize yourself as a free and open flying dove in Akasha Kapotasana. Bring your legs back out as you lay flat on the mat. Now push yourself onto your knees. Place your forearms on the ground and your chest down such that your navel is touching your knees. Be sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana. The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. So your forearms are on the ground. Now slowly raise to your toes and kick your legs off the mat, slowly lowering your legs to your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you balance in Vrishchikasana 2. Slowly release yourself, coming back to the ground as we enter into Vrishasana. Sit down on top of your right heel and let your left foot remain outside of the hip, the ankle to the side. Place your hands on the mat, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Now, bring both your knees underneath you, sit on both your heels, cross your left leg over top of the right, lightly, and in Lolasana, push yourself off the ground. Your knees are off the ground, you're just balancing on your hand above the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lower down now. Bring the left foot now outside. Bring the right foot out and sit on your left heel now as we do Vrishasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a bull. From here, let us get into a very powerful asana, Balagunasana. So, place your left toes on the ground, sit on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat with the knees raised towards your chest. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Be upright. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana. Now come to a squatting position. Let your feet be flat as you bring your elbows under your thighs and calves, wrapping it around your shins. Hold on to your ankles from the outside in Grahasana, visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Now, you can unwrap yourself as you sit on top of the opposite heel in Balagunasana on the other side. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Now, sit upon both the toes with the heels up and knees off the mat, knees pointing forward. Now, keep your hands downwards on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Utkatasana. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Just spread your knees out wide in Utkatasana. Spread your knees out wide. Clasp the elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajra Sangharasana too. The next asana is Anilasana. Now, sit with your feet hip width apart. Bring your hands under the soles of your feet from inside. Your palms facing downwards. Step onto your hands. Keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana. The next is Padukasana. So from Anilasana, you can release your hands. Place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing upwards. With your fingers facing towards your body, palms upwards. Step your feet on top of your hands and wrap your hands around your feet like a shoe. Walk around. Visualize you're wearing padukas, walking across the length and breadth of the world in Padukasana. Now bring your palms onto the ground. Stop moving around as we move into Kukutodana. Kick your feet up into the air and let them fall back down. Let's go up again and come down. Kick up and go down. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. The next is Viparita Nrityasana. So as you're kicking yourself up, you can go up into a complete handstand posture, which is Viparita Nrityasana. Do take support if needed. And move around on your two hands as if you are dancing in Viparita Nrityasana. Slowly come back down to a standing position. Lean forward and let your feet be slightly apart from each other. Bring one palm down on the mat with the arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to your head and be stable in Kunjarasana. Now just put that hand down as you bring the other hand to your head, repeating Kunjarasana on the other side. Be stable here. Now you can squat back down onto the ground. Keep your feet flat. Hold your respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground in Kadamba Asana. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life. The next asana is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit back down onto the ground, bring your knees towards your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees, hold it close to your body. Visualize all the excess vata, air, just balancing and releasing in your system in Pavana Muktasana. Now, let us move into Chakorasana. So first stretch your legs out in front of you. Bring one leg behind your head. Now place both hands on the ground and lift your body off the ground while lifting the other leg too, up straight. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Gaze at your third eye in Chakorasana. Slowly relax back down. Now hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. We are entering into Dhanurasana 2. Extend your right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. The next is Ashtavakrasana. So lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. After releasing your hands, bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down, keep your palms onto the ground. Extend your legs out to the left, lift your head up and chest. You're completely balancing only on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana. Now slowly relax down. From here, bring your right foot to the left thigh and your left foot flat onto the ground. Knees raised up. Have your left shoulder underneath the respective leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana alone in Pranasana. From here, moving into Parshva Matsyendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist your body out. Remain steady here, gazing at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi Yogi, master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Now slowly unwind yourself. As we repeat Chakorasana on the other side, lift the other leg behind your head. Place both your hands on the ground and keep your entire body off the ground straight up. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy. Now relax back onto the ground. Let's repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Clasp your respective hands with the feet. Pull one foot back, the other foot extended forward. Visualizing yourself as a bow. Release your feet as you cross them over each other, over top the shoulder in Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Raise off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. The next asana, we'll be repeating Pranasana on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left thigh. Bring your hands onto the ground with the knee raised. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself able to live off just prana, just air alone. And relax as we do Parshva Matsyendrasana on the other side. Twist yourself, visualizing Matsyendranatha, gaze towards your third eye. And from there, let us enter into Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Bring your chest forward and down. Hold your toes and feet and bring your head towards your knees. Here in Ardha Paschimottanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now raise up, and the foot which was at the inner thigh, now rotate it outside of the hip. Now hold the sole of your other foot and lift your leg up towards your forehead. Try to bring your knee to your forehead as you keep your knee straight. Gaze to the nose in Kraunchasana. Visualize yourself as a crane. Now slowly relax down your leg. Now the leg that is now straight, you can bring it to the inner thigh as you straighten out the other leg. As we repeat, Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Bring your forehead to your knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up. Place your right ankle outside of the hip now. Hold the sole of the left foot, lifting the leg up towards your forehead. Stretch yourself there. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana on the other side. Now, from here, bring the soles between the thighs and calves. So once you have relaxed yourself, bring your soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight, palms resting on your knees. Visualize a swastika, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you gaze at your nose in swastikasana. Now, without changing anything about your position, just take your hands alone. Cover the respective heels with your hands in Gorakshasana as you tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the great Rishi Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu order. Now release the Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to keep the Mula Bandha engaged throughout the whole sequence. As you raise one foot to the opposite thigh, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing your eyes with your index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs. Gaze at your third eye as you meditate on Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now release the Shanmukhi Mudra. And in Yogasana 2, bring your legs into the Padmasana position over the opposite thighs. Keep your hands flat onto the ground beside your knees with wrapped like a pipe, and your exhalation will be through your nose. From Yogasana 2. Now, keeping your palms beside your body, just switch them around to be flat on the ground and push your entire body off the ground, balancing. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now, relax down. Come back to a seated position on the floor. Keeping your legs in Padmasana, insert your hands through your knees and place them on the mat. Remember, do not lift your body up, just stay seated down there. In Siddha Harituliyasana, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. From there, let's enter into Hamsasana, where you will actually be pushing yourself off the ground. Lift your thighs up high above your shoulder, above your elbows as much as possible. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Now release yourself. Now, do not take your hands out from between your thighs and calves. Just go onto your knees and reach your hands behind your body with your fingers interlaced in the Parashamudra. Bring your forehead to the floor as you gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana. Now, slowly come back to the seated position as we move into Kurmasana 2. Keeping your hands in between your thighs and calves, bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Now in the same position, just engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest as we move into Granthi Bhedasana, gazing at your nose. Rejoice, knowing you are in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. And from there, release the Jalandhara Bandha as you roll onto your back. Keep your hands on the shoulders, laying flat on your back. As you visualize yourself as a turtle on its back, playful, gaze at your nose in Uttana Kurmasana. Now rock yourself back to a seated position as we do Pangu Kukkutasana. Now it's the same as your hands between your thighs and the calves, except you will be placing one hand flat on the mat. Hold the wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and holding only on one hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana. Now release back to the ground. Hold. Let's do Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Place the other palm flat and bring the other hand holding the wrist. Push yourself off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Continue the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, sucking in your breath through your curled tongue and exhaling through your nose. As you slowly extricate your hands from between your thighs and calves, let's do Girdhrasana here. So now, interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra as you place your elbows on the feet, remaining your legs in Padmasana. Lean forward and down, resting your chin on your knuckles. Place your thumbs to your throat in Girdhrasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there now, sit straight into Padmasana 3. So with your legs in Padmasana, bring one hand over the other near your navel center. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest and gaze at your nose in Padmasana 3. Slowly now, as we move into Padmasana 4, bring your hands to the respective knees. Release the Jalandhara Bandha and release the Udyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Padmasana 4. Now we'll be entering into Karmukasana 2. So in the Padmasana position, Hook your right hand index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra around the toe. Pull it back while your left hand rests on the knee. Now, as you visualize yourself as Paramashivoham bow, just release your right foot. Bring your left hand to the left toe, right toe, and let your right hand be on the right knee. Now from here, let's do Karmukasana 3. So you can release your toes, cross your hands behind your back. Continue to keep your legs in Padmasana, and with your respective hands, cross behind your back. Hold on to the toes in the Prana Mudra. Engage all the 3 bandhas. Suck in your stomach. Clench your perineum. Tuck your chin to your chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashivoham's bow in Karmukasana 3. Slowly relax the bandhas. Just keeping the Moola Bandha. Continue to hold on to your toes. Release the Udyana Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are Paramashivoham's third eye itself. Anything you come across, you just rejuvenate it, destroy it in Dridhasana. Now, try to keep your hands at the toes. If not, just keep your hands crossed behind you as you lean onto your back in Padmasana, where you are entering into the Nagrasana position. Lay flat onto the back, visualizing yourself as a snake. Gaze at your nose in Nagrasana. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Now bring your knees to your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Slowly uncross your Padmasana and bring your knees to your chest. Bring your hands to the Parashimudra, the fingers interlocked on top of your knees. As you pull your chin up to your knees, visualize yourself as a ball in Kandukasana. Now relax. Bring your feet onto the ground, the knees pointed upwards in Urdhva Pavanasana. As you interlace your fingers, bring the interlaced fingers behind your head. Laying down, gaze at your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. The next asana is Marakata Pithasana. Now, from behind your head, take your hands out and clasp onto your feet. Just step lightly onto your palms. As you push your hips up into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pithasana. In the same position now, bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Uttanashiki Pitakasana. Let your weight rest on your elbows as you stretch your legs out straight. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there, continuing to rest on your elbows, kick your feet up high into the sky in Narakasana. Stretch your palms out behind you, flat on the ground. Balance there. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell unscathed in Narakasana. Bring your hands to your hips now as we move into Tiryanaukasana. Angling your legs down at an angle, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanaukasana. Now from there, come back straight as we enter into Dhwajasana. Keep your legs up high above your body, your hands stretched out down behind you. As you push yourself up, visualize where Kailasa's flag respected across all nations in Dhwajasana. Hold there for a few seconds and relax now. Flat onto the ground. Palms slightly away from your body. Do not move at all in Mritasana. Your body is dead. Visualize that. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism liberating you. Let your awareness travel to all the parts of your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as we do Mritasana.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nityanandam.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanandam, to all the participants and all the viewers who's watching us live, who's joining us for the 18th day of the Paramashivoham program. I know all the participants, all of you just had a very intense and powerful yoga session where all of you did the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 sequence directly designed by Swamiji. And I request all participants now to post how was today's yoga for all of you. Ma Chandrasekhar Priya, Ma Basti Neval Das, Nityanandam to all of you. Welcome all of you for the 18th day of the Paramashivoham program. So, as now all of us are filled up with that oneness experience, as all of us have filled so much of Paramashivatva in all of us, the best way to enjoy, cherish this experience is by doing the power manifestation right after Nityananda Yoga. As when you're doing the Nityananda Yoga, your body is soaked with so much of that experience. Your body is soaked in that sweet oneness experience right now. As in Nityananda Yoga, all of you went beyond the body. All of you went beyond the body and mind. That's why all of you are able to do the 308 asanas and all of you are experiencing complete oneness with Swamiji. Now, all our bodies are soaked in that experience. Now, to enjoy, cherish that experience, that sweetness of this. Best ways to do is the power manifestation right after Nityananda Yoga. You'll see when you manifest powers right after Nityananda Yoga, the experience which you have gotten from the yoga will get solidified and manifest as a reality for you. So I request all participants now to drink some water, relax yourself, and go have some water, change your clothes. And while you're settling back for the session, I request all of you to get your eye bands and come, as we'll be manifesting the power of third eye reading for all of you. As we'll be manifesting third eye power. So because all of you now, just relax your whole body. Just enjoy that wellness experience with Swamiji. So, as Swamiji has initiated all of us into the power of third eye reading. That's the first gift which Swamiji has given out to the whole world. So we are going to be manifesting this power right now, right after Nityananda Yoga. So let us now listen to the Shastra Pramana, what Paramashiva says about this power of third eye reading. What exactly this power, from what space you should be manifesting this power. Very beautifully, Paramashiva says in the Vijnana Bhaiva Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharma 11. Paramashiva says very beautifully, Kapalantar manonyasa tishtanmilitalochanaha kramena manaso daidhyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Paramashiva says very beautifully that by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshya by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. Basically, Paramash was saying that when you concentrate on the inner space, when you concentrate on the oneness experience, which all of us just did in the Nityananda Yoga, when you concentrate on the inner science while doing the Nityananda Yoga, you will bring stability, calmness, awareness within your system. At the moment of time, you're experiencing intense oneness with the source, with Paramashiva, with Swamiji. And in that experience, you manifest the power that reveals any object or place. It can be anything. Through the power of third eye, you'll be able to see it and experience it in yourself. The next is the Apta Pramana. Where this Apta Pramana, the experiences of a Vedic rishis, various different incarnations, that experiences on the science of third eye reading. With what technique, with what experience did they get from this when they are manifesting the power? Very beautifully, the Apta Pramana of this power is taken from the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 11, verse 8. न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. Very beautifully, Bhagavan Sri Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you the divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. Bhagavan Sri Krishna says to Arjuna, that with these two eyes which you are having, you cannot see half the darshan, half the blessing of my cosmic form, as this cosmic form is beyond the visible range itself. Therefore, I initiate you into the power of third eye. I initiate you, Divyam Dadamite Chakshuhu. I initiate you in the power of third eye, which is beyond the electromagnetic spectrum, which is beyond the visible range, so that you can see and behold my cosmic form. The 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita contains the detailed description of Bhagavan Sri Krishna's cosmic form as Arjuna sees him through his third eye. The next is the Atma Pramana. Swamiji's own experience when Swamiji is manifesting this power of third eye reading. Swamiji says very beautifully in his own words that the experience was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree vision. I realized not only is able to see, I was able to feel, experience all of that as me. Swamiji says very beautifully. I felt the skin of the stone on which I was sitting and the skin of this body. Both carried me equally. In both, I exist equally. The setting sun, the rising moon, the Arunachala hill, the temple tower, everything around him, Swamiji was able to experience as it was so alive. The idea was something inside of him and outside him broke as he felt oneness, as he felt himself in everything. First, the Swamiji is able to see everything around him. Then immediately, Swami is able to experience himself, the oneness experience. So with this beautiful understand we get from the Pramanas and also from Swamiji's experience, let us now enter into the power manifestation. I now request all participants now to tie your eyes with the Ivan. I request all of you to wear your Ivans on or tie your eyes with a cloth. Now, I request all participants based in Evaldas, Chandrasekhar Priya, Shaime Moose. Now, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. In whatever form you connect with Swamiji, visualize that form. Slowly, intensely start chanting the Mahavakya. Just enjoy that oneness experience you're having with Swamiji. Desi, start chanting the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Now, for all the participants, I request all of you to continue chanting the Mahavakya. Now, I'm going to be projecting an image for all of you. I request all participants to ask Swamiji, scan and reveal what is the image which is being projected. The image. What's the image about? The colors about it. What is Swamiji showing you? Immediately, I request all of you to post on the chat section. Now just enjoy that oneness experience with Swamiji. Talk to Swamiji. Swamiji, my Acharya is projecting an image right now. Tell me, in detail, what is the image which is being projected? You'll see, slowly Swamiji will be showing you the details. If any self-doubt is if any doubts are coming whether am I seeing correctly or not, do not worry. Drop it at Swamiji's feet. If you're able to see something through your eyes, first, it's only Swamiji is showing. So, just ask Swamiji to show you what exactly is the image which is being projected. Continue chanting the Mahavakya. Just enjoy that experience which you're having with Swamiji right now. It is a personal time which you're having with Swamiji right now.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. And I request all participants now to slowly open your eyes. And request all of you to post whatever Swamiji is showing. Yes. Ma Kalahantrikananda, I see newly joined for a program. Nityananda Ma Kalahantrika. Yes. Ma Chandrasekhar Priya, Ma Besti Neval Das, Ma Kalahantrika. Request all of you to post whatever Swamiji is showing. Exactly how Swamiji is showing. Post it in the chat section. Whether Swamiji showed you colors or the exact image itself, exactly it post in the chat section.
Paramashivoham Nityananda
Ma Judy Silla, Ma Mahasadashiv Priya, because all participants to post what was Swamiji is showing.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Okay. So let's now verify all the answers for all the participants. So the exact image which I was projecting for all of you, it's the Damaru picture. So like this is the Damaru which Paramashiva holds. So this is the exact image which I was projecting for all of you. So for all the participants, if you have seen something like a drum hitting or Paramashiva, or you have seen Paramashiva, yes, you have manifested. Or if you have seen colors such as white or brown color also, you have manifested. So because all participants now, let's manifest one more round of this beautiful power. So request all of you now to close your eyes with the eye band. Okay. My Chandrasekhar Priya, first I saw clouds in the blue sky. Then I saw two rectangles looking like the screen of a desktop. Do not worry, Mom. My Chandrasekhar, that's nice. Just enjoy that wondrous experience, man. I'll request you now to close your eyes. As we're now going to be scanning one more image. Because all of you know to start chanting the Mahavakya. Intensely connect with Swamiji. Now, I've projected an image for all of you. And I request all participants to scan the colors of this image or what this image is about. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Just enjoy that wondrous experience you're having with Swamiji.
Paramashivoham Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Slowly. Because all participants now to open your eyes. I because all participants suppose what is Swamiji showing you? Exactly how is Swamiji showing you? Whether Swamiji showing the colors or what the image is about. Exactly how is Swamiji showing here because all of you the post. It's Makala Hantrika, Ma Sharmi Moose, Ma Chandrasekhar Priya, Ma Juri Sila. How is Swamiji showing it because all of you to post? Okay. Chandrasekhar Priya posted, no color seen, ma. Only see Swamiji and the photo next to you and a dog. Okay. That's wonderful, ma. No problem. So, let's verify the answers for all the participants. So, the exact image which I was projecting for all of you is a picture of Om. So, you can see over here, there's nice intricate designs around the Om. The Om is in the middle. It's highlighted in gold. And around it, there's some black designs. So, this is the exact image which I was holding for all of you. So, because all participants, let's now manifest one more last run of this power manifestation. Do not very much Chandrasekhar Priya. You're not able to see color, but you only see Swamiji and the photo next to you and a dog. Do not very much, that's fine. That's nice. See, ma, just celebrate that experience. Just celebrate that what you're able to see. Just celebrate that you're able to see through your third eye. So that is just a great thing, ma. So now because all participants now to slowly close your eyes. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. So now, I have projected an image for all of you. And I request all participants to post what is Swamiji showing to you. The colors of this image, or what is this image is about. Just go on talking to Swamiji, enjoy that one as experience. If any self-doubt is coming, just drop it at Swamiji's feet. You just enjoy the experience you're having with Swamiji and continue chant the Mahavakya. Okay. Yes. So now request all participants now to pose what your Swami is showing to you. Ma Chandrasekhar Priya, Ma Mahasadashiva Priya, Ma Sharmain Moos, Ma Baisdini Valdas, because all participants pose exactly what your Swami is showing you, exactly the pose in the chat section. So understand? When you post what your Swami is showing you, at least when you're posting in the chat, you're confirming this Swamiji, this is what I'm able to see. So that the more and more details Swamiji will be able to show to you. So exactly how is Swamiji showing it? Because all participants to post, whether Swamiji show you black color, or whether Swamiji show you an animal, or whether Swamiji show you an image of a deity, or the colors of it, or Swamiji made experience, whatever feeling, whatever your experience, whatever you're able to see, exactly to post it in the chat section. Okay. My Chandrasekhar Priya posted, I see blue color and a small spot of it. Not sure if it is bluish green. Okay. Anything else, what did you see? Whether like what the image is about. Anything else did you see? What was Swamiji showing you? Anything else that Swamiji show you? Okay, Rebel see a semicircular is something like a whip. Okay. No problem, ma. So let's now verify all the answers. Okay, see, ma Chandrasekhar are actually participating. That's nice, ma. You'll see, ma, slowly, you'll experience a breakthrough in your life, ma. So now, for all the participants, the exact image which was holding for all of you, it's a flower of an hibiscus. So you can see over here, it's a flower, it's a red color flower. Yes. So this was the exact image which was holding for all the participants. So, yes. So do not worry, ma, but Chandrasekhar Priya. Just enjoy the wondrous experience. See, Swamiji says very beautiful. When you're manifesting, just enjoy the wondrous experience as as you manifesting it to manifest just the side effect of the wondrous experience. The more you enjoy, the more you establish that wondrous experience, you will see, you start manifesting. Every action you will be manifesting the power. So just enjoy the wondrous experience with Swamiji. It's as if your personal feeling connection to your personal time with Swamiji. As now, all the participants, today will be understanding one of the most important and wanted quality in our life, leadership quality. All of us want to become our own boss in our life. We want to experience the life how we want to manifest. We want to become a leader of our own.
Nityanandam, everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. I hope all of you have enjoyed the yoga session and the power manifestation session. Now we'll be starting the jnana sessions. Today we'll be learning new song. Very strange. me now? Today, you are going to learn about the one of the actually two scriptures, but one is the main scripture, which is Bhagavad Gita. I hope all of you heard about this scripture, but today we'll be learning the gist of Bhagavad Gita. Xavier, can you hear me now? Problem actually. So, Bhagavad Gita is one of the prime scripture. Swamiji shared that it is one of the Prasthana Traya. See, there are many millions got enlightened. Many millions have got enlightened in this Akhanda Bharat. And all of them expressed their experience of enlightenment, of various knowledge that they acquired into millions and millions of palm leaf scriptures. Out of all these scriptures, three are considered the prime scriptures. Let's consider the out of millions of scriptures, there are three which are considered as the prime scriptures: Bhagavad Gita, Brahma Sutras, and Upanishad. These three are considered the prime scriptures. So, Bhagavad Gita being one of the prime scripture, today we are going to learn the gist of Bhagavad Gita. So I repeat, out of the lifestyle, the way Sanatana Dharma existed, there were millions and millions and millions enlightened walk on this sacred land, Akhanda Bharat. And what they acquired, what their experience, they expressed to so many millions of palm leaf sculptures, minimum 100 million actually. Out of that, 80 million got burned by these invaders from Muslim countries. They burned the libraries itself. Few months they burned of all the sacred fountains. And about 20 million scriptures are left. And that Swamiji is reviving these published scriptures. And out of all these scriptures, 3 are considered the prime scriptures. Prasthanatraya we call. That is Bhagavad Gita, Upanishad, and Brahma Sutras. They are considered as the prime scriptures. So today we are going to learn the gist of Bhagavad Gita and also Jain Sutras. Gist of Jain Sutras we are going to learn. All these Swamiji has spoken elaborately. He started speaking Bhagavad Gita 2005. And he also spoke elaborately again around 2011, 12, 2 years he spoke on every verse. So today we are going to learn the gist of Bhagavad Gita and Jain Sutras we are going to learn. It is said that people who read Gita, Swamiji recommends at least one page. Yes, Bhagavad Gita decoded book you can download from Paramashivoham.org. We can post it for your reference. Read one page. Bhagavad Gita gives you how to live this life, and it gives the solutions to all our problems. How to live life beautifully, what path, whatever our chosen path, whatever path, there are 18 paths given in this book. Any path you can follow. And that gives you how the way to live, way of life, yoga. Bhagavan Krishna says that yoga. It is like a path to live for your enlightenment. Live blissfully, and that path itself leads to enlightenment. Yoga. And how it happened, Bhagavad Gita, I'll give you it. There are how many versions of Bhagavad Gita I read, no idea. Few thousands versions of Bhagavad Gita. Same 700 verses, 700 plus verses, but people commented, analyzed. Swamiji said one thing, in any Sanskrit verse, Sanskrit is such a language, it's a divine language, and not only phonetic importance means you don't need to know the meaning, but still just listen to Sanskrit chanting, it is. That is phonetic importance, right way of pronouncing the verses. And the meaning, like any other language, the meaning. In any language, you see 1 or 2 layers of meaning, but Sanskrit has got 7 layers of, and that too, these verses in this Bhagavad Gita from the enlightened consciousness, Krishna delivered this. So, but few thousands years ago, it is delivered. So we may have a question, how is it related to me, my life? At that time, the situations were different, people were different, their circumstances were different. I'm living in a modern age. How it is related to me? Bhagavad Gita holds true, applicable to that age. It has been true for all these thousands of years, and now also for all of us, it is applicable, and it is going to be applicable forever. The sacred secrets, the various paths laid down in that Bhagavad Gita is applicable for every human mindset is exists. It is from a far field. How Bhagavad Gita happened. The story is, understand, the story is one of the longest poem ever written. Mahabharata. Bhagavad Gita is part of that. The whole story of Mahabharata is the longest. It is in a poetic form. So far, the number of verses ever written on a scripture, nobody read that. Longest poem ever written on the planet. And the story has got so much depth to it. How many times you read, it looks fresh, it looks new. It adds so much to your understanding of life. So I'll just give you the gist. But before that, Bhagavad Gita is shared by Bhagavan Krishna. It is written as, it is known as Bhagavad. Bhagavad means what? God. Bhagavan, Bhagavad is God. Gita, the Sanskrit word meaning is song. Bhagavad Gita is song of God. What God sings? He sings for our enlightenment, nothing else. So, Bhagavad Gita is the scripture, a manual for enlightenment. How this happened? The whole Mahabharata is a beautiful story. Exciting, lot of depth. It spans over 3+ generations. And there are many, it is not a story, it's a history of India. There are many references, what mentioned in that scripture, the war field, the palaces, Krishna's Dwaraka, everything is, you can see in this age. The way they describe everything is there. So many monuments, Krishna's Dwaraka, everything is there. So it is a history that the attention to detail, nobody can write a story like that unless it's a recorded history. sage Vedvyasa, who saw it once he started writing, he cannot, he just thinks that. And he asked, when all the sages went and asked him to write a scripture, to record the history, he said, I can only, it is so much that I can just see, I can just write, narrate. But somebody needs to write it down. I can do both because it's that much human. Then nobody was there to take that, because he put a condition that once I start, I will be that phase. I will only stop once it ends. No sage came up. Then it is Ganesha, Ganapati, Shiva's son. Ganapati came forward, and when Vedvyasa singing the Mahabharata, Ganapati scripted. And when the pen broke down, Ganesha did not stop, broke its dust and continued. And that's another different story. Stories and all the stories are so real. We can invite so much from this scripture. It is by Bhagavan Krishna, who is the embodiment of the Purnavatara Kali. It is the eighth incarnation of Mahavishnu, who is the who runs this whole universe, who maintains this whole universe. He is the eighth incarnation of Mahavishnu. It's considered as the Purnavatara. That means that Mahavishnu is also called Narayana. He, as it is come down on the planet Earth in the human form, divine landed. There are many incarnations, but not all of them expressed in the human form. Mahavishnu has got infinite qualities, auspicious qualities. Not all of them are expressed in all the incarnations, but in Krishna's incarnation, he is the Purnavatara, expressed all the auspicious qualities of Mahavishnu. Meaning what? The whole cosmos coming down the human form. The macrocosm coming into the microcosm. Cosmos embodied the human form. Swamiji has shared n number of times about Krishna so beautifully, that how he is, his life full of difficulties, but he only taught how he, as an infant baby itself, exhibited all the power and just shared love, how to receive love, how to give love. Endlessly, we can talk about Krishna. So it is from that Krishna, the Purnavatara, the scripture is telling this, the sacred teaching is telling a manual for enlightenment to Arjuna. Who is Arjuna? We'll be learning about him in the next session. So he's basically the prince of Pandavas. There are two cousins. One followed the dharmic path, righteous path. One followed the adharmic, unrighteous path. The adharmic people are more in number. They're born to two brothers. inherited a huge kingdom. A war between these two was inevitable at one point of time because these adharmic people, so adharmic that they tried to kill since childhood these dharmic Pandavas, the righteous Pandavas. They always followed the righteous path, never did any unrighteous things. Krishna always with them because they are righteous people. And they had done unbelievable unrighteous things to these Pandavas. The unrighteous people are Kauravas, righteous people are Pandavas. The Arjuna is the superhero of Pandavas. All have great qualities, but Arjuna is in the middle and basically superhero of the whole Mahabharata. Close friend of Krishna. The war was inevitable because of the so much of atrocities done to them. They were sent. They, because of their valor, they conquered the whole universe at one point. All kingdoms were under, and they are following very righteous. People were so happy. All kingdoms were so happy. But this jealous, adharmic prince, Duryodhana, cheated them. The story goes endlessly actually. Cheated with the cheating, cunning games. They were sent to exile, they grabbed in a cunning way all their wealth. Even they tried to disrobe the wife of the Pandava. It was such a atrocity done to them. Even after completing the exile of 14 years, of 13 years, after they came back, they were not returned their righteous, their own righteous kingdom. So what was inevitable? And because the whole kingdom was under them, it was such that the whole humanity came to this war. That was the largest world war. Some kingdoms followed out of fear, greed, whatever it is, they went to join the unrighteous king, the Kauravas. Some naturally inspired, fight for the justice, followed the Pandavas. So basically, the whole humanity is split into two. One side, Adharmic, fight for Adharmic. One side, fight for Dharmic. Righteous, unrighteous. War was inevitable. The, the, the number of the story, history was recorded. How many crores of people were there, participated in those two was recorded. It is unbelievable. It is the largest the world war at one point happened. So at that point, the Krishna became the charioteer of Arjuna. And Arjuna, war is about to begin. Arjuna asked Krishna to take in between the war field, in between both sides. He wanted to see both sides. So when he was in the middle of the war field, he saw the opposite side. His own grandfather, his own cousins, his group, all are against him because they are committed to the kingdom. So they join. They are enforced to fight with the Adharmic. So this Arjuna, seeing all his cousins, relatives, felt not so good, felt sad that what am I fighting for? He went into low moods. He didn't want to waste the war. He told Krishna that I do not want to waste the war. That's when Krishna taught the Bhagavad Gita. What is the right thing? Arjuna represents all of us. Who is Arjuna? Why Arjuna? Krishna chose to deliver the whole Bhagavad Gita. We are going to learn in the next session. Okay, so let I pass it on to our next Acharya. We learn why Arjuna. What is the speciality of Arjuna? That Krishna chose to deliver the whole Bhagavad Gita. How Arjuna represents all of us. We'll be learning the first chapter, Arjuna Vishada Yoga, and your next Acharya will lead in the gist of Bhagavad Gita first chapter.
Nityanam, thank you, Ma. I'll begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit straight with your hands together in Atmanjali Mudra. Om Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tatvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Bhagavad Gita, the Song of God, delivered by the Paramavatara, Krishna. Let us also put our hands together in prayer to invoke Bhagavan Sri Krishna so that we imbibe all the truths, the powerful cognitions that he has delivered to humanity. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Put your hands together. Om Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kamsa Chanura Mardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. All of you to this very beautiful session in Paramashivoham. We'll all be listening to the Song of God, the Bhagavad Gita. Why did Krishna choose to deliver this ultimate text, the sacred text that has been compiled as Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna? What is it about Arjuna that qualifies him to receive this great truth, Bhagavad Gita? That is going to be the very first chapter in today's session, Why Arjuna? With the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. Arjuna was the most courageous fighter amongst the Pandava princes. He was the darling of all his teachers, a very close friend of Krishna, the greatest warrior of all times. When it comes to the point where there is no other option left for the Pandavas to reclaim their kingdom, and the date and the time was set for the war, the greatest war that ever happened, to re-establish dharma, righteousness on the planet Earth. Arjuna actually has Krishna as his charioteer. the Paramavatara as his charioteer, takes him into the battlefield, and Arjuna, standing there, suddenly sees both sides of the battlefield. The side that he is fighting are all of his kith and kin, his near and dear, his teachers who have taught him, his relatives, his grandfather, his uncles, all of them. And then he falls into a deep dilemma, a deep incompletion. Having come to fight the war, he declares, "No, I don't want to fight this war. I'm not ready for it." Understand, he is the most courageous fighter. It is not because he believes in non-violence that he doesn't want to engage in the war. The decision is happening out of the wrong context of incompletions. Arjuna is both a kshatriya, a warrior, as well as a yogi. As a yogi, being the Paramavatara's best friend, he is deeply spiritual, he's highly centered, and he's complete within himself. He's deeply aware and integrated to both his moral obligations as well as ethical obligations. He is very knowledgeable. He's a yogi. He's established in himself. He's completely aware and integrated to his obligations as a yogi. He is also a kshatriya, a warrior leader who is empowered with responsibility. He is ready to avenge. He is ready to impose order and control for protecting and upholding dharma. Like a typical kshatriya prince, kshatriyas are the warriors who fight to uphold dharma, and he epitomizes that kshatriya prince. Bhagavan says, it is only with enlightenment is it possible to continuously and consistently proceed with both these personalities. One, the inner completion of a yogi, and the outer responsibility to enrich as a warrior leader without faltering. Arjuna is both a yogi and a kshatriya, but at this moment he's faltering with wrong thinking. He's faltering as he faces his enemies, who are his family, his mentors, his friends. All the enemies on the battlefield on the great Mahabharata war is in some way or the other connected to him, related to him. And that is when his dilemma unfolds. Arjuna's dilemma is such that he is now neither a yogi nor a kshatriya. He loses his space of completion and he falls into such deep grief that bewilders his mind. And this is the chapter which is Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Arjuna represents each one of us. His dilemma is also our own dilemma. The dilemma from which the questions happen. Why are we here? What is it that we want to do in our lives? Why is it that we do not find fulfillment even after years of working for success in this world? If monetary success, financial freedom is what defines success, those people must be so fulfilled. If you were to look around, the people who are so called successful in these aspects of their life are also the ones who are battling severe mental issues like depression. They don't know why they are here, what for they are here. And after having achieved everything that the society has told them would bring about that fulfillment, when they hit the wall and find themselves so empty, they actually feel so cheated with life. Why do more and more challenges await us even after we solve and overcome numerous challenges? How can we become spiritually mature and integrated individuals? Why is this path even required? Can all of us identify with these questions? Haven't we asked these questions to ourselves at some point in time in our lives? Can I have some responses from the participants? Yes, says Xavier. Thank you. So, these are the same questions that Arjuna is asking. So, he is doing us a big favor by asking these questions on our behalf to the Paramavatara, the ultimate embodiment of the cosmos, which is Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Let me share this verse from the Bhagavad Gita. It says, Tan samikshya sa kaunteyaha sarvan bandhun avastithan trupaya paraya vishto vishidan idam abravit. When Arjuna, the son of Kunti, saw all these friends and relatives present there, he was overwhelmed with deep pity and he said, Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives present before me, eager to wage war, I feel my limbs are trembling, my mouth drying, my hair standing on end, my bow, the Gandiva, slips from my hands and my skin burns. I am unable to stand here any longer. I am forgetting myself and my mind reels. I foresee only evil omens, O killer of the Keshi demon, he says to Bhagavan Krishna. Imagine the paradox, the situation in which the greatest warrior is caught with. He's literally trembling, standing there, seeing that he's going to wage this, he's expected to wage war against his friends and relatives. The Gandiva is his bow. It's slipping off his hands and he's trembling with fear. And he's addressing the same to Krishna. Bhagavan says, Arjuna's dilemma was not of non-violence or ahimsa. As a Kshatriya, this word had no place in his dictionary. His dilemma was one of violence, the violence that is born out of his ego, his identity. Understand, he could kill people with whom he did not identify with, but he could not bear to kill those whom he could relate with himself in one way or another. Understand, our ego is built on what is mine. Swamiji says the mine starts happening first and then the I starts happening. My mother, my father, my house, my brother, my teacher, my friends. This is all the mine which forms the me, the I. So when Arjuna is standing there in the battlefield to wage the war against everything that he cognized as mine, ultimately he is waging war on his false I, the mind that he has built over the years. He's actually waging the war on himself. And that is why Bhagavan says it is the violence that is born out of his ego, his own identity. The bonds of the family were far stronger than Arjuna had imagined. These bonds were rooted in his ego, and to cut these bonds was to destroy himself. Are you all able to connect with this understanding? What is the source of his dilemma? Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the acknowledgement. Arjuna was overwhelmed with pity. Understand, it's not true compassion. When responsibility expresses through your heart, it is compassion. To the truly compassionate person, the whole world of both living and non-living beings is an extension of his own self. So compassion does not discriminate. It is just a space that overflows, and anyone and everyone in the presence is the beneficiary. You will have it towards all living forms and non-living forms. When Arjuna is stepping out of the battlefield, rather wanting to step out of the battlefield, it is not from the space of compassion. It is only because he is overwhelmed with self-pity. Arjuna's dilemma represents the collective root patterns of humanity, says Bhagavan. It is an internal conflict between our mamakara and ahankara. So understand, the conflict is between the mamakara and the ahankara. The mamakara is what we believe to be ourselves deep inside us, and the ahankara is what we project as ourselves to the people around us. What others perceive about us is the anyakara, and what we believe about the world is the swa anyakara. Our whole life is the conflict between these four images: the mamakara, the ahankara, the anyakara, and the Swa Anyakara. What you truly believe you to be deep inside the deepest recesses of your heart. What you believe you are is your Mamakara. What you project as you, that image is the Ahankara. What you perceive of the world is your Swa Anyakara, and how others perceive you is the Anyakara. Whole life is playing around with these four images, essentially. And his dilemma also represents the collective root patterns of humanity. The ultimate confusion, the utter confusion, the dilemma is the first thing that any person has to face in his life for enlightenment. As long as you are caught in the mundane life, just whiling away your time, eating, sleeping, going out, having a gala time, partying, movies. Maybe you have a few affairs. Finally, you decide to get married to one person, and then you have your kids, a house, a car, a job. You're paying your bills. Pretty much one fine day, kick the bucket and get lost. Unless this confusion happens in your life, what is it? What is life all about? Why am I here? What is the purpose of my happening? When these questions start happening inside of you, you are a seeker. And these questions will happen only when this kind of utter confusion you face in life, and it is very necessary, the very first step to start seeking. If we have not faced the dilemma, the possibility for transformation has not yet happened. Arjuna is faced with this dilemma, and now he has become the seeker of truth. If just why, if that why is kept alive, why am I feeling powerless? Why am I feeling tired? Why am I feeling sick? Why am I depressed? If you just keep this why alive, if that why is strong enough to take you to a logical conclusion, our problems will be solved, says Bhagavan. If we just keep this one question alive, why am I doing what I am doing? Why am I doing what I am doing? If you're able to keep this one question alive, and if you're able to take this one question to the logical conclusion in your life, I tell you, we will be enlightened. You will be radiating enlightenment. You will radiate enriching. Bhagavan says, only a courageous person will have the confidence to open himself up so transparently and expose his innermost fear patterns. It takes a lot of courage, a lot of authenticity to expose your weaknesses to the world. Arjuna is world over recognized as the greatest warrior. Standing there in the battlefield, if he has to expose his innermost fear patterns, that is courage. Understand, his lack of integrity, his inauthenticities, all of that he's exposing, and he's seeking help. Arjuna was not depressed. Bhagavan says you should not understand Vishada. The Arjuna Vishada Yoga is the name of the chapter. Do not translate Vishada into depression. He was not depressed, he was confused. He could certainly differentiate between right and wrong. His sudden confusion grew out of his awareness of his parental and societal patterns, that what he had been taught throughout his life might be wrong. The society has taught him that you must respect elders, you must respect your teachers, you cannot fight with your cousin brothers, you cannot fight with your friends. All of these are the conditioning that has been dumped into him as he is growing up. The truth is that all of these people are unrighteous, adharmic, and they are out there to destroy humanity. He's willing not to see that aspect of it, and he's just caught with this, oh, he's my father, he's my father's brothers, he's my father's nephew. This is the teacher who taught me. He is my uncle. He is my grandpa. He is my friend. So, this mind is what is causing all the confusion. He thinks that everything that he's been taught in his life might now go wrong. Understand, it takes a lot of courage, of authenticity, to bring integrated listening to our own thinking, to stop and question our lives, our actions, and society's plan for us. It's very easy to just move along with the flow in the society. It takes a lot of courage to stand and ask, stop. Why am I doing whatever it is that I'm doing? What are all my actions leading me to? What is society's plan for me? Why? Understand the attitude of asking why needs awareness. It needs a lot of conscious, integrated thinking and awareness to ask this question why and lead it to a logical conclusion. Bhagavan says, if we just keep this one question alive, why am I doing what I am doing? And take that question to a logical conclusion, you will be enlightened, he says. Arjuna, the great warrior, was ready to give up on himself. He had collapsed both psychologically and physiologically. His cognition was totally imbalanced, and now he was completely powerless. He was all set to run away from the battlefield and escape the reality of his responsibility. He was experiencing a deep conflict between the unconscious patterns that were driving him and the possibility, the reality of what he had to do. Both are rubbing against each other. On one side, the unconscious patterns, the other side, his own responsibility, his own possibility, the reality of what he should be doing. The clarity that would come about with the greatest master's grace would be his enlightenment. Because he fell into this dilemma and he is asking the right questions to the right personality, Bhagavan Krishna. By his grace, he would become enlightened. Understand, the darkness that surrounded Arjuna at this stage was Maya. Maya is the illusion that prevents us from perceiving the truth of reality. The truth of reality that pervades all of our experiences. The Sanskrit term Maya is Ya Ma Iti Maya is the word. The translation is that which is not real but appears as absolute is Maya. Maya truly comes across as the reality. Sadly, it veils, it covers the reality, the ultimate truth, the truth of our inner divinity, our infinite powerfulness, and therefore it is an illusion. Maya is the illusion. Arjuna is stuck in Maya and is ready to give up on himself. It is at this stage that the truths of Bhagavad Gita got delivered to Arjuna and to the entire humanity. The truths that are expounded in the Gita are all about personal transformation. What is it that we should work on so that we come out of the clutches of Maya and discover our own divinity? Each verse of the Bhagavad Gita is a sutra, a technique that can work on your being and transform you through completion. The essence of Bhagavad Gita is living in the space of completion, living in the present moment. The entire Bhagavad Gita's essence is all about that. Living in the space of completion. Completion, the space and state where you will be totally connected with life and with people in your life in the present moment without any limiting or restraining influence of the past happening in your life. You will be able to relate with life in the present moment without having any hangover of the past. And that is the space of completion. The very theme of Bhagavad Gita is the story of Arjuna's dilemma, his incompletions, and how Krishna completes it. The completion that is given to Arjuna by Krishna. So, with this, we will now enter into the gist of Bhagavad Gita. We know why Arjuna now. So let us enter into the gist of Bhagavad Gita. Like I said, Bhagavad Gita is the song of God and it is the manual for enlightenment. Bhagavan Krishna expounds the knowledge of enlightenment through different paths to Arjuna, who represents humanity and its sufferings. This is a table which details the 18 chapters of Bhagavad Gita, starting from Arjuna Vishada Yoga, the first chapter, where the war begins, the gist of which is that Arjuna represents all of humanity, the current status of our mind, where wrong thinking is the only problem in your life. We move on to Sankhya Yoga, Karma Yoga, Gnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga, Sannyasa Yoga, Dhyana Yoga, Gnana Vijnana Yoga, Akshara Brahma Yoga, Raja Vidya Rajaguhya Yoga, Vibhuti Yoga, Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Kshetra Kshetrajna Vibhaga Yoga, Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga, Purushottama Yoga, Daivasura Sampada Vibhaga Yoga, Shraddhatraya Vibhaga Yoga, and Moksha Sannyasa Yoga. These are the 18 chapters of Bhagavad Gita. I will be leading you through the gist of each chapter. We kind of already spoke about Arjuna Vishada Yoga, where the war begins. Understand, life will always be a mix of good and bad, the divine and the evil. Choosing one over the other does not enrich. We need to complete and go beyond both. Gita is a Shastra. It gives a clear intellectual understanding about life, death, soul, about the great why of life, as well as the what of life, the do's and don'ts, the rules and regulations. Bhagavad Gita is directly from Bhagavan, God Himself, the Purnavatara, the complete, perfect incarnation, Sri Krishna. Till Sri Krishna, all incarnations were teaching only the science of leaving, renouncing the world if one wanted enlightenment. But it is Sri Krishna who gave this science of living in the space of completion, Purnatva, that you don't need to renounce anything. Wherever you are, you will be radiating life and enjoying life. Living enlightenment is Jivan Mukti, is what Bhagavan Sri Krishna taught the world. Otherwise, prior to that, all masters spoke about renunciation as the way or liberation at the time of death. Krishna is the one person who says, live, enjoy life in the space of Purnatva. You will be living enlightenment when you are alive, and you will also achieve liberation at the time when you are leaving the body. So, let me narrate one small story as to how our faith is pseudo if it is not life transforming. There was this guy who lived as an atheist. One day, he fell from a cliff. Luckily, he caught hold of a small branch as he was falling off, and he was hanging on to it. Slowly, that branch also started giving way. The man started shouting, "Oh God, I never believed in you, but now I do. Please save me." A guy who has lived as an atheist, when he's about to face death, he's holding on to a small branch by the cliff and he says, "I've never believed in you, but now please do go ahead and save me." A booming voice from the heavens said, "Oh, my son, don't worry, I will save you. Just let go of the branch and I will save you." Immediately the man responded, "Is there anybody else out there who can save me?" Understand, this is the kind of trust or faith that we have with the ultimate. Swamiji says our faith is pseudo if it is not life transforming, like this guy's faith on God. As soon as that voice said, let go of the branch, I'm here to save you, if he really had faith, he would do, and he would be landing in the arms of the divine. Instead, he's shouting out, is there anybody else out there who can help me? Let us have that deep faith. Rather, I would say, let us have the trust on what the Master is delivering. Let us receive all these truths with the trust to work with the same, to experiment with that. And it is but sure that when you experiment with these truths, you will see that they will work for you and your life will be transformed. It is not necessary that if the master shares 100 truths, you will say, okay, truth number 1, yes, it worked. I tick, 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 tick. You go on ticking each truth, saying that this worked, this worked, this worked. Okay, if all the 100 works, then I will have faith on the master. You will be a fool wasting your life. Just a handful of these truths, when you work with them, you experiment with them, and you benefit from them, you should be making that intelligent choice to trust the master's words and move where he takes you. That would be intelligence, where you will not be wasting your life trying to experiment with everything that has been shared. Anyways, besides, let's enter into understanding Mahabharata. Swami says Mahabharata is the fight between the completions and incompletions which is within us. Mahabharata is actually a fight between the completions and incompletions within us, between the possibilities and patterns which is within us. Krishna, the superconscious, constantly looms over our being, eternally reminding us of our space of highest positivity, possibility, divinity, and enlightenment, with his tremendous patience and infinite compassion. The avatar is here not to say, not to prove to us that he is God. He is here to prove that we are God, we are divine. And that is exactly the superconscious energy which has happened in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is there to raise humanity to its reality, the space of highest positivity, possibility, divinity, and enlightenment. Way back 5,000 years ago, the same superconscious energy as Krishna is doing the same thing when Arjuna and the whole of humanity is stuck with the completions and incompletions, the fight between the two. Arjuna's progress on his path of dharma unto his self-discovery to re-establish himself in the space of completion is the path of the Bhagavad Gita. That can also be our path of dharma if we internalize the message of the Gita. Turn the man a fan. Yes. Arjuna, the most courageous fighter among the Pandava princes, has both dimensions, one of the yogi, the other the kshatriya. We spoke about him in the previous presentation, where he is faltering as he faces his enemies on the battlefield of the great Mahabharata war, where the dilemma unfolds. He has lost his space of completion of a yogi. He is neither a yogi now, and now because he's stuck with his fear pattern, his hands are trembling, he's shivering, he's sweating, and the Gandiva is slipping out of his hands. And he says, no, I don't want to fight this war. He is neither that Kshatriya, that great warrior that he is known to be. Understand? He is running away from his responsibility because he is caught with the samskaras, the deep incompletions, which is rooted in the I and mine. Bhagavan says, the law of the cosmos is responsibility. A person who does not feel responsible, even for his own actions, is an animal. You don't take responsibility for your own actions, then you are an animal. This person lives in a very low level of consciousness. Duryodhana, the Kaurava prince, the eldest of the Kauravas, who's fighting this war against the Pandavas, he represents this low-level consciousness. A person who feels responsible for his own actions is a human being. He lives in a middle-level consciousness. There are many warriors who felt responsible for their actions, their duties, and they even supported Duryodhana. All of these people represent the middle-level consciousness. Above all, there is this one person who takes responsibility even for others' actions, and he is divine. He lives in Ishwaratva, leadership consciousness. He is Bhagavan Sri Krishna, the Ishvara, the leader of the universe, who is responsible for the whole cosmos with the ability to do anything with the cosmos. Re-establishing dharma, the cosmic law of responsibilism, is the job of an incarnation, says Swamiji. The decision to feel responsible for the whole cosmos is enlightenment. Feeling responsible for the whole and declaring to live by your feeling is responsible declaration, which in the Hindu spiritual practice is known as nididhyasana. Feeling responsible for the whole and living that feeling is nididhyasana. Responsible declaration unlocks prema shakti, that real compassion in you. The whole of Mahabharata war is Krishna's expression of the power of his responsibilism, his Ishwaratva. Even though Krishna or his actions are not responsible for the war, he is not responsible for the war. Understand, it is the conflicts that happened between the Kaurava and the Pandava princes. He is not the one who is responsible for the war. Even though he is not the reason for the war, he takes the responsibility even for others' inauthenticity, others' irresponsibility, and he re-establishes dharma, the cosmic law of responsibilism, and this is the job of an incarnation. Understand? Arjuna could see within the armies of both the parties, on both sides, the Kaurava side and the Pandava side, his elders, his grandparents, his teachers, his maternal uncles, cousins, sons, grandsons, friends, his own father's in-laws and well-wishers. When Arjuna saw all these friends and relatives present there, he was overwhelmed with deep pity and said, Krishna, seeing my friends and relatives present before me, eager to wage war, I feel my limbs are trembling, my mouth is parched, it's drying up, my hair is standing on the end, my bow, the Gandiva, is slipping from my hands, and my skin is burning. I'm unable to stand here any longer. I'm forgetting myself. My mind is reeling. I even foresee evil omens. Oh, Krishna, oh, killer of the Keshi demon. He's expressing his confusion to Krishna. The utter confusion, the utter dilemma is the first thing that any person has to face in his life for enlightenment, which has now happened in Arjuna, and he has become the seeker of truth. The second chapter is now what we will enter into. It is called the Sankhya Yoga. You are God. Understand that Arjuna's concern about the death of his kinsmen and elders arises out of his own root pattern of fear and insecurity about his own death and confusion. Like I said earlier, your I is based on whatever you identify as mine. When he's seeing everything that is mine getting destroyed, the very I is also getting destroyed in that whole process. So it's all about his own insecurity, his own fear about his death and his confusion. Shrunvantu Vishve Amritasya Putraha. Listen to this truth. O sons of immortality, please listen to me. Shrunvantu means listen. Vishve, all the sons, Amritasya Putraha, the sons of immortality, please listen to me. The truth is that you are immortal. Right knowledge is the ultimate solution to all your problems. The truth is that you are immortal. Krishna is delivering this ultimate truth to Arjuna, saying that there is no death for you. There is no death in reality, so do not fear death. You are imperishable. Death is just a passage. Krishna continues with Sankhya, the knowledge of completion. In Sankhya, you are recognized as a soul. The idea taught to you about you is you cannot be cut by weapons, you cannot be burnt by fire, you cannot be made wet by water, you cannot be blown away by air. Nothing can do nothing to you. Nothing can be done to you by anything. Understand, the moment Bhagavan is opening his mouth, you are given an amazing introduction about you. How did Krishna start addressing you? He says, Amrutasya putraha. You are the sons of immortality. That is the very first introduction that Bhagavan is giving to you about you. You are immortal. Understand, there is no death for you. You are immortal, you are imperishable. Death is just but a passage. Krishna says, Nainam chindanti shastrani, nainam dahati pavakaha, na chainam kledyantapo, na soshyati marutaha. Weapons do not cleave, nor fire burns the Atman. Water does not wet it, and wind does not dry it. When he talks about the basic truths of life and spirituality, it is Shastra. He is giving intellectual knowledge of completion about consciousness. This is a very, very beautiful truth that we need to internalize about the reality of our existence. Nainam chindanti shastrani, nainam dahati pavakaha, na chainam kledyantapo, na shoshyati marutaha. The Apta Pramana for this truth is from Adi Shankara, his deliverance on consciousness. It says, Mano buddhya hankara cetani naham na cha shrotra jitve na cha grana netre na cha vyoma bhume na tejo na vayu chidananda rupaha Shivoham. A very beautiful shloka. The truth is that I am not the mind, nor the intellect, nor ego, nor the reflection of the inner self, Chitta. I am not the five senses. I am beyond that. I am not the seven elements, nor the five sheets. I am indeed that eternal knowing and bliss, the auspicious Shivam, love and pure consciousness. This is Adi Shankara's Apta Pramana for this truth that you are pure consciousness. Understand? You exist in the past, present, and future. The past, present, and future, all the three put together are eternal, Nitya or Atman. Only when you come to the present moment do you experience your true self, the Atman. But as of now, you're constantly shuttling between the past and the future. So that was the gist of the second chapter of Bhagavad Gita, the Sankhya Yoga. In the third chapter, Karma Yoga, we will be looking at the beauty of purposelessness. The gist of which is the beauty of purposelessness. So, if you say there is no purpose to life, the question happens, should I act or I don't need to act? It's very natural for this question. Arjuna says, "Oh Janardana, why do you urge me to engage in this terrible war? If you think that knowledge is superior to action, O Keshava, my intelligence is confused by your conflicting words. Therefore, please tell me certainly what is most beneficial for me." See, here Krishna is telling on one side, there is no death for you, you are immortal. On the other side, he's also telling him, you must fight this war and kill these people who are not in the dharmic path. So Arjuna is so confused with these conflicting words, and he's asking him, if knowledge is superior to action, the knowledge of the truth that I am immortal is superior to action, then why are you asking me to fight this war? Should I or should I not act? Is Arjuna's question. To which Bhagavan says, "O sinless Arjuna, as I said before, in this world, there are two paths of firm faith. Gnana Yoga, the path of self-knowledge for the intellectual, and the Karma Yoga, the path of action of the knowing. A person does not attain freedom from action by abstaining from work, nor does he attain fulfillment by giving up action." Please internalize this very important truth from this verse. I leave this slide here for all of you to read through it again. The truth is that you cannot attain freedom from action by not acting, nor can you attain fulfillment by giving up action. Surely, not even for a moment can anyone stand without doing something, isn't it? You cannot just be. To act is human nature. He is always in action despite himself, as this is his very nature. You have to act. Understand? Because it is your very nature, you cannot not be by not doing something or the other. So, do your prescribed work, as doing work is better than being idle. Even your own body cannot be maintained without work, isn't it? So do your work with devotion and drop expectation. Continue to do your work without any expectation, with all devotion. And this is the essence of Karma Yoga. A Karma Yogi works with the courage of authenticity, doing what you do the best, authentically. Then you are a Karma Yogi. Krishna says a Karma Yogi, one who lives the path of authenticity in action, is a man who relaxes into Nityananda and does his work from the space of completion. Please internalize this truth. Who is a Karma Yogi? A Karma Yogi is the one who does his work with devotion, with all authenticity, without any expectation of the result, and who relaxes in the space of restful awareness, doing his action from the space of completion. Karma Yoga is all about acting without attachment. Work has to be done selflessly, otherwise, work binds one to this world. O son of Kunti, perform your work for me, and you will do it authentically, liberated, and without attachment, says Bhagavan Krishna. One should always work without attachment. Performing work without attachment, certainly a man achieves the supreme. King Janaka and others attained perfection by selfless enriching. To guide others, you too must act selflessly. Selfless enriching liberates. Understand, working, acting without any attachment will liberate you. It will not bind you. And when you do your work authentically, without any expectation of the results, you will be reaching the Supreme. And this is what Karma Yoga is all about. I'll just share a beautiful story, which is the Apta Pramana of a Karma Yogi. Krishna says a very beautiful thing. King Janaka is an example of a true Karma Yogi, a man of selfless authenticity in action, with a continuous commitment to enrich life in and around him. Janaka was a king. He ruled a kingdom, and yet he was unattached. He was liberated. Just like Krishna, who ruled a kingdom, and yet was a sannyasi in the truest sense of word, Janaka was a model king who was complete unto himself, untouched by the external world. We'll know how by this story. What happened? Once an ascetic went to the court of King Janaka, and he saw how Janaka was neck deep in the activities of the kingdom. He was living like any other typical king. He's addressing all the issues of the citizens. He is looking into the accounts, the finances, what's happening, how much of crop has been grown. He's talking about how to strengthen the army, all of what a normal king would do. He's doing all of that. Now, this sage, the ascetic who had come, he then thought to himself, I've heard that King Janaka is an enlightened person, but he seems to be a materialistic person. He's so entrapped in so many worldly matters. Now, Janaka, being an enlightened king, understood what this ascetic was thinking. He called him and asked him, what kind of an ascetic are you? Instead of being happy and content within yourself, you are trying to find fault with others. This is a grave sin, especially for an ascetic, a person who is supposed to know about these things. You are supposed to be knowing all this, and you're sitting here and finding fault with others. It is a grave sin. Now, because you have committed this grave sin, I will give you the most severe punishment. You will be hanged to death next week, says King Janaka. Now, the ascetic is terrified. He could not sit in peace. He spent sleepless nights thinking of the gallows. He dreamt daily that his neck was being tied to a rope. He became very thin and pale. He couldn't even eat. He couldn't sleep because he's constantly thinking only about the impending death. Janaka then sent a servant to call him on the day of the execution. Now, this ascetic was unable to stand before the king. He trembled and he fell on the ground. Janaka offered him some fruits and a cup of milk. He ate the food, but his mind was still on the gallows. Janaka asked him, "How do you like the taste of the milk now? Is it good? Did you relish your food over the past 7 days?" The ascetic replied, "O king, I could not taste the food or milk that you offered me just now. My mind is only on the gallows all the time." Janaka said, "Just like your mind is always on the gallows, my mind is always fixed on the divine, even though I am involved with worldly activities. Though I am in this world, I am out of the world. Work for the world unattached like myself. Being there, doing it all unattached. Not being bound. That is living like a karma yoga." Janaka, though neck deep in all the administration matters of his kingdom, he was completely unattached and liberated. Now, this is the Apta Pramana for how to live as a karma yogi. All right, so we have gone through the gist of the first 3 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita. The next Acharya will be taking over from here. If there's anything that you need to ask, please go ahead and post your questions, doubts on the chat box. Chunyushi, Nityanandama, Sia, Purna Sukhananda. Can you? All the blessed Lord who are receiving the truths that have been decoded by the avatar from the Bhagavad Gita. The way is to pick up at least 1 or 2 of these truths and live them to the fullest. You will see that one truth will lead to the other, and ultimately it will lead you to the space of Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. And that will happen only because of the grace of the Master, his initiation, the energy with which he is delivering all these truths to us. Okay? So, since there are no questions, I will now conclude with the Purna Mantra. The next Acharya will be taking over from here. Thank you all for your sincere participation. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamiva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. Thank you, Nityanandam. Nityanandam.
Now let us start our sessions with the power manifestation. So please go ahead and post your understanding. Then we'll be doing the Mahima, the power of Mahima, power manifestation of Mahima. What is power manifestation of Mahima? It is one of the Ashta Mahasiddhi, one of the power where you can increase the size, decrease the size of dimension, any dimension, length, height, or weight also. So today we are going to manifest Ashta means 8. It's one of the 8 powers that alter the weight, alter the length, alter any dimensions. So let us manifest this power of Mahima, where you're going to alter an object's dimension or weight. All right. So please bring in your object and get ready for the power manifestation. Purna Bhaktananda, Purna Sukhananda, Yan Yao, Sia, please come in front of camera. So let us start the power manifestation. So please bring in an object and take the initial measurement of the object. Take the initial measurement of the object. Choose your height to alter, you can choose your weight to alter. So please take the initial measurement and be ready to manifest the power of Mahima. Are you all ready? All right, so now please sit straight with your head neck back straight line. Sit with your object. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Bring in restful awareness to your third eye. Sit with a clear context that Swamiji is Paramashiva, and meditating on the form of Swamiji will awaken your Kundalini Shakti and raise your consciousness. With this clear context, bring in your attention back to your third eye again and again and start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Jnananda Paramashivoham. Chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object, the dimension, the raise, declare the length to increase. And to manifest the power of Mahima. So all of you, please get ready to manifest the power of Mahima. If you have not done taking the initial measurement, please Go ahead, do it now. Alright, so now chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. And with that space of oneness, declare the object length to increase.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham
Measure your object again and post your manifestation results on Mahima. So now we'll continue with the next chapters of the Bhagavad Gita. We have seen the Arjuna Vishada Yoga, and then how Bhagavan Krishna started speaking that you are God, that there is no death. So, and now the various paths that human beings should follow. Yoga, yogaha. It is not the physical yoga that you do. Yogaha, Bhagavan Krishna. The path of knowledge. The fourth chapter, Bhagavan Krishna is explaining Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga. That means the path of knowledge. So Krishna says, Ivam param param praptam imam rajasoyo vidu. Meaning, the science is given to kingly saints. Only a person who has seen the outer world thoroughly realizes its emptiness. Only he can enter the inner world. If somebody who has not experienced the depression of success enters spirituality, he will stand in front of a God and beg God, give me this, give me that. He worships God only to ask something. If you want the divine relationship to happen, love. You need love for the divine. You have to leave the logic, or to leave the logic behind, and you need to develop the love for the divine. Sa evayam mayate tu dhyana yoga proktaha puratanaha. Meaning, I am telling you about this very ancient science of the ultimate enlightenment, and being my devotee and my dear friend, you will understand the supreme mystery of this science. Krishna says, beyond logic lies devotion. The qualification to receive the truth is just devotion. The qualification to receive the ultimate truth is just to you having the devotion. The great truths can never be expressed by logic. Because logic is not sharp enough. Krishna says, Bhaktosi me saka cheti rahasyam he etat uttamam. Meaning, you are my devotee and you are my friend. He is referring to Arjuna. You are my own. Said the person who does not have connection with Krishna, connection with the divine, cannot receive the message. Krishna says, to know me is to be liberated. To know the divine is, that means what? It is to get liberation. One who knows or experiences the reality of my divine appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take birth again. To know who the divine is, he will not take the next birth. He will be liberated. Your inner space is connected to the universe. That's the truth. This, the very important truth is your inner space is connected to the universe. Your inner space you carry is Hiranyagarbha. the space where the planets get created. Cosmic womb. So anything you decide in your inner space becomes a reality in the cosmos. Becomes a reality in your life. Once you know this truth, you go beyond pain, suffering, depression, and disease. That is the essence of the fourth chapter, your inner space beside what you manifest outside. To know Krishna, to know the divine, is to know, that is leads to liberation. That is the real jnana, the path of knowledge. What is to be known? Stop logic, drop the logic. The next chapter, we are going to learn live all your possibilities. Sannyasa yoga. Adi Shankaracharya, one of the greatest incarnation on the planet Earth, walked on the planet Earth about 2000 years ago. He wrote the greatest scriptures. One of his scriptures, he says about describing the soul. Nirvana Shatakam. It says, I am not the enjoyer. I am not the enjoyer. I am not enjoying. I am not the enjoying. I am beyond all this. I am just the embodiment of Shiva. This is one of the most beautiful messages from Shankara. I am not the doer. I am not the deed. I am not the doing. Says, I am just the witness beyond all this. I am the embodiment of Shiva. Shivoham, Shivoham. Song goes so beautifully like that. That means I am embodiment of Shiva. Sannyasa is you living in that space of Shiva, in that space of completion, and constantly enriching everyone to be in that space of completion. Not only you live in the space of completion, you enrich everyone to be in that space of completion. Whatever comes in the way, all your feelings, all your material thought, mental thought, let all your physical needs be directed towards gratitude to the divine. This small shift in your inner space can do wonders. Every moment will then be a celebration. Do I follow this path? Do I follow that path? This is better or that is better. You know intuitively what is you are good at it, what you want to do it. It doesn't matter whatever path you follow. But a small shift in the space to be connected with the divine can do wonders for every moment of your life. Krishna says very beautifully in this chapter that Sangam Tvaktva Karoti Yat, meaning action without attachment is renunciation. Renunciation does not mean you leave the action, you renounce the action, but the result of that action, the attachment to that action, you renounce. It is only renunciation that leads to liberation. If you see a lotus flower, it grows in a dirty pond. Its stalk is completely inside the dirty water. The flower is so beautifully above the water, and the dirt around it is hardly noticed. Similarly, when you are neck deep in the activities of the world and yet unaffected by what goes on, when your core is undisturbed, you have reached the goal of renunciation. Now we're going to enter into a very beautiful chapter, Jnana Yoga. Look it. Jnana is meditation. Be complete and renounce your thoughts. Renunciation of the past and the future by bringing our mind to focus on the present is the true renunciation. Renunciation of the fantasies that we feel we need for self-satisfaction is yoga. Yoga is the state when our desires expressed through sensual pleasures dissolve. We unite with our true self in this state. And in this state, there is no gap between divine and us. Every atom is divine. Existence continuously showers bliss upon each one of us. Only we are not open to receive. Existence sees everyone as equal. It does not discriminate. Everyone is part of the same existence. Similarly, masters see the whole world as one with their own selves. That is why only they can show compassion to anyone and everyone. Path to self-realization is those whose sins have been destroyed, who have dispelled the dualities arising from doubts, whose minds are engaged with it, and who are working for the welfare of other beings, attain the eternal liberation, the supreme. It's the only manual of body and mind which even getting the liberation. The person who is able to live without the body and mind is called Jivan. A person living enlightenment. Krishna refers to the state in which we are in peak of activity, yet in the ultimate relaxation. Such a state is indeed possible and is the only state in which we can really be involved in what we are doing and completely satisfied, complete and blissful in what we are doing. So, sannyas yoga is taking the responsibility for himself and the whole world. Whatever happens in and around, You are the source. Whether you believe it or not, you are the source. Whatever happens in and around. With this clarity, out of this context, if you take responsibility, every action, whether it is taking your children to the school, to attending your calls, to attending your business meeting, everything will become a spiritual practice. Leading to you living enlightenment. That this only fifth chapter. Now we're going to enter sixth chapter. Very beautiful chapter, Jnana Yoga, which is looking. And one of this verse, I would like to share that Swamiji says this is the gist of the whole Bhagavad Gita. Says if the whole out of 700 plus verses, if I have to choose only 10 verses, this verse will be one. If I have to choose only 5 verses, this verse will be there. If I have to choose only 3 verses, this verse will be there. If I have to choose only 2 verses out of the whole Bhagavad Gita, this verse will be there. And if I have to choose only 1 verse, this is the verse I'm going to speak. This verse, Swamiji made us write 1008 times. All of us did that. To get sink into our system, Swamiji made us write this verse 1008 times. The verse and its meaning. So this is one of the very beautiful verse. It really, if we really focus, it awakens our understanding about life, about everything. So let us listen, let's understand about this verse. Uttareirana atmanam atmanavan avasadaye atmaivane atmaivahe atmano uttar atmaiva rikuratmanah. Are your own friend. You are your own enemy. Evolve yourself through the self and do not degrade yourself. This single word provides the essence of the whole Gita. One must raise himself with the help of his own being and not degrade himself. The being is the friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well. You are your own friend and you are your own enemy. If you know the technique of how to lift yourself by yourself, you will become friend of yourself. If you let yourself down, you become an enemy to yourself. Now, Now let's listen Swami exclusively explaining about this verse. Taredana atmanam atmanam avasadage atmaivane atmaiva tripuratmana. Are your own friend and you are your own enemy. You know how to technique, how to live yourself by yourself. Become your own friend. Otherwise, become your own enemy. So this is one of the most beautiful verse and Swamiji's own voice. Let's listen.
Yamaha. Yama. Yama means death and truth. That's the moment you face the truth, leaves the body. All that's Bhagavan. Just for this one verse. Everything. Whoever, but of course, you need to collect it from tons of Bhagavad Gita. I'll pick up this one verse in the 10. If I am asked to pick up, no, reduce the 10 to a video conferencing having Nayana Diksha in 200. Atmaiva Hyatmano Bandhur Atmaiva Riburatmanaha. Before even giving the translation, I wanted to say a few words about this verse, this sloka. This is one of my most favorite verse. If I have to pick up just 10 verses from the 700 verses of Bhagavad Gita as the essence of Bhagavad Gita, I'll pick up this one verse in the 10. If I am asked to pick up, no, reduce the 10 to 5, just in 5, give the essence of Bhagavad Gita, even then I'll keep this verse. If I am asked to pick up only 2, even then I'll keep this verse. If I am asked to pick up only one verse as the essence of whole Bhagavad Gita, I'll say this is the verse. Whoever writes this verse 1008 times and sends it to me, I'll give one Bhagavad Gita copy with my autograph. Whoever, but of course, you need to collect it from Bidadi or Tiruvannamalai, wherever. Bring your handwritten copy of this verse 1008 times and collect one Bhagavad Gita of my autographed copy. And all the disciples understand, even if it takes 1 week or 10 days, don't miss, sit and write this verse 1008 times in your book of art. I tell you, this one verse can lead you to enlightenment. It can save you from all the sufferings, from all the troubles. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet. Atmaiva hyatmano bandhu atmaiva riburatmanaha. I tell you, this is the one verse I've repeated maximum number of times in Bhagavad Gita. Next to this only I would have repeated Yogaha Karmasu Kauchalam. But this is one of the best line. Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet Atmaiva hyatmano bandhur. Atmaiva riburatmanaha. Just for this one verse, Krishna is worthy of being worshipped as Bhagavan. Just for this one verse. Everything else Krishna gave is a bonus. In this one verse, he has proved he is God. No, never in this precise way such a powerful tool to enlightenment can be given. Listen. Listen to the translation. Raise yourself by yourself. Do not let down yourself by yourself. It is the self that gives respect to the self, and it is the self that deceives the self. Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet. Atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva riburatmanaha. Understand? In all religions, when a master leaves the body, all disciples stand around and ask, please tell us the last secret you are having. In the same way, in all religions, when normal human beings die, all the family and friends stands around and ask, if you have last secrets, reveal. Now, in Catholic tradition, there is a tradition. The biggest lie with which you lived, you have to confess to the priest and ask for the forgiveness. Only then you can peacefully die. In many religions, it is there. The last moment of death is the moment you face truth. That is why in Sanskrit we have same word for truth and death, both yamaha. Yama. Yama means death and truth. That's the moment you face the truth of life. Before his death, the biggest lies with which they lived, they reveal. Normal human beings, they reveal the biggest lies with which they lived. Enlightened beings, they reveal biggest truth with which they lived. Understand? Enlightened beings sometimes do not reveal the truth when they are alive, because you may not be able to digest. The greatest truth sometimes may not be palatable for you. I tell you, even in Akashic reading, Kalabhairava is filtering. Because the instrument which he is using, this body, needs to be protected. Otherwise, he will tell everything you have done, what to do. And you get into the anger mode, and very difficult to handle the anger of these human beings. And when they get into especially suicidal mood, they can easily destroy. Understand? When one being gets into the mode of life, he can bring millions to life, an incarnation. When one fellow gets into the suicidal mood, he can kill thousands along with his death. I am very happy about one thing. The Western countries have realized The suicide bombing groups are the most dangerous for the planet Earth, and they are coming out. That kind of groups from the planet Earth. When a person is not ready to listen to the highest truths, even if he is given, he may only get into the mode of anger. Normal human beings, when they die, they reveal the biggest lie with which they lived. Enlightened beings, when they leave the body, they reveal the biggest truth with which they lived, which they could not reveal because the world is not ready to receive. Normal human beings, if they receive, normal human beings, if they open up what they are hiding in the heart, they will lose their identity. If enlightened beings open up what they are hiding in their heart, world will receive its identity, world will lose its identity. Understand? A normal human being, whatever he is hiding in the heart, if he reveals, he will lose his identity. Enlightened being, what he is hiding in his heart, if he reveals, world will lose its identity. World is not ready to lose its identity. It will jump on him with anger. That is why all great masters, only when they leave the body, they tell the truth and leave the body. Leave the world. Now you do what you want. This is the truth. One of the greatest enlightened master happened on planet Earth, Buddha. When he was about to leave the body, the last, most powerful secret with which he was living, world was not ready to receive. He revealed. That secret is this verse. In Pali, he says, Appadipo Bhava. Atma Deepo Bhava. Light unto yourself. Be a light unto yourself. Uttared Atmanatmanam Natmanam Avasadayet Atmaiva Hyatmano Bandur Atmaiva Ripuratmanaha. Every letter should be engraved in gold. Every letter should be engraved in the heart. Uttared Atmanatmanam Natmanam Avasadayet Atmaiva Hyatmano Bandur Atmaiva Ripuratmanaha. When I leave the body, if you ask me, the most powerful, important secret with which I lived, I tell you, I will not be able to use a better word than be a light unto yourself. I will not be able to use a better word. This is the secret with which even I am living. This is the secret with which all masters are living. Raise yourself by yourself. Do not defeat yourself by yourself. I can see so many thousands of my so-called ex-disciples. Just they are not able to raise themselves by themselves. Not able to does not mean they don't have ability or capability. Just they do not want. They think this is enough. They even come to the conclusion, normal, what is wrong with normal life? That is okay. God. The last life solution I used on me before falling into the abyss of bliss and enlightenment is this word. I was into the worst depression, even tried suicide. but did not torture anybody else or kill anybody else. Just felt hopeless. Felt all doors are shut. When my even suicide attempt failed, and even in that, I was a failure. Then it became almost like a heart is being squeezed. Literally, I could feel that squeezing. Lost respect on everything. Spirituality, enlightenment, masters, Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi. They were like my part of my life, blood, my very self. Lost everything. And it is like a complete darkness. Somehow, this one verse was strongly inside me. It just raised itself. Like after being beaten, if a man tries to stand up and walk, how it will feel exactly like that. This one verse, even after being beaten by my distrust, doubt, everything, it just stood as one ray of hope in my life. Last ray of hope. It is you who need to raise yourself. If anybody else raises you, they can always put you down. It is you who need to take that last jump into the enlightenment. This was the last meal handed over to me by my master before I decided to start cooking on myself. This was the last strength with which the cosmos pushed me into my higher self. I can tell you, the moment I realized, yes, I have to raise myself. Immediately that one ray of hope becomes decision to become enlightened. When the decision opened up, there was no pattern stopping that decision in my inner space. When the decision expanded, and no pattern is there stopping the decision. Doubt or shame or guilt or attachment or fear or greed. Suddenly I could see my whole inner space is now filled with that one decision. When the decision exploded, I saw I am sitting as a Buddha. Suddenly, that explosion landed in some other plane. I thought, oh God, that's it. That's all. I tell you, whenever you have a low mood, whenever you deviate, it is you who need to raise yourself by yourself. Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadaye. All of you can do when you wake up early morning, when you raise from the bed, tell yourself, Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadaye. I have to raise myself by myself. Atmaiva hyatmano bandhur. Atma, yourself is the greatest friend of yourself, and yourself is the greatest enemy of yourself. If you raise yourself, yourself is the greatest friend of yourself. If you deceive yourself, yourself is the worst enemy of yourself. You can raise yourself by yourself. So you will be your greatest friend. I have to remember Swami Ranganathananda at this moment, and I wanted this to be on record. Even though I read Bhagavad Gita thousands of times in the young age itself, I read Chidbhavananda Swami's translation and commentary. That was one of my favorite book. In Tamil and English, he wrote commentary. In Tamil, I studied his commentary at a very young age. And even when I go for examinations, I will not carry the syllabus book. I will carry only this book. Tomorrow morning examination, tonight I will be sitting on the bed and reading this book. And all my classmates will ask, hey, what happened? You are not preparing for examination? I said, no, I don't. I am preparing for the examination of life. I tell you, I don't know how to prove, but I am the one student. I'll provide, will provide. I can very safely claim this one thing. The only child, student who never had any fear of examination in modern India is me. Because the whole modern India suffers with that one syndrome, exam syndrome. Let God land on India and take away this examination. So much of suffering and fear will be reduced. I tell you. My own ashramites. If he never went to school uneducated, my one word immediately lives. But if he has gone to schools, educated, had examination, suffered the examination fear, unless I raise the level of fear by my words more than the examination fear, it does not move. He has become buffalo. So any instruction I give, I have to put it in such a way that it creates more fear in him than the examination fear. Only then he is even ready to listen. Otherwise, he does not even hear. Because for certain level of fear, they become immune. They become buffaloes. Bringing them out of that fear and making them again innocent beings where you talk, they listen, and things happen in their inner space is the most difficult task for me. So it is like a cotton. When it becomes cloth, to make the cloth again into cotton, how much you need to beat. That is the exact work I am doing with these so-called grown-up fellows. But kids are cotton. Directly they can remain as cotton and very light and live the life on the planet Earth like a breeze. When you live consistently, years after years with the examination fear, you become insensitive to fear and greed, and you become insensitive to life itself. Understand? Being insensitive to fear or greed is not going beyond fear or greed. Not having fear and greed is not being insensitive to fear and greed. I know some of my most favorite disciples, even they hide something from me, whether their personal ambitions or personal lifestyle or personal thinking. When I look at them, what makes them hide something from me? I tell you, the moment you deeply love somebody, you feel like you should open up completely to the other person. Even if you are hiding something or you have not got the chance to open up to him or her, you have a guilt. The definition of love is ability to trust and open yourself completely to the other person. I have seen when the disciples flower in Guru Bhakti, they completely open their whole life, not just past or present. They are open to the future as Master guides them. But sometimes, even those few people start hiding. Of course, what can be hidden from me? It is like a child trying to hide the candy behind the head. No, 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 I will not show you. I am standing, I can see the hole behind which you are hiding. But when I usually not try to find what they are hiding. I only try to find why they are hiding. Because what they are hiding is immaterial for me. I am not interested in peeping Tom. I am not interested in what they are hiding. But I wanted to know sometime why they are hiding. When I see, I am able to see very clearly the pattern of fear makes hiding things as part of your life. And unfortunately, all the kids, especially Indian kids, India is suffering with this education and examination syndrome. This whole country, instead of putting their energy and efforts in creating jobs, they are putting it creating educated fools. All right. We have millions of crores of graduates. Where is jobs? How are they being utilized for the country's progress, growth? No plan. But so much of importance is given on education. Parents sell their retirement properties, what they saved for retirement, and give education to the kids. Education in India has become most expensive because the whole country is running towards education. So much of undue importance is given to education. Please understand, I am very straight. I don't know, Bharat, when will you wake up and come back to your own original, pure, inspiring education system instead of examination education system. From the age of 5, first grade, when the kids were made to live season after season after season, year after year after year, with the examination fear and the demonized teachers, terrorized question papers, and anxiety filled days you wait for your examinations. I tell you, even after 20 years of completing your college and school, you get the dream as if you missed your examination or you failed in your examination. How many of you had this kind of dreams? God saved me. Forget about dream. Even in the daytime, even in the waking state, I never had a fear. This is the worst damage done to your consciousness. Now you are habituated to live day in and day out in that fear and hiding, hypocrisy, lying, all that becomes part of your lifestyle. A child can never be comfortable with a lie. If he tells a lie, he will never be comfortable with himself. But he is made to feel comfortable through the examination fears. Now, either he has to hide and tell lies or he can't survive. I tell you, never ever. The vast, free thinking human resource of India is going to be useful till you remove the examination. And I also give you one strong, clear guarantee. China is never going to be a superpower because the whole system is based on fear. There are only two possibilities for the future. If India is not going to get out of this examination system, America will remain a superpower because it is built on greed. If India removes this fear of examination, the fear system, there is every possibility this country can be based on inspiration and it can become superpower. There are only three ways of living: based on fear, based on greed, based on inspiration. America is successful in living based on greed. And they suffered all the side effects of greed also. China is really successful in living based on fear. And they are successful in this living based on fear, but they are suffering the side effects also. India has a possibility to live on inspiration, but still it is only a possibility. If thinkers and decision makers of India can listen to this and get the next generation out of examination fear and examination pressure, bring new life into the thinking trend, thought trend, and liberate the children from the fear. See, when you don't liberate them, they become buffaloes. They are now habituated. See, the hypocrisy enters into a child the moment his examination, first his known examination result comes out. If he is not even aware, he is saved. The moment he becomes aware of his examinations and the result comes out, by the first grade or second grade, this starts happening. Sometimes in the third grade. By third grade, he is hypocrite. He is useless. He is useless for himself, for country, for humanity. Hypocritical human beings are only load. The suicide bombers waiting to explode. when hypocrisy enters into your system, you stop raising yourself by yourself. China can never be a superpower. China can never be a superpower because it is based on fear. America will remain a superpower till India gets their citizens from this examination fear syndrome. People ask me, Swamiji, you are so much against fear and greed. Why even in your Sangha, you have kept some systems to frighten people, to bring fear into their mind? I tell you, just because human beings have become insensitive to instructions. See, nobody can live in my Sangha unless they are in completely, they have that Guru Bhakti and love. I don't doubt. But unfortunately, even in your love, you stop listening to the words and you are not able to live because of your insensitivity due to examination fear, the pattern built on you due to the examination fear, which has become the biggest insensitivity in your system. Due to the examination fear, the insensitivity of fear enters into your life. When you become insensitive to fear, you become insensitive to life. So if anything happens in the life, you are insensitive. You are insensitive even to the loving words I utter or the spiritual instruction I give. Fear of examination. And living with that fear, slowly, human beings become so insensitive. Their insensitivity reaches to the level of sometimes even being a criminal, even to do crimes. They don't have any problem even to commit crimes. I have to keep certain level of fear-based driving method in my Sangha just because all these guys who come and join the Sangha are already corrupted by the examination fear syndrome. Otherwise, they become insensitive to their responsibilities. They stop remembering the responsibilities they have taken up, the lifestyle they have taken up. They constantly see somebody else's weak point and justify their weak points. The other person's weak point does not justify your weak point. Even what you think as weak point in me also does not justify your weak point. You don't have any weak point that is different. Even if you think there are some weak points, that does not justify that you can also have weak points. Getting inspired from what you think as the strong points of my life is Guru Bhakti. Getting liberated from what you think as weak points of me is Atma Bhakti. If you are inspired by the strong, what you think as strong points in my life, that is Guru Bhakti. If you are liberated from what you think as weak points in my life, means not being pulled down or justify your weak points in the name of your idea of my weak points, then only then you have Atma Bhakti. As Bhagavan says, raise yourself by yourself. Because at one point, even your ideas about me having some weak point can come as a justification for you to remain weak. Those are the moments Guru says, be liberated from me. Be a light unto yourself. Don't justify your weaknesses based on your perceived weaknesses about me. That is the moment Guru says, be a light unto yourself. You are your friend and you are your enemy. Bhagavan uses a beautiful word. Bandhuhu. Ripuhu. Bandhu means friend who raises yourself, who stands by you to fulfill your life. Ripuhu means who destroys you, your enemy. Understand? When you are inspired by your perceived greatness about me, Guru Bhakti happens. When you justify your weakness with your perceived weaknesses about me, it is Guru Droha. But both the time, it is only your perception with which you are playing, I am untouched. I am untouched neither by your Pada Puja nor by your abusal. Pada Puja helps you to stand and raise yourself. Abusal makes you to destroy yourself by yourself. But in both, you are playing with your perception, not with me. I am untouched. Do not justify any of your weak points with your perceived weak points about me. Listen deeply into this truth and live. Elevate yourself by yourself. Get out of this being insensitive to life. Get out of that pattern. Be sensitive to every action you are doing, every action you are performing, every attitude you are building, every thought you are having is moving you either towards your mission or away from your mission. Don't think everything is, if you don't progress, you are on the neutral gear. No. Either you clutch, go forward, or you clutch, go in the reverse, or you are unclutched. There is no neutral gear in the life. Either forward gear or reverse gear. Every thought you have, every word you utter, every action you do is adding up. Only you have to raise yourself by yourself. Don't depend on your friends, the so-called seniors, whom you think have more understanding than yourself. They may be having understanding in some subject, At some dimension, not in all. In some other dimension, they may not be having complete understanding. So when you look up to them in everything, you are doomed. I have seen so many people who came to the ashram, juniors, misguided by these so-called seniors, and missed. The only reason I started this morning satsang is just for the sake of let all the people directly listen to my teachings directly from my mouth. Let it not be a different versions. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva ripuratmanaha. Every time I repeat this verse, it's like I'm tank refilled now. I can go on and on. Layers and layers and layers of meaning is filled in this one verse. Don't expect anybody else, somebody else to come and raise you and put you back into the enlightened lifestyle. It is you, only you can raise yourself by yourself. Only you have to raise yourself by yourself. Don't let yourself down by yourself. You have to put yourself in the enlightened lifestyle, and you have to live. Don't let yourself down by yourself. Atma, yourself is your friend. Yourself is your enemy. It is you who need to decide whether to raise yourself or let yourself down. Too much of greed about the future. The hi-fi consumeristic lifestyle has made the next generation of India insensitive to greed. In those days, I know a family, if they get a two-wheeler, they will be contented and have one car. They will be in the heavens, in the sky, seventh heaven, cloud 9. Now, each person, if they have one car, based on the brand, they even try to come to contentment. The consumeristic hi-fi lifestyle made human beings insensitive to greed, insensitive to being content, and the cutthroat, fear-based competitive lifestyle made human beings insensitive to fear, means insensitive to peace. Trupti and Shanti both have left your life. You become completely insensitive to Trupti and Shanti because of consumeristic and competitive lifestyle. Competitive lifestyle made you insensitive to Shanti. Consumeristic lifestyle made you insensitive to Trupti. When the Trupti and Shanti stopped happening in your life, you become insensitive to life itself. You become insensitive to the Guru. I can see how sensitive my Gurukul kids are to my words. Now I know, even if the Gurukul teachers forget, the kids won't forget to repeat this verse from today every day. I challenge tomorrow morning, all my Gurukul kids would have by-hearted this verse. 100% of them would have by-hearted this verse. Maybe they would have even finished writing 1008 times. Being sensitive to the higher truths or the life or the master has disappeared into the next generation because of consumeristic and competitive lifestyle. Even in the consumeristic competitive lifestyle, if you retain your sensitivity to life by raising yourself by yourself, you are new gen. Understand? If you are letting yourself down by yourself, you are next gen. If you are raising yourself by yourself, you are new gen. I bless you all who are sitting with us around the world at this moment. 1,110 places through Nityananda TV and 51 places two-way video conferencing having Nayana Diksha in 286 cities in 31 countries around the world. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you.
Paramahamsa Nityananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nityananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho, and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian, and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nityananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nityananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam. Nityanandaya Swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroganivarakam Vande Papa Vinashaktam Nityanandaya Swagatam Nityamuktam Nirvikalpam Jnanaloka Pradipakam Vande Shantamayam Bandham Nityanandaya Swagatam Anandagandha Sancharam Sarvopadhi Vinirmuktam Vande Jnanalayam Natham Nityanandaya Swagatam.
Yes. Can you all post your gist, your understanding? Because this is very, very important verse. As you heard from Swamiji's own words, how important it is. That it gives the essence of the Bhagavad Gita. So, can you all post the essence of this verse? Whatever you are understanding. we are going to do the power manifestation, one more round of Mahima. You can keep sharing your understanding. And now we will start manifesting the power manifestation of Mahima. So please get ready, take the initial measurement of your object. We are going to alter your object, either height, any dimension or weight. Please get ready with your object, dimension, initial measurement of your object. So once ready, now please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Bring your restful awareness to your third eye. And visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. With a clear context that Swamiji is Paramashiva and meditating on the form of Swamiji will awaken your third eye and raise your consciousness. With this clear context, bring your attention back to your third eye again and again and start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object dimension to alter whatever you want to manifest, increase, decrease, weight or length, any dimension. So let us start manifesting the power of Mahima.
Bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om.
Now, all of you, please go ahead. Share, measure your object again and see the difference and post your manifestation results. Right? So now let's move on to our next. Yeah? So let us do one small exercise. Your understanding, let us do the internalization and we'll be doing one meditation. Now let's do one exercise. Take few moments and sit and analyze. Write down all the achievements you have achieved, not based on greed and fear. Look at this slide. So now take few minutes and sit and analyze. Write down all the achievements you have achieved, not based on greed and fear. You will notice that all achievements are achieved not based on fear and greed. Consciously and actively think about it. Consciously allow this idea to work on you. Decide from today, I will not do anything out of greed or out of fear. Just take few more minutes and internalize this truth. When you are working purely out of inspiration, not based on fear or greed, you have achieved great achievements when you not working out of fear or greed. So analyze this truth and make a conscious decision to, from hereafter, I will not do anything out of fear or greed. Take a few moments. Yes. Now, for death meditation is not in this sequence. Paramashivoham level will be there in 2 and 3. Yes. Now we are going to do on meditation. Let's enter into meditation. Yeah. So let me explain this meditation. So basically, you need to sit straight with your head and back straight line like any other meditation. Then intensely pray to Krishna, Parabrahma Krishna, to give us the experience of this meditation. So first you need to do visualization that all your senses completely shut. Your eyes are completely closed. So all the visualization will be will not happen. Do not allow any visualization to happen inside your being. You should close your eyes also. And because we continue to see things from behind, our eyelids, even though we shut our eyelids, visualize that your eyelids have become completely dark, like a stone. You're seeing only darkness in front of you. Visualize your ears are shut. Visualize your sense of touch is shut. So basically, your ears, your touch, visualize your smelling complete capacity is shut. Visualize your face to be completely shut. Now feel deeply that all the 5 senses have been shut down. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Slowly let your nostrils blow blow the air and let your consciousness reside between the 2 eyebrows. Then, in a very relaxed way, be aware of the space between the 2 eyebrows. Don't concentrate, don't tense yourself, just be relaxed. Have a deeply relaxed awareness. Now, one by one chakra by one chakra, starting from the root center, you're going to put your awareness and relaxed. Let your Swadhisthana chakra be relaxed and located just below the navel center. Be relaxed. Let your whole consciousness come up to the Anya chakra, which is in between the eyebrows. Concentrate on the space between the eyebrows. Visualize cool, soothing light in the Anya chakra, in the space between the eyebrows. Relax in the Anya chakra. Forget all other part of the body. Forget about the rest of the body, mind, the world, everything. Remember only Anya chakra and the space between the eyebrows. Go deeply into the Anya chakra. In the space between the 2 eyebrows, visualize a beautiful, cooling, soothing light in the Anya chakra. Let you experience a beautiful, blissful light in the Anya chakra. Tense, don't tense yourself. Let your awareness be in the Ajna Chakra in a very relaxed way. Let your consciousness rest in the space between the two eyebrows. To prepare for this, up to this point, meditation, you shut all your senses. Your eyes become dark, your ears shut, ears are not listening anything, your nose not smelling anything, your tongue not tasting anything, your face is shut, everything is shut. Then visualize the two chakras, the Swadhisthana, Muladhara, Swadhisthana. Then straight away go to the throat center. There is a cooling, soothing light over there. So now I'm going to play the project the slide. Be ready to do this meditation. So now shut all your senses in this first step. Take a couple of minutes and shut all your senses. All your five senses are being shut. Your eyes, your nose, your tongue, your face, everything is shut. Just take 2 minutes and experience this. Then we'll move on to the actual meditation. In a very relaxed way, be aware of the space between your two eyebrows. Don't concentrate, don't tense yourself. Just be in a very relaxed and have a deep, relaxed awareness. Let your Muladhara chakra, the root center located in the base of your spine, be relaxed. Let your spleen center be relaxed. 2 inches below the navel. Let your Manipuraka chakra relaxed. Then straight away move to Ajna Chakra, the eyebrows. In between the eyebrows. Let you directly move to the Ajna Chakra, which is in between the eyebrows. Concentrate on the space between the eyebrows. Visualize a cool, soothing light in the Ajna Chakra. In the space between the two eyebrows, relax. Forget all other parts of your body. Forget about the world, forget your body, forget everything. Visualize a beautiful, cooling, soothing light in the Ajna Chakra. Let you experience a beautiful, blissful light in your Ajna Chakra. Don't tense yourself. Let your awareness be in the Ajna Chakra in a very relaxed way. Let your consciousness rest in the space between the two eyebrows. Don't tense yourself. Let your awareness be in the Ajna Chakra in a very relaxed way. Let your consciousness rest in the space between the two eyebrows. Share your experience. Quite a can't really find a fixed point. Now, let's move on to the next chapters. So the next chapter, chapter 7, is Jnana Vijnana Yoga. Listen, cognize, and radiate. In this chapter, Bhagavan Krishna, Jnana Vijnana Yoga. All living beings are caught in the duality of attachment and aversion. Either you hate or love it. The greatest master, Krishna, explains how to move out of this bondage. Either you hate also bondage or love also bondage. So how to move out of this bondage? He reveals the knowledge of associating with the divine to radiate the divine. The only way is to attachment and aversion, attachment to the divine, to radiate the divine. Krishna even says that 1 in a billion reaches. Among millions of men, one man may endeavor for perfection. And out of those who achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. There are millions of people out there, but only a few hundred are present today to listen to these great truths. And out of these few hundred, only few will listen authentically as it is explained, as it is expressed. But parataram nanyat kinchit asti dhananjaya. And Dhananjaya is Arjuna's another name. He says, "O Dhananjaya, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me as pearls are strung as a thread. I am the thread," he says. "I am the thread." Krishna says, "I am the thread, the sutra, the technique on which all existence is strung." And he declares with complete clarity that he is the thread and everything. So Krishna says, even if you start at different levels, it's okay, but don't stop there. The person who approaches Krishna out of love and gratitude is the best. Person who I am dear to him and he is dear to me. By this verse, Krishna ends the whole conversation, the whole concept. So Krishna says starting at different levels is okay, but don't stop there. You should grow constantly. And he goes on saying so beautifully the Advaitic concepts. He says, he is in you and you are in him. The moment you understand this ultimate truth, the moment you approach the divine with the right attitude, you become the divine. That he is in you and you are in him. The master or the divine is in you only when you engage yourself in enriching service to him. Sitting in front of the master or the divine, just enjoying the form is not the enriching service Krishna talks about. When you devote yourself to the divine mission, you become a devotee. That is when you become clear. When we feel life is a blessing and we approach the divine with a deep love and gratitude, not only do we experience the divine consciousness, Krishna says, they achieve me, they attain me. So there is another verse, Krishna beautifully says, if you ask for something, I will give you that. If you don't ask anything, I will give you. So it's the gist of the 7th chapter. Now we are entering into the 8th chapter, the art of living. Whatever you think of in the last memory follows you in the next one. When we understand here how we assume the body, we will know how we live it. We create our whole body out of fear, greed, guilt, and our engraved memories, called the root thought pattern samskaras. To work them out, to experience them, to enjoy them. The problem is that after coming down, we forget what for we came down for. And the samskaras and desires that we want to live out and complete. Instead, we accumulate desires from the others in society and work out their desires in our life. When we live out others' desires in our life, we feel deeply disconnected, deeply incomplete, because the energy that we brought with us will become insufficient. Death is the end of life, as long as we don't understand it. The moment we understand it, it becomes a liberation and celebration. A man who is unable to understand death is the living, death is like a living dead. A person who understands death will live after his death. When we understand that life and the departure from this life is a journey in a continuous cycle of birth and death. So when we understand that what we do in this life, how we do it determines how we are reborn. When we have a far greater understanding of how to lead this life, our understanding about death influences our whole social structure, thinking system, our whole mentality can be transferred with the right understanding about death. He says, who are at the end of his life, quits his body, remembering me alone at once attains me. So Krishna advises Arjuna that Arjuna, you should always think of me. You should always be in my state of consciousness, even when you're doing a regular duty. Even in your activities, you will attain me without doubt. Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mam anushamara yadhatata yadhyayacha. Meaning, please be clear. Whatever we think during our whole life, the same thought will come to us in the end also. In the next verse, Krishna says, at the same time of death, fix your mind between the eyebrows. He adds, without being distracted and with devotion. See, all this is not in our control at the time, when the life force is about to leave and the body. But if we have led a life of such higher consciousness, this automatically happens at that time. Krishna gives a different ways to attain Brahman. Brahman is consciousness, or God, or ultimate consciousness. He says that people learn the Vedas to attain Brahman. Immerse yourself in the scriptures. Keep reading some scripture or the other and imbibe its truth. So now, the next chapter, Raja Vidya, Raja Gudya Yoga. The secret of the secret of the secret. Raja Vidya means royal knowledge. Raja Gudya means the secret, the royal secret, the royal secret and the royal knowledge. Secret of the secret of the secret. Krishna is giving the ultimate secret, Guhyatamam. Once we know the secret, then there is no difference between divine and us. This is the secret of all secret. Listen to this. The whole universe is intelligence. It responds to our hearts. Krishna transmits this kind of, the king of all knowledge, all secrets, which is eternal, easy, and joyfully done, to the one who is non-envious and trustful. Krishna promises yoga, success, and kshema, the protection. Radha Vidya Radha Gudya Pavitramidam Uttamam. This knowledge is king of all knowledge and the greatest secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge, sacred, and because it gives direct perception of the self by self-realization, it is the perfection of relation, dharma. It is eternal, easy, and it is very joyfully performed. So what is the royal knowledge? This whole universe is pure intelligence. The whole universe is not dead matter. The universe is not an accident. It can respond to our thoughts. Please understand, the whole universe, planet Earth, air, oceans, rivers, earth, fire, and the space, sun, moon, the whole universe is intelligence. It can reciprocate, it can respond, it can react to our thoughts. Want to share?
and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of the material existence. Beautiful line. He says, because you are never envious of me. Now we should understand, how can Arjuna be envious of Krishna? Please be very clear. You don't know the way in which human minds work. You don't know the way in which human minds work. Especially for us now, Arjuna is a man, Krishna is God. We accepted Krishna as God. But when he was alive, when he was in the body, people have not accepted. And not only that, Arjuna and Krishna were friends. They were friends. Arjuna, Krishna says, Idam dude guhyadamam pravakshyamyana suyave jnanam vijnana sahitam yanyatva mokshase subhat. My dear Arjuna, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. We should understand first the atmosphere, background. Only then we will be able to understand the whole chapter intensely as it is expressed. You will be surprised. Even the thought may make us surprised. How can Arjuna be envious of Krishna? Tell you honestly, whenever the masters were in the body, people never respected them. Always this problem existed. Only when they have left the body, actually it is very easy to worship the photograph, but never a living person. With a living person, always we question, we envy. There's a beautiful one-liner. The grandfather who was living outside the house, came into the house as a photograph after death. As long as he is alive, he lives only in the outside the house. He lives only in the outhouse. Especially in India, every house will have the front veranda. As long as he is alive, he lives only in veranda. When he is dead, his photograph will be kept inside the puja room. He has no place in the puja room. When he is alive, he has no place inside the house. But once he dies, his photograph will have the place inside the house. Same way, when a master is alive, he is never understood. He is never respected. He is never received. His teachings are never received. When he is dead, when he is no more, it is easy to worship him. That's a beautiful incident. A group of devotees from Chaitanya's birthplace is called Mayapur. From that place, a group of devotees come to Ramakrishna. They all tell him, "Oh Ramakrishna, oh Master, we missed Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We could not see him. If we had that fortune, we would have become enlightened. We would have experienced the Krishna Bhakti." Ramakrishna laughs. He says, when Chaitanya was alive, many people used to go to him and they will complain, "We missed Sri Krishna. We could not see Sri Krishna. If you have seen Sri Krishna, we would have enjoyed the bhakti, energy." Ramakrishna says, "Open your eyes and see. Chaitanya is here." Just like how people go to Chaitanya and talk about Krishna, you have come here to talk about Ramakrishna. You have come here to talk about Chaitanya. You have come and you are saying you have missed Chaitanya. Whenever Master is alive, it is very difficult for people to accept. But once he is dead, people always talk, "We missed Ramakrishna, we missed Ramana Maharshi, we missed Chaitanya, or we missed Mirabai." We always complain about what we missed. We never realize what we have. Here, Krishna says, Idam tube guhyadamam. Because you are never envious of me, I'll give you the ultimate secret. Please understand. Here, Krishna is giving the ultimate secret. Once you know this secret, there is no difference between you and the divine. Here he gives you the straight ultimate secret. Usually, in business, whatever you may do, however you may be close, the leader will never give all the secrets to you. Always the corporate people, they will maintain the business secrets. Here Krishna says, I am not going to maintain any secret. I am opening the whole thing. He says, knowledge is free. It is up to you to use it. After 5,000 years, today modern day IT companies are declaring, knowledge is free. But 5,000 years ago, Krishna declares, knowledge is free. He says, I am opening all the secrets. Idam tude guhyadamam pravakshyamyana suyave. He says, I am giving you this secret because you are never envious of me. An important thing, all the people who go near the master, they should learn, especially people who live around the master. By and by, these disciples, instead of trying to achieve the state of the master, they start trying to work for the status of the master. State is different, status is different. State of the master should be achieved, not the status. When we work for the status, we are caught in the trouble. I went to a college for public lecture, for a meditation program in Tamil Nadu. One young boy, you know how the college kids behave. Actually, in America, college kids behave much more decently and politely. And in India, a little bit of education. And you know how they behave. One guy, he questioned me, why should you be respected so much? After all, you are my age. Of course, it is true. I'm just hardly few years elder than him. Same age. Why should they shower so much of rose flowers at your feet when you come? In India, usually when Swamis go, they put all the flowers and receive. I tried my best to advise the organizer, don't do all these things, don't put flowers and all these things, especially it is a college. Naturally, I will face this question. But the organizer is our devotee. Somehow he wants to show his devotion. He did all the big arrangements. The question and answer session, the boy directly asked me, why should so much of flowers be showered at your feet? Why should you be respected so much? Of course, naturally jealous, nothing else. First thing I told him, see, I tried my best to avoid these arrangements, but out of their devotion, they have done it. Next thing, from other angle, if you see, you are seeing only the flowers which is showered now. You don't know how many times these legs are crossed. How much of tapas has happened in this body, you don't know. How many times this leg has to cross to come to this flower, you don't know. So don't be envious of the status. Be envious of the state. Try to achieve the same state in which I am living. Then not only flowers, you will be showered with everything. Achieve the state, not the status. When we see the status, we will always be caught in jealousy. If you see the state, I will become an inspiration source. If you look from the status, I will create jealousy in you. If you look from the state, I will become inspiration for you. If you see the state in which I am living, I will be an inspiration source for you to achieve the same state. I will be a role model. When he can achieve, why not me? I can become an inspiration source. I always tell people, the only difference, the one and only difference between ordinary man and enlightened man is sleeping, the enlightened man is awakened, that's all. But same consciousness, again and again I repeat, whether you believe it or not, accept it or not, realize it or not, you are God, you are divine. You have only one choice. You can sleep as long as you want without experiencing it. But the truth is, you are that. Here, Krishna says, because you never tried to achieve my status, I am trying to give you my state. Person who never tries to achieve the status of the master achieves the state of the master. First the state should come, then the status will follow. If you try to create only the status, the state will never be achieved. Please be very clear. Ramakrishna says, first the God, then the world. The world is like a shadow. If you run behind it, status is like a shadow. How much you try to chase, you will never be able to grab it. But if you just walk in your life, it will simply follow. The outward is like a shadow. If you try to run behind it, try to catch it, you will never be able to grab. Try your best, run behind the shadow. Can you catch it? Can you grab it? No. But if you walk in your path, it will simply follow you. Go towards the state, status will follow you. If you run behind the status, you will never be able to grab it. Here Krishna says, because you never had jealousy, you are never envious of me and my status, I am giving you the ultimate secret of this state. And I tell you, this is the ultimate secret. Really, this is the ultimate secret. And he says, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. What is the miseries of material existence? Whether you have it or not, it is misery. If you don't have the misery that I don't have, if you have the misery, you have to protect it. Yoga means achieving. Shema means protecting. Yoga means achieving. Shema means preserving. Both are miseries. Whether you have or not, it is misery. Here Krishna says, by knowing this one secret, the both miseries of not having wealth or having wealth, both the miseries caused to you by material existence will disappear. And I tell you, honestly, this is the ultimate secret which needs to be understood. Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam Pavitram Idamuttamam Pratyakshavaghamam Dharmam Susukam Kartumavyayam. Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam Pavitram Idamuttamam Pratyakshavagamam Dharmyam Susukam Kartumavyayam. He says, this knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is by the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting and it is joyfully performed. See, a religion or a spiritual path should have three characters. First, it should describe the goal of the life clearly. Next, it should give you the path to achieve that goal clearly. Third, it should make you feel happy to travel in that path. The path itself should be joyful. There are some herbal doctors who put big board, that they will cure everything. Like that one doctor. Here, all diseases which you know the names and which you don't know the names will be cured. Big board. One person came with a disease. Doctor asked, what is the disease? This guy said, I don't know the name. Please you diagnose by yourself. The doctor diagnosed, tried his best. He was not able to find. But he has put a big board. He has to cure. There is no other way. So he gave the medicine. The medicine is swallow the crowbar without touching your teeth on it and drink 3 liters of water. You will be cured. What kind of medicine it is? The very medicine shows very clearly that person will not be cured. Same way, your solution or your path, your prescription should not be impractical. The path which you are showing should not be impractical. If it is impractical, naturally, you cannot practice it. There was a yogi in Himalayas. Same day, when disciples come to him, he will give a technique. Hold your nose for 2 hours and sit. Can anybody sit? And he will say, if you do that, you will become enlightened. Who can travel in that path? Nobody can travel. Path which you are explaining should not be complicated, should be simple. So here, Krishna says, it is everlasting, means the result which you achieve is everlasting. All the advertising terms he is using. And it is joyfully performed. You don't need to struggle for it. You don't need to suffer. It is a deepest secret. All you need to understand is just realize the secret. Understand the secret. Why it is secret? Why it is secret? First thing we should analyze. If it is going to be so much of help, if it is going to be such an important thing, why should it be kept as a secret? Why not let the whole world use it? Please be very clear. The ultimate knowledge is not for mass. Mass always gets stuck with the small things. The same thing. If you run a cinema theater here, how much a crowd will be here? Or a public show, the crowd will be 10 times more. Because we built a temple, only few hundred people are here. Temple is only for the chosen few, not for all. You need intelligence to come to temple. You need intelligence to enter into spirituality. It is not for all. Yesterday I received a question. One lady gave me a question. Swamiji, my husband is not accepting, understanding the path in which I am traveling. The yoga path. My spouse does not understand the path of yoga that I am on. Coming to this program is important to me and I want to attend, but it is difficult for my husband. Do you have a suggestion to help this situation, to help bridge this gap? How to make husband or wife spiritual? How to convert them to spirituality? To tell you honestly, if I know the secret, why do you think I will become a Swami? Honest answer is, it cannot be done. It cannot be done. It has to only happen. It has to only happen. I can say one thing. All you can do is give him little intelligence about life. You cannot give directly spirituality. Please don't teach, don't tell him to meditate. Don't tell him to come to the temple directly. Tell him again and again about the life. What kind of life we are living? What are we doing? Why don't you start thinking about the life? Again and again we are caught in the same rut. All we can do is give little intelligence about life, that's all. Nothing else can be done. Only by intelligence any man can come to spirituality. That is why this is preserved as a secret. If this intelligence, spiritual intelligence is given to all, without bothering about the qualification of the receiver, that person who receives, he will harm himself and harm others. First thing, he will harm himself if he is not understood completely. For example, the same word, you are God. If it is told for a criminal, what he will do? I am God, then let me do whatever I want. I don't have to bother. He will misuse the knowledge. He will not use it, he will abuse it. A person who really experiences he is God, he will radiate compassion. He will radiate simplicity. He will radiate innocence. The divine qualities will start expressing through him. He can never hurt anybody. You can see a beautiful innocent child in him, a simplicity in him. He can never hurt anybody. He can never harm anybody. One thing, if you are relaxed, blissful, in a good mood, even if your worker does some mistake, will you shout at him? You say, all right, leave it, what can be done? Leave it. If you are in a bad mood, in an irritative mood, nobody needs to do any mistake. You directly shout at them. You are waiting to fire. You are waiting to shout. Only your mood decides your action. If you are blissful, you will never do anything wrong. If you are in hell, you will always do mistake. Please don't think people go to hell after doing mistake. No, no. You do mistake because you are in hell. You do right things because you are blissful. A person who experiences he is God will never do any mistake, will never go and harm anybody. This knowledge, if it is given to all, naturally, they will harm themselves and they will harm others. They will hurt others. They will tell, I am God. Come here. I'll do whatever I want. That is why this knowledge is kept as secret. It's like if terrorists know the secret of atom bomb, naturally it is dangerous for them and for the world. If terrorists know about the secrets of atom bomb, naturally it is dangerous. Same way, this is the secrets of spiritual world, inner world. A person who is not qualified, if he knows the secret, it is dangerous for him. That is why he says, Raja Vidya, Raja Guhyam. Because Krishna revealed the secrets only to qualified people. He was blissful, he was happy. Look at the story of Christ. He is declaring, I am the only begotten Son of God. It is true. What Jesus declared is from his experience. He has experienced enlightenment. He has experienced the kingdom of God. He has experienced the heaven. That is why he expresses clearly, I am the Son of God. I am the Son of the divine. But only one mistake. He expressed to the wrong persons. He is speaking about the inner kingdom. But people of the Rome, they started thinking he is trying to snatch the kingdom from the rulers. He is speaking totally different thing. They understood totally in a different way. Just communication gap. Poor guy has to die at the age of 32. He has to be killed, crucified. He has to be crucified. The whole thing is nothing but a simple communication problem. Simple communication problem, communication misunderstanding. Jesus says, I am the Son of God. I am the owner of the divine kingdom. When he says, he means the inner space. the inner secrets. He is expressing his experience, but he expressed to the wrong persons. He has not kept that as a secret. Krishna says in a much more clear way. He is not even telling, I am the son of God. He says, I am God. I am everything. He says, in me, whole world is functioning. He goes to repeat the sloka. Yadagasa sthido nityam vayu sarvatra kaumahan tada sarvani bhutani matsyani yuvadaraya. He says, understand that as the mighty wind blowing everywhere rests always in the sky, all created beings rest in me. He says, I am not even God, I am something more than God. Whatever you think as God rests in me. All created beings rest in me. He is not declaring I am son of God. He is declaring I am God. But he was not crucified because he is declaring the truth to a person who can realize it, to a person who can understand it, not to the person who is not able to realize. You need to see whether the person is matured enough or not to receive the truth. Here, Krishna says it is secret because it can be delivered only to a person who is qualified. You see, the first 2-3 chapters, he speaks about the Shastra, intellectual knowledge which can be given to anybody. But these chapters are intimate secrets delivered only from a master to disciple, only to a disciple who is qualified, who is really interested to receive this knowledge, who really wants this knowledge. One person came to me and he asked me, Swamiji, please teach me about God. Give me enlightenment. I told him, please, it is time for prasad. Please go and eat in the ashram. They will serve you prasad. In Indian ashram, whosoever comes, we give them food. In India, that is a habit. Not only in our ashram, any ashram, any temple, if you go, you should be given prasadam, the temple prasad. That's a tradition. Rishis believe that Aditi Devo Bhava, guest is God. Guest is God. So we give them little food. Whatever we eat, we share with them. I told him, please go and eat and come back. I will talk to you in the evening session. He says, no, Swamiji, I have to go for bus. I have only half an hour time. In half an hour, tell me about God. In half an hour, what can you tell? What can the person understand in half an hour? Naturally, God cannot be given like an instant coffee. Coffee can be given instant. Coca-Cola can be given, but not God. You cannot have God instantly. You need to realize, you need to have little patience. The more you hurry, more you will delay. In the inner world, please understand, this is a sutra of the inner world. The more you hurry, more you delay. The very hurrying, very tension, very stress will postpone the process, will postpone the experience, will not let you relax. Here, that is why Krishna says, these secrets can be told only to a person who is really interested, who is really intimate, who really wants. Beautiful word. All our scriptures are called Upanishad. Even Gita is called as Upanishad. Gitasu, Upanishadsu, Brahma Vidyayam, Yoga Shastre, Sri Krishna Arjuna Samvade. Then the chapter name will come. The sloka, after every chapter ends, there is a mantra to say this chapter ends. Bhagavad Gita su, Upanishadsu, Brahma Vidyayam, Yoga Shastre. Gita is also a Upanishad. We should understand the word Upanishad. Upanishad means sitting, that's all. Just sitting. The word Upanishad means just sitting, nothing else. Why our books are called Upanishad? Because it can be taught only to a person who is waiting for master, who is just sitting and waiting for master. It cannot be given to a person who is doing business, means who wants to do business with master, who comes with an idea of give and take. No, it can be given only to a person who waits, who is waiting to receive this knowledge. If a person comes with a business agreement, business contract, he will say, why should I wait? You give that, I will give this, over. It is just exchange. So I don't have to wait. That's why business people never wait. In business, you don't need to wait. But when it comes to spiritual knowledge, it cannot be transmitted as business. I always tell people, spiritual knowledge is win-win situation. It is never business. If at all you can think it as a business, you also gain and master also gains. Both of them experience tremendous bliss by sharing. One thing, when you share suffering, your miseries, it always reduces. That is why you always catch people and vomit your sufferings. You start talking, you don't know, so much is happening in my life. Ask anybody about their life. How are you? The first line will be, nobody suffers like me, Swamiji. If anybody else is in my place, long before they would have committed suicide. It is because of me, I survived. Somehow I am managing. You always share your suffering, because when you share, it reduces. When you share, it reduces. You pay to the psychiatric doctors just because they listen to you. Psychoanalysis is nothing but analyzing, and analyzing, and analyzing. Nothing can be done. You go on, lie down in the couch and talk, and they will be sitting behind the screen. Sometimes they will put the screen and go away. You will not even know. A small story. Same way, one patient used to come every week for psychoanalysis. He will lie down on the couch. They will put the curtain and he will start talking. The doctor, after 2-3 weeks, he felt bored. Continuously, how long you can sit and repeating the same word. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes. He decided, let me record these words in a tape recorder. Go ahead. Yes. He recorded the tape recorder and started playing. The moment the patient comes, he will put the tape recorder and go away. After 2-3 weeks, the patient discovered. Patient found the truth. Now after that, he also started bringing a tape recorder. He recorded all his stories. Whole thing is spoken in his house itself. This is what is happening, doctor, to me. This is the way I started. This is the way this problem started. This is the way I came to the problem. This is where I am stuck. This is where I am standing. He brought the tape recorder. The moment he understood that the doctor has left, he put the tape recorder and he left. Both tape recorders are now talking. All our psychoanalysis, this much only. Nothing else. When you share your suffering, it reduces. When you share your bliss, it increases. Please understand. When you share your bliss, it increases. That is the quality of bliss. That is why you need company for any enjoyment. For any joy, you need company. When you share your suffering, it reduces. When you share your joy, it increases. The Indian education system, we always respect. We always give our devotion and respect to the knowledge. It is free, economically it is free, but psychologically you need commitment. In the West, education is psychologically free, but economically you need to pay. In the East, education, economically it is free, but psychologically you need to be committed. Education should be given only to a person who wants it. Actually, if you see, in Vedic system, education is not only free, the guru is supposed to give food and stay for the disciple. Still now, Vedic universities, still now, the Vedic schools, there are so many Vedic schools in India. The students are given food and stay, and they are taught the Veda, given the knowledge, given the scripture. At least I can say 100,000 ashrams are there in India where food and stay, everything is given free, and spiritual education is given. Spiritual education is given. In India, you need only psychological commitment. You don't need economical commitment. That is why education goes to a right person. Education goes to right person. Knowledge should not be given for money. If it is given for money, it goes to the person who is not interested. If he has got money, that's enough. Immediately he can start having big degrees. Please understand, when you have money but not the commitment, psychological commitment, all your degrees will be pseudo. You will sell your brain to buy a certificate, that's all. You will not have deep knowledge. You will not have complete wisdom. There are many electrical engineers who don't know how to change fuse. There are many civil engineers who can't build even 2 feet wall. You don't know what is happening. There are many mechanical engineers who will have a big certificate, but they can't even put one screw. They can't put one bolt. They can't do even a simple job. It needs psychological commitment. Why do you think Indian doctors are respected so much? Because they are interested in their knowledge. People are afraid to give their body to a person who is not interested in the knowledge. Small story. A doctor. Patient goes to a doctor and says, "Doctor, I have wheezing trouble. Please help me." Doctor says, "Go and sit under the cold water tap for 1 hour and come back." Patient was shocked. He says, "If I sit under the cold water tap for 1 hour, I'll have asthma." Doctor says, "That is what I wanted, because I know only how to treat asthma. I don't know how to treat wheezing. I left that in choice. I left that in choice in my exams. I left that in choice." You can't say you left something in choice. Doctors can't afford to say. The ultimate education, higher level education, can be given only to a person who is interested. Who is interested. In the East, the education needs psychological commitment, not economical commitment. The Western education needs economical commitment. Psychological commitment is up to you. That is why the scriptures emphasize on experience. They emphasize on experience. Only when you have psychological commitment, you will have experience. The next sloka. Asraddadana purusha dharmasyasya parandava aprapyamam nivartande mrityu samsaravatmani. Now, Bhagavan enters into the secret, the Raja Vidya, Raja Nuhyam, king of secrets. He says, Raja Vidya, Raja Nuhyam, Pavitram Idamuttamam, Pratyaksha Vahamam Dharmam, Susugam Gattam Avyayam. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It is the purest knowledge because it gives you direct perception of self. It gives you the direct experience of self. By realization of this, perfection of spiritual knowledge is achieved. See, the goal of religion or spiritual knowledge is achieving enlightenment. When you know this secret, that perfection is achieved. It is everlasting and it is joyfully performed. The result is everlasting. The result doesn't go away. Please understand, all the chapters which Krishna was teaching all these days, all these 8 chapters, when you listen, you feel like it is ultimate truth. But after 2 days, we forget. We come down from that state. There is one more question. One person has asked, Swamiji, when I listen to you, it feels as if whatever you are saying is ultimate truth. And I feel almost I got it. And I feel so much of relaxation, so much of happiness. But by the time next day I come back, I am same old person. What to do? There is a question, what to do? Krishna answers that question. He is here dealing that question. All these days, he was giving only the techniques to reach the level of your heart. He is penetrating the head and reaching the heart. But now he is giving you the technique, ultimate secret, to open your whole being, your complete being. Here, you don't need to believe it just. You don't need to have faith. No. Just understand, it's a secret. Just understand the secret. The whole quality of your consciousness will be changed. And here he says, it is everlasting. He says, the result is everlasting. And one more thing he says, this path is joyfully performed. Joyfully performed. He starts the secret. Those who are not faithful in this devotion, in this dharma, means in this eternal consciousness, in this path, cannot achieve me. Oh, conqueror of enemy, he is addressing the Arjuna as conqueror of enemies. Oh Parantapa, Parantapa means conqueror of enemies. Oh Parantapa, therefore they return to the path of birth and death in material world. He says, before entering into the secret, he gives one more warning. If you understand these secrets, if you understand this ultimate secret, it will lead you to the divine. If you don't, if you are not ready, please be very clear. You will again and again take birth and death. So before entering into the secret, once more he wants, and now he opens up. Jnana yanyena chapyanye yajanto mamupasate ekatvena pradatvena bhaguta vishvato mukam. Jnana yanyena chapyanye yajanto mamupasate ekatvena pradatvena bhaguta vishvato mukam. People who engage in Jnana Yajna means understanding the truth. Jnana Yajna means understanding the truth. Worship the Supreme Lord, the Divine, in the form of Advaita, Egatva, means as a one being. Even though there are so many forms, he is the same energy. He is the only one energy. He says, Pratakvena Bhaguta Vishwadomukham. Even though there are so many forms, the energy is only one. He speaks about the quantum spirituality or the quantum physics. Quantum physics is quantum spirituality actually. 5,000 years ago, he speaks about the truth. Whatever exists is energy. Egatvena Pradatvena Bhaguta Vishwadomukham. Whatever exists is energy. There is nothing except energy. Today, E equal to mc square. What Albert Einstein declares by the single statement E equal to mc square, same thing Krishna declares by saying Ekatvena Pradatvena Bhaguta Vishwadomukham. He says, by putting understandings into your being, few people try to experience my formless energy. You should understand what he means by the word Jnana Yajna. Jnana Yajna means adding understandings to your being. What is Nitya and what is Anitya? What is Satya and what is Asatya? Adding this understanding is called Jnana Yajna. See, in your house you keep everything prepared for your life, outwardly life. Whatever you need, a bed for sleeping, kitchen for cooking, dining table for sitting and eating. You collect all the material one by one. And then luxurious things, jewelries. One day, one jewelry. Along according to your saree color, your jewelry also changes. Sometimes the shoe also they change. With you have everything to match. You collect things, whatever you need for the outwardly life, outward comforts. You collect and store, but you forget an important fact. Same way, how you collect things for the outer world existence, for outer space, you need to collect knowledge also for your inner space. Life solutions for your inner space. If you feel depressed, low, if you face some situation, how to react, how to handle, you need to have knowledge also for your inner space. Just like collecting things for the outwardly life, you need to collect life solutions for the happy, blissful life. Collecting life solutions is what he calls Jnana Yajna. Collecting life solutions. I tell you one thing. If you have life solutions in your mind, I always request people, at least half an hour every day, read some book which gives you life solutions. Some books of Ramakrishna, Vivekananda. There are so many books. I have explained, I have given some books like 6 Days to Total Transformation. There are so many books. Some book, spiritual book, which gives you life solution. At least half an hour spend. If you can't spend half an hour for reading, have some audio CDs and listen in the car. In this country, at least 1 hour every day, average you all spend in driving. Average 1 hour. Whatever profession you are, or even if you don't have any other profession, just for joy, some reason, at least, even if you want to go for basic things like grocery and all those things, at least 1 hour you have to drive. Average, at least 1 hour you drive. You spend in driving in this country. That 1 hour don't waste. Always have some audio CDs which will give you life solutions. It is not that it should be only my lectures or anything. Anything, something which you like, which gives you life solution. That 1 hour, let it become Jnana Yajna. Add more and more life solutions into your inner space. I tell you one thing. Suddenly, at the time of need, that life solution may come up. And the depth of the depression will be reduced. The moment some life solutions come, erupts from your inner consciousness, from your inner space, immediately the depth of the depression will be reduced. The low curve will be straightened. That's the reason. Make your driving into Jnana Yajna. Let the time be used for collecting life solutions. Whether you understand or not, start listening. Let that become habit. Automatically, those life solutions, those words will start staying in your inner space. If you don't do that, you will be driving and thinking of some of your worries. If you don't spend your time in finding life solutions, you will spend your time in finding problems. You will be creating problems. Be very clear. That same time, you will be thinking of something else. You will be bothering about something else. Even if you don't have any problem, you will create some problem. If you have some problem, you will bother about it. If you don't have any problem, if everything goes smooth, usually if everything goes smooth, what do you think? The first thought is, today everything is going well. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. Swamiji, always when things go well for one day, next day, always I face some problem. You strongly believe if things go well today, tomorrow you are going to have problems. It becomes a strong faith in you. Whether you have problem or not, you are going to worry. Better not to allow your mind worrying. Start listening to something which gives you life solution. Let that 1 hour become Jnana Yajna. Let that 1 hour become Jnana Yajna in your life. He says, doing Jnana Yajna is one step. Understanding the whole thing is energy is a one step, one thing. When you understand whatever exists is energy, automatically the fear will be taken away from your being. The fear will be taken away from the being. The next question, how can we say whatever exists is energy, Swami? How can we say whatever exists is God? That is all impossible. These all things good to listen, but not to practice. Our mind will never accept. This all can be experienced, practiced. So Krishna continues. He goes on. He comes out with the basic secrets to understand this concept. Yada kashastito nityam vayu sarvatra ko mahan tada sarvani bhutani matstani tyubadarayaha. Like the mighty wind moving everywhere, rests always in the sky. Yada kashastito nityam vayu sarvatra ko mahan. Similarly, you know this, that all beings rest in me. Tada sarvani bhutani matstani tyubadaraya. Just how the wind rests in the sky energy. Please understand, how earth is an energy. You know earth is an energy. Stone. If a stone is thrown at you, you know. Or if you throw a stone, you know the energy of the earth. Earth. Next, water. You know the energy of water. Whomsoever knows about New Orleans, they know the energy of the water. Next, Agni, fire. California people know the power of the fire. Next, air, storm, hurricanes, tornadoes. You know the power of air. Same way, Akasha is also Shakti. We don't know the power of Akasha because it doesn't create directly any impacts and effects on our life. Akasha is disturbed by your collective negative thoughts. The collective negativity is Akasha. Akasha is related to collective negativity. If corrupted poison, only one person will suffer. For example, if your food is poisoned, you will suffer. That's all. If water is poisoned, that whole community, that county will suffer. Whomsoever gets the water supply, they will suffer. If the Agni means your inner being, the fire, whatever creates fire in you, if that is corrupted, big group will suffer. And air, if the air is polluted by chemicals, the whole country will suffer. Agni, we can say example for Agni is medicines. Because medicines are the things which keeps the Agni alive. You yourself, you healthy, physically fit. The medicines are corrupted, the whole society will suffer. And if the air is corrupted, if medicines are corrupted, only the people who take medicine will suffer. The air is polluted, whole group will suffer. And if the space, Akasha is polluted, whole world will suffer. Each level, corruption will make the suffering for more and more people. More and more people will start suffering with the higher levels. The higher the corruption, number of people suffering will be more. Our thoughts corrupt space. Space is an energy. How the wind rests in the space, same way the whole universe rests in me. Don't think just the space is emptiness. Space is not just emptiness, it is energy. Because we are not able to see, we can't say it is an emptiness, it is energy. How the air rests in the space, our being, the whole universe, including our beings, we all rest in divine. Krishna says, all beings rest in me. Maya tadamidam sarvam jagadavyakthamurtina matstani sarvabhutani nachaham deshvavasthidaha. Here he starts the intimate secrets of life and goes on. It is time to reveal the secret. Krishna starts. Maya tadamidam sarvam jagadavyakthamurtina matstani sarvabhutani nachagam deshvavastitaha. By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. Before entering into this sloka, the meaning of the sloka, I want to tell you an incident. For instance, my meeting with a Nobel laureate, Charles Towns, in San Jose, San Francisco, we met him. He's a Nobel laureate, great scientist. He discovered something related to laser and maser, some secrets or some truths he discovered. Nice person. I was sitting and talking to him. We had lunch. I was talking. I asked him, how did you discover? How did this truth happen in your being? He said, Swamiji, to tell you honestly, I have not discovered. When I was relaxing in Washington, I was relaxing in a park because I was supposed to give a lecture on that subject to the group. I tried my best to collect everything because I could not do much. I could not achieve much. I was completely frustrated. Finally, in the Washington, in a park, I was sitting and relaxing. Before going to the lecture, today 9 o'clock, I am supposed to give lecture, means morning 9 o'clock, I am supposed to give lecture. Early morning 6 o'clock, I went for a walk and I was sitting. I was sitting, relaxing. Suddenly, like a revelation, as an intuition, the whole thing was revealed to me. The whole truth came in my consciousness. I discovered it. And he says, but the big problem is, now I know the truth, but I don't know the logical steps to come to that conclusion. So after that, I have to sit, think, develop all that logical conclusion. Only then I was able to present it. Like an intuition, suddenly it happened. It was revealed to me, Swamiji. Even Albert Einstein says, the theory of relativity is revealed to me when I was deeply meditating, as if I am sitting in the edge of a light particle and traveling in the space. At that moment only the theory was revealed. It came to me as an intuition, Einstein says. Even this is not a big thing. The truth, the important thing is, I asked him, how did you feel when that happened to you? When that revelation happened to you? Because what he experienced is intuition. What our rishis call, rishi is a person who has experienced mantra, who has seen the mantra. Mantra trayate idi rishihi. Person who sees the mantra, experience the mantra is rishi. The ultimate truth is suddenly revealed in the rishi's consciousness. Then they express that as a mantra. Same way, he is a rishi. Charles Towns is a rishi. He had a revelation about the secrets of the outer world. His intuition revealed the truth to him. I asked him, how did you feel when that intuition happened to you? What was your feeling? He said, Swamiji, exactly I don't know how to express all those things. But one thing is sure, from that moment, I know for sure the whole universe is intelligence. The whole universe is not dead matter. It is not an accident. The universe is not an accident. It is a pure intelligence. It can respond to your thoughts. Please understand, the whole universe, the planet Earth, air, ocean, the rivers, earth, fire, or the space, sun, moon, this whole universe is intelligence. It can reciprocate, it can respond, it can react to your thoughts. This is an important basic understanding for any human being. The moment you understand, you are with energy, which is intelligence. You are inside energy, which is intelligence. Immediately, that moment, you will feel such a deep relaxation. The moment you experience, you understand, you are under an intelligent energy. You are taken care by an intelligent energy. You are part of cosmic intelligence. You don't need to struggle. You don't need to stress yourself. You don't need to create so much of tension. You don't need to torture yourself with all the insecurity problems. With all the insecurity problems. Some way or other, you are going to be in this universe because the universe is intelligence. It responds to your thoughts. This one understanding, if it penetrates your life, is enough. If you know universe is intelligence, you will never question, I am moral. These people who don't live morally, they are all living luxuriously, happily. I live morally, but I always suffer. You will never have all these questions because you know the intelligence will take care. Who is immoral or who is going around and disturbing others will naturally suffer because the intelligence is taking care. In the same way, if you are honest, integrated, living a spiritual life, you will live the beautiful life, you will have the reward because the whole universe is run by intelligence. Don't think cosmos is just a matter. If you think cosmos is matter, you are materialistic. If you understand cosmos is intelligence, you are spiritual. That's all. Only difference between materialistic and spiritual person. Materialistic person thinks the whole thing is material. Let me acquire more and more land. Let me acquire more and more material things. Because he believes the whole thing is material. Spiritual person is a person who understands the whole thing is spirit, energy. If you understand the whole thing is spirit, energy, intelligence, a tremendous relaxation, bliss consciousness happens to you. Please understand, bliss is not just a mood, it is your very consciousness. If it comes and goes as a mood, you are having one of your experiences. As one of our devotees wrote a question, it comes and goes, means you are having the initial glimpse of bliss. Through your mind, you are trying to touch the bliss. But once you understand this one secret, such a deep relaxation will happen to you. Such a deep relaxation. Straight away, you will start experiencing the bliss consciousness. Once you experience the bliss consciousness, it is everlasting. Bliss mood will come and go. Bliss consciousness is everlasting. He says, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me. Cosmic intelligence, be very clear, Such a big universe is moving, happening. All the planets are moving around the sun. Each planet has got their own moons. Now the latest discovery says there is a new planet in the same family they have found, which has got 3 suns. Not one sun, 3 suns around one planet. Just few weeks ago, they discovered. So now we cannot say Navagraha, we have to say Dasagraha. Now we have to say Dasagraha, the 10th planet. They already discovered. I don't know whether they published the photograph. But they say 3 suns are there. So many suns, so many moons, so many planets. But everybody is going in their route properly. Everybody is going in their route properly. No traffic police. Accidents are very rare. Unless intelligence runs the whole thing, you think so beautifully things can happen. And even in this planet Earth, see, whole thing is so beautiful. Whole thing is in such a clear way. Everything is in order. Wherever human beings live, only there is chaos. Except human beings, nobody creates chaos. Nobody creates chaos. Even in chaos, divine creates order.
or manifestation. Take the initial measurement of the object. Once done with taking the initial measurement, so be straight with your head and back straight line. Blissful awareness, Swamiji's form in your third eye and start chanting the Mahavakya and experience this space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object, dimension or weight to change, to alter, to manifest the power of Mahima.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 ॐ नित्या परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Now, please go ahead and share your power manifestation experience. Please go ahead and measure after manifestation, measurement, and share the difference. Measured wrong becomes yes. But what is your manifestation? Whatever wrong is. Because I wrote 1, now it measures 1.5, but you don't consider that as a manifestation. You count that also. That is count manifestation. We close the chapter. That's it. You manifested and move on. You are saying you measured wrong, but you are not saying you manifested it. So, all right. So, we will be learning more on the, what we are hearing.
Even in chaos, divine creates order. Divine creates order. If you understand, the whole thing is intelligence. This intelligence responds to your thoughts. You can relate with that intelligence. Naturally, you experience a deep peace, rest, a real ultimate rest, and confidence to live happens to you. As long as you think world is matter, material, what is the use of living? Nothing. Even if you become president of one country. The other countries will not be under your control. You can never become a president of the whole world. So naturally, you can never achieve the whole matter. As long as you believe world is material, you will be creating more and more violence because you need material. Material means you have to snatch from others. Some way or other, violence will exist. Only a person who understands the whole thing is energy, intelligence, only he can relax. Krishna says, next sutra, next sloka, is the main core which reveals the secret. He tells Arjuna and to all of us, Ananyas Chintayanto Mamye Jana Pariyubhasade Desham Nityabhiyuktanam Yogakshemam Vahamyaham. He says, Ananyas Chintayanto Mamye Jana Pariyubhasade Desham Nityabhiyuktanam Yogakshemam Vahamyaham. Those who always worship me, those who always reside in me, those who are having the Ananyas Chinta, means non-dual bhavana, means people who became me, people who experience the eternal consciousness. Ananyas Chintayanto Mamye Jana Varyubhasade. People who have become me, people who reside in eternal consciousness, to them, I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. Please be very clear. No other incarnation has revealed this truth so clearly. He says, if you reside in the eternal consciousness, the divine energy, the bliss consciousness, I carry what they lack and I preserve what they have. Yoga and Shema. I give them whatever they want and I take care it stays with them. I take care that nobody steals from them. Beautiful statement and assurance. Please understand, it is not just assurance, it is promise. Assurance is different, promise is different. It is promise. Krishna gives a promise. If you reside in my consciousness, if you reside in eternal consciousness, whatever you lack, I bring. Whatever you lack will be given to you, and whatever you have will be preserved. The strange thing. He means just be spiritual. You will have everything, nothing will be lost. Very difficult to believe. At least people who are trained in the so-called Western education. Very difficult for them to believe. How can I have what I want just by meditating, Swamiji? Immediate question. How can I have what I want just by meditating? Please be very clear. Now, in the modern day, especially the quantum physics, after the breakthrough of quantum, science clearly proves it is just your thoughts which creates the whole universe. It is your thoughts which creates the whole universe. If you reside in eternal consciousness, you create your own universe. And not only that, the universe responds to your thoughts. a small research, but important research. I read in a magazine. One professor, he took 3 rose plants, rose bush, same size, same kind, kept in 3 different rooms. He will enter into the first room and start using the beautiful words. You are so beautiful, you are nice, you are great, don't worry, I will protect you. Why do you need thorns? He will give all assuring, caring words, loving mood he will create. Next, he will go to the second plant, will not do much, just he will see and come away. Neither negative nor positive. Third, he will go and just curse the plant. What nonsense are you doing? You are ugly. All the negative energy he will create by words. He continued to do this 21 days. Just as a research, how plants respond to thoughts. Please understand, it is shocking to see the report, end result. He says, the first plant to which he used to give positive words, the plant has grown twice and no thorns. I myself have seen that photograph. I saw the photograph of that plant. No thorn in that rose. Whole plant, no thorns. Just because he gave the assurance, I will protect you. Why should you protect yourself? Don't bother, there is no need for thorns. Rose plant without thorns. Next, it was normal rose, it was there, that's all. It's just normal growth. Third, the plant died. The plant died. Not once. 11 times he repeated the same experiment in a different places in a different way. All the 11 times, the third plant which received negative thoughts died. He says all 11 times the plant died. Sir C.V. Raman, he proved even the plants are living. This experiment proves the existence, outer world responds to your thoughts. Not only that, one more research. Just like our ECG, electrocardiogram, now they have discovered a machine to read the vibrations of tree. Read the vibrations of trees. They fixed, in 20 trees, they fixed that machine and started observing the vibration or the pulse created by the tree. For experiment purpose, they made woodcutter to come inside the garden with the thought of cutting a particular tree. You will be surprised. Only that tree, he did not even go near that tree. With that thought, he entered the garden. Immediately, that tree's graph started oscillating, started jumping. The tree is panicking. The tree started suffering. Tree started feeling the fear. Next day, they told him to come thinking to cut the other tree, some other tree. Exactly according to his thought, if he wants to cut the tree X, the X tree graph is just jumping. If he comes inside the garden with the thought of cutting Y tree, the Y tree graph jumps. Please be very clear. Existence responds to your thoughts. You are not an island. You are not an island. Don't think, you can think whatever you want in your inner space and your outer life will be different. Your outer life and the inner life is very deeply connected. If you live the spiritual life automatically you will attract only spiritual friends around you. Your world also will become spiritual. All other relationships will drop by itself. You will not even feel like relating. Many of our devotees come and tell me, Swamiji, nowadays I am not able to go to parties. Even if I go, I have nothing else to talk. I am not able to talk anything. What usually these fellows will talk in parties? Same that stock market. Who ran away with whom? Who is going with whom? And who is staying with whom? Same thing. Nothing useful. The same information. And everybody feels that they know some 4-5 secrets. They'll call somebody separately. Don't tell anybody. It's only for you. Do you know? Just 3 days ago, this is what happened. If you want to spread some news, if you want to spread for a few hundred people, telephone. Few thousand people, television. If you want to spread for millions of people, tell a woman. Telephone, television, tell a woman. And not only that, just telling will not do. You should take a promise. This is a secret. It should not be told to anybody. Only for you. Then after 10 minutes, even your dog will bark with that news only. Especially in India. In America, of course, people don't meet each other, almost isolated. In India, they cannot relax. If they get some news, unless it is delivered to at least few hundred people, they cannot relax. And best way to spread news. And they have their own network. They know if you tell one person, that person will take care of that. Other few hundreds. Other few hundreds. Anyhow. Understand, the existence responds to your thoughts. People who enter into the spiritual life, they can't go to the normal parties. They can't have the same old usual talks about your stock or who is with whom, what happened, where things happened, who ran away, all those things. You will not have time. You will not have energy. You will not have mood. Only based on your thought, you create relationships, friends, society, your circle, and naturally your whole world. Again and again, Vedanta says, Drishti Drishti. You create the universe from the angle of your vision. If your drishti changes, srishti changes. If your vision changes, world changes. They say, not only they say, it is truth. You project your world and see. See, in front of a projector, whatever you keep, whatever slide you keep, that appears in that screen. If you keep a slide of God, that God photo picture will appear in the screen. Screen is this physical planet Earth. Whatever you keep in front of your consciousness, according to that, you project your life, your world, and experience. The slide decides the scene on the screen. Your mentality decides the way in which you perceive the world, the way in which you experience the world. A small change in the slide will change the scene. Small change in your mind will change your whole world. The screen is same. The backdrop screen is same. But the scene changes. Same way. if your inner space, if your thought changes, the whole universe changes. Whole universe responds. Whole existence responds to your inner space. Don't think you are an island. You are part of this whole existence. You are not alone here. If you think you are alone, you will continuously fight with existence, fight with the whole universe. You will see the rest of the universe as an enemy. Part can never see the whole as enemy. You are part. This is whole. If you see this as an enemy, you can never rest. Only a person who understands the whole is his own being. He is part of the whole. He can realize tremendous relaxation and bliss. He says, Ananyas chintayanto mamye jana variyubasade desham nityabhiyuktana yogakshemam vahamyakam. When you reside in my consciousness, whatever you lack, I get. And whatever you have, I preserve. We may think, yes, Swamiji, we know, we understand, universe responds to our thoughts, but how can I get what I want? Please understand, the moment you change your thoughts, the moment your inner space changes, automatically you start attracting things towards yourself. Please be very clear. If you tune your TV to BBC, you will see the BBC channel. You will tune your TV to ABC, you will see the ABC channel. If you tune to CNN, you will see CNN. Same way, if you tune your consciousness to bliss, continuously even material wealth will shower on you. We may think, how can it be possible? How can this happen? What kind of words Swamiji is giving? But I tell you, now it will look very difficult. You may feel very difficult to understand. But start experimenting. I courageously tell you, I declare from my own authority, this sloka is a solid truth. Because 9 years I lived. I tell you, this is a promise by the divine. 9 years I lived in utter insecurity. I know Krishna still proves his words. Still he proves his words. Yogakshemam vahamyaham, he does. I can quote thousands of incidents from devotees' lives. Thousands of incidents. In so many devotees' lives, Tukaram, Tulsidas, so many masters' lives, I can quote. I can quote so many incidences from my own life, from my life. Let me tell you a small incident. Again, I tell you, it's an honest truth. I promise this incident is truth. I was staying in Hardwar, place called Kankal. I was staying and doing tapasya. Every day morning I'll go for a bhiksha, where they give the bhiksha for sadhus. In so many ashrams they give bhiksha for sadhus. I go there, get my bhiksha, I'll come and eat 2-3 rotis. and start meditating. Suddenly I felt sick. High temperature and diarrhea. I could not even walk. I was not able to walk. I thought, what can be done? All right. Suddenly, one young sannyasi, he came and he gave me food. Not only one day, continuously for 3-4 days, every day he will come, he will bring food for me. Not only food, he brought the medicine also. I asked him one day, who are you, from where you are? He said, oh, my name is Shankar. I just stay nearby ashram called Sadhana. There's an ashram, nearby ashram. He said, Sadhana. Every day he started coming and giving me food and medicine till I became all right. At least some 4-5 days. Every day he came. And because he came every day, after 2-3 days, I started talking to me. He became a little acquainted. And I saw he was having a beautiful pen with a diamond on it. Diamond jewelry. There are many diamonds are put, nicely. Pen with diamonds. Beautiful pen. And I was surprised how a sannyasi got such a costly gift. I asked him, what is this, Baba? What is this, Swamiji? He said, this is a diamond pen. Some devotee gave me. It looks so nice, I'm having it. So, anyhow, I did not bother about it. After a few days, when I became all right, he stopped coming. And I thought I should go and see him. Now I'm able to walk and move. I should go and see him. I felt little connected because he served me. He helped me. I should go and see him. After a week, when I became completely all right, I started walking. I came to the same ashram and inquired. Swamiji, I wanted to see Shankar Swamiji. Shankar? Whom you are talking? I said, I wanted to see Shankar, young Swami. I met him 2-3 days ago. He used to come every day. He will bring me food. In our ashram, there is only one Shankar. Go to the temple, see, he is the only Shankar we have. They showed the Shiva statue. And I tell you, it's a truth, promise. When I entered the temple, I saw the same pen. Shiva's cloth, same pen, same diamond pen. Of course, simply tears rolled in my eyes. And I felt, so much of gratitude, overflow. I asked that Swami, how did this pen come to the Shiva? Who will put pen on Shiva statue? He said, 1 week ago, some devotee brought and offered. Because it was looking so nice, they said it is a diamond. So we just wanted to decorate Shiva with the diamond jewelry. So we put that on him. Same pen, diamond pen. I asked, who will put pen on Shiva? If you put other jewelries, you can believe. And he said, I don't know. Just some devotee brought and offered this pen. They gave it to me. I said, because it is diamond, why a sannyasi should have diamond? I wanted to give it to God. I want to put it on Shiva. So just I inserted on the Shiva's cloth. Of course, just because of this one incident, I am not asking you to believe the whole thing. You can experiment in your life. You may say, this is your experience. How can this be a truth for us, Swamiji? Again, ordinary mind can doubt. This is your experience. How can this be truth for us? But I tell you, your very consciousness, inner space has got the quality to create miracles in your life. Miracles can happen in your life. Continuously, they are happening. One simple thing. I think the other day I was talking about this. When a telephone rings, suddenly you will remember some friend's name. When you go and pick up the phone, he will be there on the line. And somebody knocks the doorbell. You go and open the door. You remember somebody and you go and open the door and he is there. This is what I call power of coincidence. Power of coincidence. In each one of us, the power of coincidence, the power to create, the power of coincidence exists. In each one of us, the power to create miracles exists. But all we need to do is open that. Understand you have the power to create the power of coincidence. Trust your consciousness is connected to universe. Continuously, universe is caring for you. The divine is waiting for you. It responds to your thoughts. It is you who create what you want. Just how you create the whole world in your dream. In the dream, you project the whole thing and create. You have the same power to create your world even when you are conscious, when you are in the waking state. When you can create a world in the dream state, can't you create that in the waking state? You are doing it. Now, even now, you are creating your world. Next question will come. If we are creating, why are we creating so many miseries, Swamiji? Because you have vested interest in your sufferings. Please be very clear. You have vested interest in your sufferings. Maybe there are some more reason, some other utility you must be having because of your suffering. It is you who create your whole thing. When your inner consciousness changes, when you start residing in the eternal consciousness, automatically you attract the power of coincidence. You attract the power of coincidence. The moment you understand Sarvam Vishnumayam Jagat, you attract Lakshmi. Because Lakshmi stays with Vishnu. You understand the whole universe is divine. It is pervaded by divine. When you experience, when you understand Vishnu, you attract Lakshmi. That's a beautiful mantra in Tantra Shastra. Ananda Kambranaha means the fortune, Adrishta, is attracted by Ananda. When you create a blissful inner space, automatically you attract even the external wealth. Tell me, what are the things which creates wealth? Clear thinking, creative mind, the ability to take spontaneous decisions, ability to respond spontaneously is what responsibility. Ability to respond spontaneously to any situation is the responsibility. If you are able to respond spontaneously to any situation, you can take that responsibility. You need clarity of thinking, creativity, and power to take responsibility. All these three only creates wealth and preserves wealth. If you enter into the bliss space, if you keep your inner space blissfully, if you enter into the bliss consciousness, all these three automatically happens to you. Automatically, all these three happens to you. Wealth will be created around you and it will stay with you. Automatically, all these three will happen to you. It is not that it should be showered only by lottery. It is not that it should be showered only by lottery. It can come in any form, but it will stay with you. Please be very clear. Whomsoever wins through lottery never preserves it. All over the world, so much of lottery is going on. Have you seen a single man who has become rich by lottery? I tell you honestly, I am going all over the world. Per year, around 200,000 miles I fly. Every year, average 200,000 miles I am flying. I am seeing lakhs of people. At least our movement has touched more than 1 million people. I tell you from my experience, I have not seen a single person who has become rich by lottery. By lottery, nobody can become rich. Even if they become, they do not know the value of money. In few days, they will blow it away. In Telugu, they will say that Nelu Dopadi. Put everything in the undi of Venkateshwara. In India, people do Nelu Dopadi in Tirupati. Here they do in Las Vegas. That's all. This country, they go to Las Vegas and drop everything. Las Vegas. That's why Las Vegas. Las Vegas. That's why Las Vegas. They go on, drop everything and come back. Be very clear. It is not that wealth should come only by lottery. It will come by intelligence. When it comes by intelligence, it will stay with you. When your inner space is taken care, automatically the outer space showers on you. You are a blessing for the planet Earth. Naturally, the existence responds, gives its gratitude to you. Never think existence is dumb. Never think universe is matter. It is intelligence. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I am searching for a guru. I feel so much inspired to do spiritual practice, but I want guru. I tell them, please be very clear. If your search is intense, God will send guru. He never misses his responsibilities. If you have not got the right guru, if you have not got the master means, please be very clear. Something seriously wrong in your seeking. If your seeking is proper, straight away master will happen in your life. He never delays. He never delays. He has got much faster system than any UPS, any overnight delivery. He can deliver in second. He never delays. Divine never delays. Jesus never fails. Please be very clear. All we need to do is change your inner space. First thing, understand this one secret. Whether you believe it or not, it is truth. A basic secret. Once you enter into the spiritual life, once you decide you wanted to live the spiritual life, from that moment, all your worldly things are also taken care by the divine. It responds to whatever you need and it takes care of whatever you have. We may ask all funny questions. Swamiji, then today onwards, if I stop working, will I have everything? Be very clear. If you enter into the spiritual mood, if you enter into the spiritual life, meditative life, you will never think of dropping your work. Why will you think of dropping your work? You will never think of dropping your work. You will only drop your worries about work. Then you will work in a much better way. Automatically you will work in a much better way. You will have the tremendous confidence. The whole existence is protecting me. Whole existence is my friend. I am not enemy of this whole. I am friend of this whole. Be very clear. When you understand you are the friend of this whole existence, cosmic energy, even after death you will not disappear. Because you know you will be there in the universe in some form. There is nothing to worry. Socrates says beautifully, before he was poisoned, Plato, his disciple, all of you should read the conversations between Socrates and Plato at the time of Socrates' death. I think Plato recorded the disciples of, Plato recorded the conversations of Socrates. They asked Socrates, are you not afraid of death? Socrates says, only two things. Either I will be alive after I leave the body in some form, in some way, somewhere. Then why should I be afraid? I am going to be alive. Or I may not exist. Completely I may disappear. Then why should I be afraid? After all, I am not going to suffer. Either I will not exist or I will exist. If I am going to exist, why should I be afraid? I am going to after all exist. In some other form, in some other name, somewhere. If I am not going to exist, then what is there to suffer? There is no suffering. I am not going to suffer because there is nothing. Nothing is going to be. Then why should I suffer? In both ways, there is no need for suffering. Of course, his answer is logical. But I tell you, it is from experience. It is practical. From experience, I tell you, you will never perish. You will continue to exist in some form, somewhere. Even if you become enlightened, you will become such a pure conscious energy. You will be there everywhere. You will never die when you understand that existence is intelligence. Krishna says, Name Bhakta Pranashyati. My devotee never perishes. Name Bhakta Pranashyati. He says in the next chapters. Shipram Bhavadi Dharmatma Sasvat Chantim Nigachadi Kaunteya Pradijanihi Name Bhakta Pranashyati. He who quickly became dharmic means that understand this truth, enters into the eternal bliss, eternal consciousness. O son of Kundi, Kaunteya, declare it boldly. Prajadini, Pradijanihi means let it be declared boldly that my devotee never perishes. If you understand, when you understand the existence is intelligence, please be very clear, you will never perish. You will never die. Because you are going to be in this existence somewhere in some form. This body may move, but you will be there forever. When you understand this whole cosmos is intelligence, whole cosmic energy is intelligence, your whole life is blessed with what you want, whatever you lack will be supplied to you, and whatever you have will be preserved. And I tell you, very practical thing, just start from today. Decide, I will start living in a blissful mood, in a blissful way, in an utter relaxed consciousness. I promise you will attract Lakshmi. You will attract wealth. Your disciple is a jeweler, goldsmith. Because he's a goldsmith, after he made that, he remembered me and he wanted to present it to me. He brought and gave it to me. And he's a very elderly Swami, elderly Sadhu. He said he made only one piece and he presented that to me, that to me. And I put that on a Shiva. And still it's a mystery. Still it's a mystery. When you intensely, really understand the truth, the whole universe is energy. The whole existence is energy. Please be very clear. Simply, the yoga and Shema happens in your life. Happens in your life. Let me tell you from my personal experience. Instead, I can quote so many great devotees' lives where divine came down and served them, where divine took care of them. Mirabai, when she was given poison, Sri Krishna came and protected her. So many millions of stories I can tell. But let me tell you from my own life, at least 9 years I lived without touching money, with one water pot, the Kamandalu, with this 2-piece dress, walking length and breadth of India, living under trees, begging and eating. I tell you, whether you want it or not, accept it or not, believe it or not, divine always protects. Yoga Kshemam Vahamyaham is the solid truth. Ananyas Chintayanto Mamye Jana Variyuvasade Desham Nityabhiyuktanam Yoga Kshemam Vahamyaham. When you understand this truth, not only in this world, wherever you go, you are protected. You will relax into the consciousness which will continuously protect you, take care of you. When you think the whole is your enemy, you will be continuously antagonizing it. When you understand the whole is your friend, you relax and enjoy the whole existence. To make your life as a hell or heaven is dependent on this one single sloka. Understanding the existence, trusting it, whether it's a matter or spiritual, matter or a spirit, that's all the secret of the whole thing. The whole chapter reveals this single secret, that is the cosmic energy. The universe is intelligence which responds to your thoughts, which again and again answers to your being, to your thoughts, to your very consciousness. Next sloka. Patram pushpam palam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhakyuha yubhagrutam Asnami prayadatmanaha Vatram pushpam palantoyam Yoma bhakti prayachati Tadaham bhakti vakritam Asnami prayadatmanaha Patram pushpam palam toyam Yome bhaktya prayachati. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, fruit or water, I'll accept it. He says, the existence, the divine is so alive, even simple thing, I respond to it. Please be very clear. He doesn't say, I accept only big things. He says, even simple things I accept. Patram pushpam palam toyam. Yome bhaktya prayachati. Tadaham bhakti vadhridam vasnami prayatatmanaha. If one offers me with love and devotion, a leaf, a flower, fruit or water, I will accept it. This is the greatness of divine. The greatness of the Lord is simple. Simplicity is the greatness of Lord. Please be very clear. Simplicity is the real greatness. To be big, you don't need intelligence. Any fool can show himself as big. To be big, only fools can. Being big, only fools will do. One small beautiful saying in Zen. One Zen disciple was behaving very humbly, respecting everybody. Master says, don't be too humble. You are not that great. Don't be so humble. You are not that great. To be humble, you need to be great. Simplicity is the great quality of divine. He says, Patram pushpam phalam toyam. Just a leaf, a flower, a fruit, a little water, simple things are enough. I accept it. I am pleased. I respond to it. It shows, see, in the first sloka, he expresses the greatness. I am all pervaded. He says here in the fourth sloka, Maya tadamidam sarvam jagadavyakta murtina. I am all pervading, great, ultimate divine. One big problem, even if you know that somebody is big or great, you can't relate unless he is able to relate with you, unless he comes down to your level. Your real greatness is not just being great. He must be able to relate with everybody. He must be able to relate with everybody. Otherwise, what we will do? What can we do? If he is great, what can be done? There are many people in India. They know some great masters are there. But they again and again tell me, yes, I know they are great masters, Swamiji. But how can I relate with them? I have no use by them. I can't do anything. I can't even relate with them. They are somewhere, they are great, no doubt. But I have no way to relate with them. I have no way to relate with them. Here Krishna creates way even for ordinary people to relate with him. One side he shows his greatness. He declares his authority. Other side, he shows you the way to relate with him. He says, Patram pushpam phalam toyam. Even if you offer a leaf, flower or a fruit or little water, with love, I accept it. I relate with it. That is why, from time immemorial, all enlightened masters are requested to live by begging. In India, sannyasis are supposed to live by begging. Even Buddha lived by begging. Buddha doesn't come for begging because he wants food. He can sit in his place and kings will bring food for him. He comes down to beg so that you can start relating with him. You will feel he is a human being. When you give food, you will start talking to him. You will start relating with him. You will feel he is also like you. You can relate with him. Just to make you feel comfortable. In modern day psychology, there is a beautiful word, zeroing down the distance. Zeroing down the distance. To zero down the distance, Buddha comes down begging. Here Krishna zeroes down the distance completely. The distance between you and the divine is zeroed down by this sloka. Patram pushpam phalam toyam yome bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhakti bhagradam asnami prayadatmanaha. To give with love, even a simple flower or a fruit, I accept it. The distance between you and the divine is zeroed down. That is the next important secret Krishna reveals. First thing, Krishna proves the whole cosmic energy, the whole universe is intelligence. Next, the moment you understand it is intelligence, you relax from all the tension, worry, fear, insecurity. See, as long as you think world is material, matter, you will feel like protecting yourself from that. You are a part and that is the whole. You will be fighting with the whole. That is why you feel deeply uprooted. You don't feel connected. You don't feel like relaxing. You don't feel homely because you are fighting with the whole. The moment you understand you are part of the whole and the whole is an intelligence which responds to your thoughts, which responds to your deeds, which responds to your consciousness, you relax into enlightenment. Into enlightenment. I always tell people, this sloka is lazy man's guide to enlightenment. If you are lazy, if you want enlightenment, this sloka is the first right way. The only way. Understand the universe is intelligence which responds to your thoughts, deeds, and consciousness. Immediately you will relax and rest, enter into the divine consciousness, eternal consciousness. Next he says, when you drop yourself into the eternal consciousness, I take care of your yoga and kshema. I take care of whatever you lack. I supply what you lack and I preserve what you have. Next he says, even a simple leaf, water, or a fruit, or a flower, when you offer it with love and devotion, I accept it. Please be very clear. He is not asking because you don't have. When you bring a biscuit packet to child, when you give it to that kid, when it opens, you tell, give one for mommy. It's not that you don't have. If a child opens that packet and picks up one biscuit and gives it to you, how happy you feel. It is not that you don't have. It is you who brought. But when child gives it back, you feel so beautiful. You feel connected. And you know he wants to connect to you. He wants to relate with you. Same way, when you offer something to divine, don't think he is not having. It is he who gave everything. When you offer, you show to the divine, I want to connect with you. You show to the master, oh Prabhu, I want to connect with you. And he feels, yes, when you want to connect with me, let me connect with you. You show a green signal for divine to enter into your space. He is standing always. Please be very clear. Bible says, knock and the door shall be opened. I tell you, God is knocking, just open. You don't have to knock, he is knocking. Just open. Naturally, you will be in. So when you offer something to the divine, I always tell people, don't go to temple empty hand. At least 2-3 fruits, whatever you have, at least few dollars, whatever you have, always offer something to God. Always offer something to the divine. See, never think the divine doesn't have. He's not asking because he doesn't have. By you giving that to divine, you show a positive sign. You express a willing attitude to relate with him. When you offer it to the divine, he accepts it and he relates with the divine. Avajanandi mam muda manushim danumasritam param bhavam ajananto mama bhuta maheshwaram. Fools deride me when I descend on the human form. They do not know my ultimate nature, eternal nature as the Supreme Lord, all that be. Here Krishna uses a very strong word, fools. Mudaha. Enlightened masters don't edit. They don't edit. They just speak the truth as it is. Usually, normal people edit because they are afraid of others' opinions. See, normally, in all your minds, 3 processes happens. One is words created, then edited, then presenting. Creating, editing, presenting. With masters, 3 processes doesn't happen. Straight away it is presented. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, continuously hours together you are speaking. Hours together you are speaking. One professor, American university professor, he attended many of our lectures. He asked me, continuously hours together you are speaking. Of course, if you see our website, you can see every day somewhere or other in the world I am speaking. Last 2.5 years, not even a single day went without any program. Not even a single day. Always somewhere or other some program. Some lecture, some program, something is going on. Some meditation camp. He asked me, how you are able to continuously speak without any notes? Please be very clear, here also only slokas are there. Only the slokas are here. There is no other notes. How you are able to speak continuously without any notes? I keep the sloka so that the original pronunciation is not lost and the originality should be maintained. I do not want to miss any word, and we respect the sutras. We don't alter the sutras. I can say Vedas are the books unadulterated scripture. No alteration is done. Even tune can't be changed. Even the tune in which they chant can't be changed. The chandas cannot be changed. Same tune, it will be preserved. It is not by hearted, by reading. It is heard, shruti. Heard by hearing, they by heart. That is why even the tune cannot be changed. Words cannot be changed, it is different. Even tune cannot be changed. Just to preserve the purity, I keep the sloka. No notes. He asked, how you are able to continuously speak without notes on it? And this is the first lecture where I keep something in front of me. If you attended earlier lectures or any program, whether it is 4-day program or 5-day program, never I keep any notes. This is the first time I am keeping something in front of me. Because first time I am commenting on a Sanskrit literature. He asked me, how you are continuously able to speak something? I told him, because the process is very easy in me. I don't edit. I don't have the three mechanism, creating the words, editing and presenting. For all of our usual people, three mechanism has to happen. Then he put me on one more question. Swamiji, speaking hours together is different. For me, even for 1 hour lecture, I have to prepare 3 hours. If I have to speak 1 hour, the ideas or the concepts which I am supposed to present, I have to prepare for 3 hours. For sure, I know you don't have time for preparation for so many hours of your discourses. Because in our meditation camps, 18 hours program will be there. Per day, 18 hours. In our NSP, meditation camps, 18 hours people attend. Said, how can you prepare for such a long discourses? How do you speak without preparation? I tell him, we prepare because it has not become our experience. I asked him, if somebody asks your name, do you prepare? Do you see your notes and tell? Your name has become your experience, your being. Immediately you respond. Same way, whatever I am speaking is from my experience. So I don't have to prepare. I don't have to do rehearsal. Because it is my experience, I can spontaneously express it. There is nothing needs to be prepared. Preparation is not necessary. One more thing. Why people are afraid of public lecture? Why they again and again prepare and come with a rehearsal? They are afraid they may speak what they are thinking. They do not want to express what is going on inside. They wanted to express only a polished words, decent words, a clear words. They are afraid by mistake they may express what is going on inside. They may utter the words what they are thinking. That is why they again and again prepare. Only a person whose inner chattering itself has become pure. Not only his words, whose very thinking has become pure, can talk in a relaxed way for hours together in public. To speak in public, that also in a very relaxed, casual way. You need your very inner being in a pure way. Only then you can sit and talk whatever comes. You can be in such a relaxed mood. Otherwise, continuously you have to edit. One more thing. If you edit and speak within half an hour, 1 hour, you will be tired. You will feel drained. You will feel drained. You will not radiate the same energy. Persons who edit and speaking is a big work for them. They cannot be so relaxed. They cannot be so joyful. Masters don't edit. They just express whatever they think. Because their thinking itself has become so pure, they don't need to edit. They don't need to edit. Even if they use sharp words, they are to awaken you. Here, Krishna uses the word mudaha. Fools deride me. Means he is giving a jolt for ego. He is giving a jolt. When I descend, fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my eternal nature as the Supreme Lord of all that be. He says, when I land in the world, in the human form as a master, people, fools, deride me. They don't understand. He again and again tells this to Arjuna. Don't think just because I am in the body, I am your friend. Don't think the person who has sitting in the Vrindavan, who is your own friend, don't think I am that person. I am the energy which takes care of the whole world. I have come down in this form to liberate all of you. So only fools deride me, fools miss me. Don't miss Arjuna. Understand the ultimate nature of me and liberate yourself. Again and again, Krishna, out of his compassion, reveals the truth to Arjuna. Finally, he says a beautiful sloka, Shipram bhavadi dharmatma sasvasantim nigachati kaundeya pradijanihi namebatta pranashyati. He quickly becomes eternal and attains the eternal consciousness. O Kaundeya, son of Kundi, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. He says, not only I am declaring to you, you declare this to the whole world boldly. Kaundeya pradijanihi name bhakta pranashyati. My devotee never perishes. Please understand, the whole universe, whole cosmos is intelligence, and it responds to your thoughts, and it responds to your deeds, it responds to your consciousness, to your very being. The moment you understand, you relax into the eternal bliss. The moment you relax into the eternal bliss, Divine takes care of your yoga and shema. Whatever you lack is brought to you, and whatever you have is preserved for you. Naturally, you will experience the inner space and outer space. This is the ultimate secret which Krishna reveals to Arjuna. Let us pray to the Parabrahma Krishna, the divine consciousness, cosmic intelligence, to make us all understand this secret and experience the outer space and inner space with eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Kamsa Chanuramardhanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Pande Jagadgurum.
Yes, now let us do one more round of raw manifestation. So please go ahead and take your object and take the initial measurement of the object. And now straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye and start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare the object dimension to change. Whatever you want to declare, like you want to increase or decrease, you decide and change. You manifest the power of Mahima.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
Yes, now go ahead and take the measurements again now. Right. So, Ms. Stephanie, have you tried manifesting? If so, then post it. Then let's move on to our next chapter.
How to feel deeply connected with the whole existence. Now, he starts explaining his glories. He goes on and on and on, explains how he is ultimate and how he is expressing himself. Sri Bhagavan Vachan Bhuya Evo Mahabaho Shrunu Me Paramam Vasaha Yatte Hambriyamanaya Bhakshyami Hidakamyaya. Bhagavan says, listen again, O Arjuna, because you are my dear friend, for your benefit, I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained. This is the next step. He is now explaining the next step. Yesterday he gave us the technique, or he gave us the understanding of feeling deeply connected with the whole. Usually, as an individual ego, we always feel the whole is our enemy. We are all a small wave in a big ocean. But suddenly, the wave starts thinking ocean is an enemy. When it is created, when it exists, or when it drops, it is connected to ocean. But the ocean starts thinking it is somewhere different from ocean. The wave starts thinking it is different from ocean. Not only that, the wave starts fighting with ocean. Starts fighting with ocean. We are all waves of this divine. We are all part of this whole. Please be very clear. You cannot exist as an island. You cannot exist as an island. The prana which is going inside your body and which is coming out is not your property. It is the property of existence. And if the prana doesn't function, what you think as you will not be able to function. What you think as you, whatever you think as you cannot function if the prana doesn't go in or come out. Prana means the vital energy. The very source of your life is not your property. Again and again we think we end here, the world starts here. Please be very clear, this is not your boundary. This is not your boundary. We always think our body ends, where our body ends, our boundary ends. Whatever is outside is existence. And we always think whatever is outside is our enemy. That is why we continuously try to protect ourselves.
We try to protect ourselves from others. Whomsoever you see, we always look at them with the eyes, what far he has come. What he is going to steal from me, what he is going to take from me, how he is going to exploit me. Continuously you are in the protecting mood. The moment you see somebody, you have started your calculation. What for he is here and what I should do before he does anything to me. You are ready. Always we are calculating because we feel threatened by the existence of other. The moment you think the existence or the whole is your enemy, you will start defending. Please be very clear. Defending is nothing but a polite word for offending. All over the world, all the militaries are called defensive army. Then who is offending? Every country claims my army is defensive force, defense army. Then who is offending? Please be very clear. The very idea defending is nothing but a subtle way of offending. Subtle way of offending. The other day, I was hearing an interview of a leader. He says that we are not ready to wait. We straight away want to go and destroy the enemy. This very clearly shows our offending attitude. Be very clear. All defending is directly or indirectly offending. It is offending. When you feel the whole is your enemy, except you, everybody is enemy, continuously you fight. Continuously you start fighting. The fighting mood creates more and more violent feeling in you, more and more restlessness in you. First thing Krishna teaches as the Rajavidya Rajaruhyam means the secret of secrets. Existence is not your enemy. Existence is not your enemy. It responds to your thoughts. It continuously cares for you. It is intelligence. Please be very clear. If you live with the attitude of enmity, even when you die, even when you live, you will be dying. Constantly you will be tortured. When you live with the attitude of enmity with the whole, constantly you will be tortured. When you live with the feeling of friendliness, with the attitude, the existence is friend. Existence is your own. Naturally, you will feel a deep easiness. One thing, above all, more than the easiness, you will feel deeply connected to the existence. If wave starts thinking, it is different from ocean. And if the wave starts defending itself from the ocean, all we need to understand is how much wave tries to defend itself from the ocean, it is going to fall into the same ocean. As a nature, wave starts in the ocean, exists in the ocean, and is going to fall into the ocean. If it understands it is part of the ocean, it will be utterly relaxed. It will live the blissful life. If it doesn't understand, it will fight with the ocean, but it will fall into the ocean. The ultimate secret which Krishna wants to reveal is existence, Parashakti, Brahman, is your friend. The universal energy is not your enemy. It is intelligence and it responds to your thoughts. This is the first understanding. Next, in this chapter, he says, I am that.
He says, I am the whole existence. The next chapter, he gives the experience of the cosmic consciousness to Arjuna. These 3 chapters are step by step. In the first, he says, don't have enmity with existence. Next, he says, I am that same energy. Not only you don't have to have existence, have a deep love. You don't have to have enmity. Yesterday's chapter says, drop your enmity against universal energy, Brahman and Atman. Today it starts how to be connected, how to feel connected to the existence. Tomorrow in the Visurupa Darshana Yoga, he gives the experience to Arjuna that the whole cosmic consciousness is he. He is in the whole cosmic consciousness. Yesterday he removes the enmity. Today he creates the feeling of connectedness. Tomorrow he gives the Advaitic experience. All these 3 chapters are step by step. Step by step, they are elevating Arjuna from low level to higher level. Let us study the Shastra. Intense devotion and a deep sincerity. Along with Arjuna, we will also grow. Along with Arjuna, we will also grow. We will not miss it. Krishna says, for your benefit, because you are my dear friend, I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained. Please be very clear. Krishna is explaining his glory, not for his sake, for Arjuna's sake. Krishna is not explaining his glory to show his ego. No. We need to understand an important thing. Ego of the king is based on how many persons accept him as a king. The more number of persons accept his ego, the more his ego will be. Suddenly, if all the ministers and all the warriors and all his citizens are taken away from him, what will happen to his kingdom? Or what will happen to his kinghood? He will lose the very base. He will lose the very idea. He will not be anymore king. His very ego will be totally shaken. Beautiful story. There was a great saint called Dakshinamurti Swamigal. He lived in Tamil Nadu. That is, when he was alive, when he was with the body, one king came to meet him. This Dakshinamurti Swamigal never used to wear a dress. He will live a Paramahamsa life. He never used to wear any dress. He's just like a child. He will live happily. He was sitting under a big tree and meditating blissfully. This king came to see him. And the king expected that Swami should stand up and receive him with all the respect. And this Swami did not bother. He did not even care about the king. King came with all his ego and said, "What? You are an ordinary beggar? I am a king. Don't you know how to respect me?" The Swami started laughing. He said, "Actually, you are the beggar. You are begging the respect from me. You are begging respect from me. You feel respected only when somebody gives. But I don't feel respected even somebody gives. Or I don't feel that I am disrespected when somebody doesn't give. When somebody respects me or not, somebody respects me or not is nowhere related to my consciousness. I am not asking you, why are you not respecting me? I don't bother about you. The moment you ask, be very clear, you are a beggar. Then he says, your personality or your ego can be shaken when all your army people leave you, when your ministers leave you. So you being a king is dependent on somebody. Be very clear. That is why always these leaders are in trouble. Never think leaders are leading you. You are leading the leaders. The honest truth is, you are leading the leaders, because as long as you accept them as leader, only they can be leader. As you are bothered about their ideas, they are also bothered about your ideas. Continuously, they are bothered about our ideas. Dakshinamurti Swami says, you are king as long as your citizens accept you. So naturally, directly or indirectly, you will be begging your citizens to accept you, because your consciousness is dependent on them. In my case, that is not the case. Whether somebody accepts or not, I am quite blissful. I am Paramahamsa. My Paramahamsahood can never be taken away from me. But your kinghood can be taken away from you. So be very clear. The moment you ask for respect, you are beggar. I am not. Truth. A clear truth. Whose ego is enriched by more and more citizens is called politician, egoistic. But who reveals himself for the sake of disciples' understanding is enlightened man. Here, Krishna is not speaking about himself out of ego. Whether Arjuna accepts or not, Krishna is Krishna. Krishna was in blissful even before Arjuna became his disciple. Krishna will be in blissful state even after Arjuna becomes his disciple. Whether Arjuna is disciple or not, Krishna is in that same blissful consciousness. One important thing. In the next chapter, tomorrow, Arjuna says, oh Krishna, forgive me. I called you by your community name. Hey Krishna, hey Yadava, hey Saketi. I called you by your first name. I called you by your community name. In India, if you are a very close friend, only then you call them by a community name. You call that person by his community name. He says, I called you by your community name. Yadava means the Krishna's community. I called you Krishna, Yadava, and I called you, oh my friend. I called you with all these names, thinking that you are my friend. You are a normal human being like me. But now I understand. You are Lord of Devatas. You are Deva of Devatas. You are Mahadeva. Forgive me. Please, I beg. You must forgive me and accept me as your disciple for my ignorance. I do not know your greatness. Forgive me. Because of this statement, Krishna's ego has not become big. One thing, Krishna was saved. He had all the glory from day one to till the end. Even with all his glory, he allowed Arjuna to call him by all these first names and community names. He never said, don't you know? You don't know who am I? How dare you call me by my first name? He never carried his visiting card. His carrying visiting card is the biggest problem. See, in your own life, how people behave. Wherever they go, first thing, do you know who am I? Do you know who am I? Do you know who am I? We always carry the visiting card. First thing we will give that card. And not only that, important thing. Please be very clear. Never think your visiting card is this size. It is cutout size. Because you can't carry that, you carry in a small way. It is cut out size. Because we cannot carry that anywhere, wherever we go, we carry it in a small way. After giving the card, we say, I am this, I am that. Always we carry our visiting card. Krishna never carried. Krishna never bothered. Even when Arjuna was talking with him in a friendly way, he was humble. The way in which Arjuna speaks, the same way he responds. Suddenly now Arjuna says, Krishna, I don't know. You are such a great person. You are God himself. Please forgive me. Even after that, Krishna has never become egoistic. He says, don't worry, don't bother about that. He is simple, he is humble. Even after that, Krishna is saying, before, at the time of experience, and after the experience, Krishna is same. Only Arjuna undergoes a tremendous change. Before the Gita started, at the time of Gita, and after the Gita, Krishna is same. But before the Gita, Arjuna was different. At the time of Gita, Arjuna was different. He was growing. After the Gita, he was totally different man. Here, Krishna is not explaining his glory is out of ego. He is explaining to give understanding to Arjuna. He is explaining so that Arjuna will start experiencing him. So be very clear. When Krishna says here, I am, he means the cosmic consciousness, the egoless being, the enlightened energy. Again and again, he expresses the glory of enlightenment, glory of Atmajnana. That is why he is so confident and so clear, with such a clarity, with such a coolness. He explains, I am everything. Even to utter these words, you need courage. Please be very clear. Even to utter these words, you need courage. No normal man can say, I am God to somebody. If you say, you can be sure next day you will be in asylum. You will be in asylum. And they will be reserving a special seat. He is courageous enough to declare, and not only declare, the person who is listening experiences it. What is the science? What do you need for an enlightened man to declare himself as enlightened, to declare himself as a God, and what you need for a disciple to experience that as a truth? Two things. There are so many hundreds of enlightened people declare this truth again and again and again. But some people who listen, they become enlightened, like Arjuna, like Vivekananda. Ramakrishna says, who came as Rama, who came as Krishna, is residing in this body as Ramakrishna. Boldly declares. That also not when he was healthy, when he was suffering by cancer. He is suffering from cancer, throat cancer. That time he declares boldly, who came as Rama, who came as Krishna, has come down in this body as Ramakrishna. But that word has done something into Vivekananda. Narendra has become Vivekananda. Sometimes a disciple who hears, he becomes enlightened. Sometimes the disciple who hears, he is hurt, he is disturbed. What you need to create this experience? See, be very clear. Experience of Krishna, experience of Christ, experience of Buddha, experience of Mahavira is all one and the same. As enlightenment experience, it is all one and the same. But when they express, why different kinds of reactions? When they express and they declare their divinity, their experience, somebody has become enlightened and somebody has ran away from Buddha. If you see, when he started telling he is enlightened, there were many disciples around him who are practicing with him. Actually, there are few people who are staying with Buddha and practicing. When they heard that Buddha declaring enlightened, he is enlightened, they ran away from him. Some people run away, some people became enlightened, and now all we need is, we also should become enlightened. When we listen Krishna's words, how can we listen? And how can we have that benefit? People who want to run away naturally will not come all the way, especially in this LA traffic. Now all we need to do is, we must become enlightened. How to do? With what mood we are supposed to receive these words? Arjuna, the Krishna's disciples, he is totally in love with Krishna. He is totally surrendered to Krishna. He is not ready to suspect anything. By now, he is very clear. His head has stopped working. His head has stopped working. His logic has stopped analyzing. Please be very clear. This truth should be declared only to a person who is totally, intimately related, feeling connected with the divine. He says, Mahabaho Srudme Paramam Vasa Yateham Priyamanaya. Because you are my dear friend, you are deeply connected to me, I am revealing this truth to you. Let me explain a few basic things. Actually, when you feel deeply connected to some person, the other will almost look like a god. You will feel so deeply related, whether it is your husband or your wife or your kids or your parents or your master. If you feel deeply connected to the person, he will look like a god. Whatever he does, you will feel that he is divine. You will feel he is divine. Why do you think these eternal lovers, Ambikavati, Amaravati, Devadas, and this Laila Majnu, Devadas and Parvati, all these people, they feel the other person is God. They almost feel the other person is divine. Romeo, Juliet, they give their life for the other person. Why? When you feel deeply connected, when you feel deeply related, when you are in love with the other being, he will look almost like a god. All we need is just the attitude of deeply connecting through the heart. The problem is, we forgot the way of connecting through the heart. Because all our relationships have become superficial. Now, the wife is no more wife. In the modern day society, husband is no more husband. Just a boyfriend. You can be with him as long as you want. You can leave him when you don't want. Be very clear. In Sanskrit, we don't have equivalent word for divorce. We don't have equivalent word for divorce. There is no equivalent word for divorce in Sanskrit because the very idea never existed. In Hindu marriage, no divorce is allowed. You take in front of Agni, in front of fire, you take the oath. Till you are alive, till I am alive, I will support you. Both of you take oath in front of Agni. Agni means what? The Agni which is inside your body, that only is represented by the Agni which is outside, Jadaragni. The Agni which is burning in your body is only represented by the Homa Agni. Please be very clear. As long as this Agni is in your body, you will be alive. The moment this Agni in your body disappears, your body will be in Agni. Either Agni should be in your body or your body will put in Agni. In front of this Agni, you take the oath. This Agni Sakshi, that is why they say Agni Sakshi. Agni is the witness. In front of that, you take the oath. Hereby I commit, till this body is alive, I will support you. Till this body is alive, you will take care of me. It's a commitment of lifetime. In Sanskrit, we don't have an equivalent word for divorce because the very concept did not exist. With the cultural invasion or so-called materialist, so-called developed cultures, the materialistic cultures, changing the wife, house, car is fashion. Once in 3 months, the house, car and wife is outdated. We forgot the intense way of relating. We forgot relating through heart. All our relationships have become superficial. It has become very superficial. That is why we don't know the meaning of word falling really in love. Ramakrishna, when he started worshipping, when he started doing puja, he felt that Devi is there. He never felt it is a stone. He felt the Devi is there. When you deeply fall in love, even a stone can become God and guide you. When you don't feel connected, even if God comes down, you will ask for ID card. You will ask for ID card. If you strongly feel connected, if you know how to open yourself, even a stone can become God and guide you. That is what happened in the life of Ramakrishna. He used to speak to Devi, Kali Devi. He will talk to Devi directly. And let me tell you a beautiful story which happened in his life. He used to eat the food and offer. After tasting, he will offer. All the temple authorities came and told, no, you cannot do this. It is sacrilegious. Ramakrishna said, I don't know all these things, but I feel she is my mother. How can I give the food unless I know the taste? And if you don't want me to offer, I will stand outside and offer. But I will do the same. Anyhow, they agreed, all right, do whatever you want. Not only that, when he decorates Devi, after that, he will take a small thread and keep near the nose to see whether she is really breathing or not. Whether she is really alive or not. And story says the thread used to vibrate by the prana of Devi. And it really used to vibrate by the prana of Devi. Not only that, this is a beautiful story. All of you should understand. And it is solid truth. Please understand, it is truth. In Bengal, if you are from Bengal, you know, they will put the conch bangles made out of conch shell in the hands of Devi. People, devotees will bring the conch shell bangle and they will put that bangle on the Devi's hands. The Devi Kali has got 4 hands. The Avayasta, Varasta. In this hand, she is holding the Katka, means the sword. In this hand, the Munda, the head of the Asura, Rakshasa. Actually, it is a philosophical representation. If you cut your ego with the Jnana Katka, the knowledge sword, She will always protect you and take care of you. Once your ego is cut by the Jnana Katka, the knowledge sword, she will give you Abhaya and Varada. In all the three hands, it is easy to put the bangle. Because in this hand, the Katka can be removed, you can put the bangle. In this hand, you can put the bangle, and in this hand also you can put the bangle. The fourth hand, that Devi statue is to hold the Kapala, the head of the Rakshasa. In that hand, you cannot put the conch bangle. Suddenly one day, some devotee brought 4 bangles. In half an hour, when Ramakrishna came out, so all the 4 bangles are there in the hands of Devi. All the 4 is there in a proper place. This bangle is also not broken, but it has gone into the Devi's hand. Physically impossible. Statue is also not broken, and bangle is also not broken. Bangle is only this size, but the statue, the hand is too big. No way it is possible. And the devotee was surprised, shocked. If you read the reminiscences of Ramakrishna in original Bengali, this incident is mentioned. There is a beautiful book. Close devotees of disciples of Ramakrishna, the household of disciples, they have written their reminiscences. In that they clearly describe. The devotee is shocked. He says, Master, how did you put that bangle? Did you break it and paste it? He said, no. Or did you break the statue? No. The statue is made out of marble, black marble statue, stone. Stone Vigraha, black marble statue. Neither the statue is broken, nor the bangle is broken, but the bangle is there inside the hand. Devotee was shocked. In other 3 hands, it is easy to insert. This hand, it is impossible. He asked, how did you do? Ramakrishna said, what is there? I told mother, drop that head for a few minutes. And she dropped that. I put that bangle. Again, I gave that. She started holding. That's all. Please understand, if you go to Dakshineswar, Calcutta, don't miss to see that bangle. Still that bangle is there. Actually, somehow by divine grace, I had the chance to go into the Garbha Mandir and I clearly saw that bangle. With my eyes, I saw the bangle. It is there. Still it is mystery. I don't know how he put. One thing is sure, neither the statue is broken, nor the bangle is broken. That I am sure. But I don't know how he inserted. The energy, even stone can respond. Never we can think the deity in the temple is stone. It is Archavatara. It is the very embodiment of God. Never think it's a stone. It can straight away respond. Actually, when I read, let me tell you honestly, when I read that reminiscence, I did not believe. I really did not believe. I thought one more story, all right, leave it. And I am telling you all to believe, but I am the person, I never believe anything. I never trust anything. I always go for verifying, cross-checking. When I went to the temple, when the priest took me inside the temple, in North India, you can go inside the Garbha Mandir, even Kasi, Vishwanath, you can go and touch the Vishwanath and do puja. Only one condition, you have to take bath and come. They let me inside. When I went and touched the bangle, completely rotated the bangle and saw. The bangle can rotate. Actually, it rotates. Conch, made out of conch shell, it rotates. Neither the cut is there, nor the statue is broken. And still it is a mystery. Be very clear. When you feel connected, when you know how to open yourself, when you know how to surrender, even stone can become God and guide you. Even stone can become God and guide you. When you don't know how to open yourself, how to surrender, Even if God comes, you will ask for ID card. You will not be able to relate with him. Now, all we need is the mood of deeply in love with Krishna, deeply connected to the Krishna, deeply related to the Krishna. If you can open yourself to Krishna, when he says all about his glories, it will not be just word, you will feel it. Today, yesterday, he removed the enmity between the existent Jivatma and Paramatma. Arjuna is Jivatma, Krishna is Paramatma. He removed the enmity between Jivatma and Paramatma. Please be very clear. Continuously we maintain enmity with Paramatma. That is why we suspect the life. We are afraid. When what will happen? When this will happen? When that will happen? You are afraid of life because you don't believe, you don't trust Paramatman. All your life insurance is because you don't trust on Paramatman. Please be very clear. Your life insurance is not life insurance, it is death insurance. Real life insurance is the devotion to the ultimate. Understanding the existence is taking care of you is the real life insurance. Understanding the Parashakti is taking care of you. Understanding the Paramatman is taking care of you is the only life insurance. All other things, whatever you are paying and doing, that is death insurance. That will go after your death to your families who are waiting for that. Who are waiting for that. Please be very clear. That is not life insurance. That is death insurance. A small story. A small child is trying to play in the beach. He was trying to go inside the ocean. Mother runs behind him and says, "Hey, don't go, don't go. Play here itself. Don't go into the water." He says, "Why? Father is going there. Why are you not stopping him? You are stopping me." She says, "He has got insurance." He has got enough insurance. So please be very clear. All our insurance is just death insurance. It is not life insurance. Understanding the Paramatman is taking care of us. Paramatman is not enemy, is only life insurance. And one more thing, when you have a deep love or connectivity, connecting with the Paramatman, even if you die, you know, he knows where to keep you. You will have deep relaxation. You will be utterly relaxed. Even if after death, you know, he is there to protect you. He is there to guide you. Now itself, your mind is prepared to fall in tune with his energy, to obey, to surrender the ultimate will. Now itself, your body and mind will be prepared. If you live throughout your life fighting with Paramatman, please be very clear, your life will be hell. Nothing else can be done. All we need to do is how to start feeling connected. The last chapter, he removes the enmity between the Jivatman and Paramatman. In this chapter, he explains the glory of Paramatman. In next chapter, he gives the experience of Jivatman and Paramatman is one and the same. One and the same. Step by step, he is leading from Visishta Advaita to Dvaita, Dvaita to Advaita, Advaita to beyond Advaita Anubhuti. Experience is leading Arjuna to a spiritual experience, step by step. They are all not contradictory. Please be very clear. Always we fight. So many people come and ask me, Swamiji, Dvaita is right or Advaita is right? Visishtadvaita is right or Dvaita is right? Please be very clear. They are not contradictory to each other. They are complementary to each other. They are all step by step give you more and more understanding. They lead you step by step to spiritual experience. A small story. There was a Vedanta bookstall in a book fair. In India, this fighting between the Advaita and Dvaita is a big fight. It's Ramanuja and Shankara. Very big fight. Shankarites and Ramanujites, the philosophy. Shankara Bhashya is big or Ramanuja Bhashya is big. The problem is both of them have not studied both deeply. If you surrender, you will have the same experience of Advaita Anubhava. If you achieve the Advaita Anubhava, you will have the deep surrender. The man who has achieved Advaita Anubhava, he will have the tremendous bhakti. See the stotras of Shankara. Bhaja Govindam, Govindam Bhaja Mudamade. Samprapte Sannihite Kale, Nahinagi Rakshadi Tukrunj Karane. Shankara says, "O fool, let you start meditating on Govinda of itself. Let you start meditate. Let you start remembering the Govinda of itself. Nahinagi Rakshadi Tukrunj Karane means when Yamadharma comes, when death comes, your intellectual knowledge will not help you. Your Shastra, your intellectual knowledge will not guide you. A great Advaita Jnani will always be a great Bhakta. And a great Bhakta will always be Advaita Jnani. Both are one and the same." Ramakrishna says this beautiful story. There are 4 people going towards a water tank. One guy says, "I am going to drink Tanni," means in Tamil, the word for water in Tamil, Tanni. The other guy says, no, in that tank only water is there. Tanni is not there. And the third fellow says, no, I am going to go and drink Pani. Third fellow says, Nilu, means a different words for water, in different languages. One fellow says, no, my grandfather told me it is only water. The other fellow says, my grandfather only made the tank. He says it is Tanni. Hey, my grandfather knows all the Shastra about water. He said it is Nilu. And all these 4 starts fighting. Without even going near the tank, without even seeing the tank, before reaching the tank, all the 4 fight, kill each other and die. If they had a little bit of patience, just to peep in the tank, then they would have understood all 4 words are same. What they meant by the word water, what they meant by the word Tanni, what they meant by the word Pani is all one and the same. But these people did not have that much of patience. If you experience, you will understand what Ramanuja says, what Shankara says, what Buddha says, what Madhvacharya says, all is one and the same. Here, the small story which I was describing, the Vedanta bookstall was there. There the Brahma Sutra Sankara Bhashya also was there, and Ramanuja Bhashya also was there. One elderly Pandit is well read in Shastras. He came, and one volunteer was standing in the store. He just wanted to know how much these fellows are read. Without reading, they are just doing business. He just asked, "Do you know what is the difference between Sankara Bhashya and Ramanuja Bhashya?" The volunteer said, 45 rupees, sir. Volunteer said, 45 rupees, sir. All he knows is only the price, not what is inside. And I tell you, if you go inside, both are showing the same knowledge, same wisdom, same experience. All we need to do is how to open ourselves and how to surrender to this existence. How our being can strongly understand we are taken care. Please be very clear. If existence don't want you here, you cannot be here even for a single moment. Even a single moment you cannot be here. There is no reason for existence to keep you alive. If he is keeping you alive means you are wanted. You are wanted in this form, in this way, in this place. That is why you are still kept alive. Please be very clear. God is a person who continuously cleans all the garbage. He never waits. Every day he cleans all the old things. He is a perfect energy which keeps the cleanliness. They say that cleanliness is next to godliness. Cleanliness is godliness. It is not next to godliness. God is continuously cleaning. He is continuously cleaning. Unless you are needed, you will not be kept alive. You will not be kept alive. Just by you being kept alive, he proves you are needed. You are wanted. You are not accident. You are an incident. You are not accident. Don't think you are alive just out of accident. You are incident. When we understand we are incident, we will start feeling deeply connected. We will start opening ourselves to the existence. I always tell people, trust even if you are exploited. You may say, what is this, Swamiji? What kind of teaching you are giving? You are asking us to trust even if you are exploited. Be very clear. There is only two kinds of life. One is living completely with the trust. Another one, living completely in an insecure feeling. Person who lives in insecure feeling may have little more wealth. He may have little 2-3 more sofa seat, 2-3 more beds, little bigger house, but he can never rest. Please be very clear. Person who is living with insecure consciousness may have little more comfort, but will never be blissful. Person who lives with a deep trust on the existence, he may have little less comfort, but he never misses comfort. I have always seen people who trust the existence are always showered. Even if you see logically, he may miss little comfort, but I tell you, he will live like a god on the planet Earth. He will live like a flower on the planet Earth. He will be a blessing for the whole planet Earth. Whole planet Earth is alive just because of few people who live radiating this trust, who live radiating the divine grace. Genesis says to Abraham, if 10 good people are there in the country, I will not destroy that land. India is never destroyed. Still that culture is alive. Still it exists. In spite of all the invasions, in spite of all the troubles, still it exists. Nobody can shake. Nobody is able to touch, because continuously it produces enlightened masters. As long as India produces enlightened masters and supplies to the world, it will not be destroyed. It will never be destroyed. India is represented. See, each country contributes something to the humanity. For example, Western society, it contributes the social structure. They work with so many different social structure and they are contributing. German, they contribute something in the medical field. They have done so much of research in the medical field. They contribute the medical field. Japanese, in the field of technology, they contribute to the humanity. Chinese, they contribute in the level of production. Human beings are material. In both level, they continuously produce and contribute. Some way or other, they contribute. India contributes by creating enlightened masters. Enlightened masters are the great contribution to the planet Earth from India. For anything, you can go to other countries. For spirituality, whomsoever, if they want spirituality, they have to turn towards India. All great spiritual cultures trust even if you are exploited. Be very clear. Even if you are exploited, when you live with the trust, you live like a god on the planet Earth. You live like a god on the planet Earth. Be very clear. After all, we are going to live here maximum 70 to 80 years. That I am telling maximum. 80 years, 70 to 80 years. In that 70 to 80 years, why to unnecessarily continuously torture ourselves and torture the others? When you live with an insecure consciousness, you torture yourself and you torture others. If you can live with a complete relaxed mood of a deep trust, I tell you, your life will be like a flower. Your life will be like a flower. Your very presence will be a blessing. Your very existence will save the planet Earth. What have you brought to lose? Please be very clear. What you brought to lose? Your insecure consciousness is nothing but ignorance. What are you going to carry to accumulate? Nothing. A simple truth. Neither we brought anything, nor we are going to take anything. A simple understanding. Whatever comes in the way, you are living and enjoying. It is a blessing. I always tell people, the energy which is moving inside your body, if it can convert the blood into blood, can't it bring blood for you? Please understand, to do the process of converting blood into blood, mechanically, you need an industry which runs 3 miles length. Mechanically, if we have to do converting the blood into blood, you need an industry which runs 3 miles length. But the whole process is happening inside your body. And to receive one information, analyze, understand and respond, if we have to do through computer, the process which is happening inside our brain, you need a computer which is 3-story height. You need to build a computer which needs to be 3-story building height. And the sound which will be created will be at least 10 generator sound. When people come and tell me, Swamiji, my mind is too noisy, I don't feel the silence or peace, I tell them, for the amount of work which is done by your mind, please be very clear, it is silent. Never think it is noisy. For the amount of work which it is doing, it is silent. It is so silent. The big problem is, we don't trust our energy. We don't trust the cosmic energy. When it can convert the blood into blood, can't it help you, give you intelligence to bring blood? It can guide you, give you enough intelligence to bring bread for your life. You can live without thinking. You can live without insecure feeling. You can live without fear consciousness. The big problem in our life is we never try. We never try these ideas in our life. Before it enters itself, we have some argument to destroy those thoughts. Here, if you can relax and feel deeply connected to what Krishna says, you will be able to experience the words of Krishna, which is telling about his glories, his vibhuti. Name vidusura suragana prabhavam namagarshayah agamadir hidevanam magarshinanja sarvasaha. Name vidusuragana prabhavam namagarshayah agamadir hidevanam magarshinanja sarvasaha. Neither the hosts of demigods nor the great sages know my origin, my opulences. For in every respect, I am the source of the demigods and sages. He says, neither the devatas nor the rishis know me. Means neither the people are working in the line of comforts and luxury, nor the people who are working in the line of religion and tapas. Both of them don't know me, but I am their origin. Whether you are living a spiritual life or materialistic life, your root is your consciousness. We should understand an important thing. Whenever Krishna says me, he means the enlightened consciousness. One real incident, it happened actually. I was invited by a group of Krishna Bhaktas. I can't say Bhaktas, the Bhakta word is a beautiful word. Fanatics, for their meeting. I went there just very humbly, very politely, in a very friendly way. Suddenly they started confronting me or started arguing with me. They asked me, do you believe in Gita? I said, Gita is the ultimate book. I respect it and I worship it. Then why are you worshipping Shiva? I was shocked. They asked me, you should worship only Krishna. Then why are you worshipping Shiva? Why are you having vibhuti in your forehead? Why are you wearing Rudraksha? I said, respecting Gita and following Gita, how it contradicts respecting Shiva and wearing Rudraksha. I was surprised. They said, no. Krishna says in the Gita, I am everything. I am everything. Name vidu suragana prabhavam namagarshaya aham adiri devanam magarshinanja sarvasaha. I am everything. Then how can you worship Shiva? Then I said, when Krishna says I, he means the Parabrahma Swarupa of him. He means the formless consciousness of his being. He represents the universal energy. He doesn't mean just the 6 feet form with the flute and the pick of feather. See, that form is beautiful as long as it leads you to formlessness. There is a question by a devotee. I am worshipper of a formlessness. Can I become your disciple and follow the dhyana? Please be very clear. Only you can become my disciple. There is a question here. I am a worshipper of formlessness, formless energy. Can I become your disciple and follow meditation? Only if you are a formless worshipper, you can become my disciple. There is a strict instruction for my disciples that they should not meditate on my form. If you have done any of our meditation camp, you know. There is a very strict instruction. You cannot meditate on my form. You should not meditate on my form. And please be very clear. If any guru tells you to meditate on his form, escape from him. escape from him. You are falling into the net. You are falling into an indirect slavery. Never, never, never do that. You are slowly getting exploited. And I tell you one thing, spiritual slavery is the worst slavery. Never be caught in that. The basic of spirituality is for liberation. In that, if you are caught in the slavery, then even God cannot save you. Never meditate on my form. I always tell people, never meditate on my form. And in our healing initiation, the third level initiation, there is a clear instruction. You cannot meditate on my form. Form will be here today, and tomorrow it will disappear. It will disappear tomorrow. How long the forms will be there? Forms can never be here. Form is just a representation. It's like understand? The finger pointing to the moon. I'm telling you, there is sun, there is moon. Instead of looking at the sun or the moon, if you cut out of this finger, you will miss what I am showing. You will miss what I am representing. When the finger is pointing to the moon, if you catch the finger, you will miss the moon. You will miss the sun. Same way, Master is a person representing the divine consciousness. If you catch his form, you will miss the divine. Never, never, never be caught in the form. I always tell people, never meditate on my form. If somebody tells you to meditate on his form, be very clear, you are getting exploited. Escape. Save yourself. Save yourself. And one more thing. I explained to him. When Krishna says, I, he means the cosmic energy, universal energy. He does not mean the 6 feet form. If he means the 6 feet form, how can he say, I taught this knowledge to Vivaswan? He says, I gave this knowledge to the Ishwagu. If he represents the form with flute and peacock feather, which is thus hardly 32 years old. When Gita was delivered, Krishna was just 32 years old. If he is speaking about this form, how can he say, I gave this knowledge to Surya? I gave this knowledge to the Manu. Then from Surya it came to Manu. How can he say? He is much older. When he says I, he means the cosmic consciousness. Immediately, the persons who are arguing with me, they started asking, how can you say? The form and the energy is different. When he says he means the form also. When he says he means the form also. I do not want to disrespect Krishna's form. When the form represents the energy, the form is also energy, no doubt. But it is not that you cannot worship any other form. You don't have to become fanatic. The greatness of our Sanatana Dharma is we are not fanatics. So please be very clear. Hinduism never accepted fanaticism. It never created fanatics. Because of this one concept, all forms are representations of the same divine energy. He started arguing, how can you say that when Krishna means I, he doesn't mean form, he means the energy in Gita. Then I have to quote an important sloka. There is something called Anugita in Bhagavad Gita. After the Bhagavad Gita, in Mahabharata, after all the war is over, one day in a very relaxed mood, Arjuna is asking, Krishna, please tell me, whatever you taught, I remember the essence. But all the words I forgot because you taught the whole thing in the war. I forgot the whole thing. Please repeat once more. I want to listen those great teachings. You will be surprised. Krishna says, Arjuna, not only you, I also forgot. And he says, Nachakyam tanmaya bhuyastata bhaktum aseshadaha param hi brahmahadi yoga yuktena tanmayaha. Mahabharata, Ashwamedha Parva, 16th chapter and 13th sloka. Clearly he says, Arjuna, I can't give the teachings again because those are set in that high enlightened spiritual eternal consciousness. That time I was in that high eternal consciousness. I was radiating my enlightenment. That very enlightenment spoke through me. The universal consciousness spoke through me. The universal energy expressed itself through me. That is why all those teachings came out. I represented the universal energy, universal consciousness at that moment. Now, I cannot give you the same teachings again. He himself says, these things are expressed in that high eternal consciousness, in the enlightened consciousness. Understand, when Krishna says, he means the enlightened energy, universal consciousness. When I quoted this sloka, the persons who are arguing with me, they are very elders, senior pandits, swamis only, but educated, the spiritually, the religious educated pandits. They said, he looks very young, I think well read. We cannot argue with him. In the end, he said, I think he's well read. We cannot argue with him. All I want you to understand, when he says I, he means the universal consciousness. He means the universal consciousness. He starts, Yo mamajamanadincha veti loga maheshwaram asammuda samartyeshu sarva pavai pramuchyate. He who knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the supreme Lord of all the worlds, he only undiluted among men, is freed from all sins. Again he uses the word mudaha. Again he uses the word fool. Just like yesterday, again he uses the word fool.
I request everyone to settle down in front of the camera. In today's initiation, Swamiji is going to be conducting a very powerful process, raising us to the highest planes of existence, where we will all be experiencing, literally, manifesting the space to travel to the highest zone, which is Mahakailasa. Experiencing the darshan of Mahakailasa, having the darshan of Paramashiva, Devi, Mahaganapati, Subramanya, everyone as they are. And there is a very powerful way we are going to be preparing for this. Today, Swamiji is going to be awakening our third eye to be able to, for our third eye to be able to see the whole creation, all the planes as it is. And for us to prepare for this meditation process, I would like to request all the participants to please bring a lit lamp and settle down. Can I request all of you to please bring a lit lamp? And that lamp can have gingerly oil, coconut oil, and a cotton wick. Do not bring wax candles. Vegetable wax candles are okay. Can I request everyone to please bring a lit lamp? Please you can get your puja lamp also and get it and settle down. Please keep it in front of the camera. All the participants that are here, I request every one of you to please bring lit lamp for today's preparation, today's darshan. we are going to be doing a very powerful meditation called the Divya Netra meditation, which is described in the Netra Tantram. Swamiji has given a very, very powerful method to prepare your third eye. This will actually decalcify your third eye and prepare your third eye for receiving the initiation today. So we are going to be doing a very powerful meditation process for that. And the meditation process called the Divya Netra meditation. In the Netra Tantram, Paramashiva reveals that the whole existence is the projection of the third eye, the Trinetra Kalpana. And the third eye, which is all pervasive, it is filled with, Swamiji says, Viryam, the life energy. So wherever the consciousness pervades all those areas, third eye can see, which is everywhere. So we are going to be doing a very beautiful meditation process, which will decalcify and prepare your third eye and awaken the higher intelligence in you. Swamiji tells, this particular meditation process works on your Agnya Chakra. Agnya Chakra is your brow center. That is located, it's an energy center located between your eyebrows. And it connects you to the cosmic intelligence. So you need to get your prayer lamp, sesame oil, clarified ghee, clarified butter, which we call as ghee, or even a candle that is made of vegetable fat. Any of this is okay. Please bring them and settle down. We request all the participants to kindly get your lamps and quickly settle down. We're going to be entering into the preparation for today's darshan. Understand what we are going to be experiencing today is one of the most powerful initiations where literally you are going to be experiencing Kailasa itself. Today, Swamiji had explained to all of us what is Kailasa, like how that plane of Kailasa exists, how bright it is, and so many powerful cognitions, which will actually raise us directly to Maha Kailasa. Today, in this process, literally Swamiji is going to be opening the doors of Kailasa Loka and lifting us all to be able to experience that plane of existence. So first, for this, we are going to be doing a meditation to prepare ourselves. So kindly get the lit lamp and settle down. We request this from all the participants whoever is here. The live darshan is starting very, very, very shortly. So quickly get this and settle down. We are going to be entering into the powerful Divya Netra meditation. Now, please keep the lamp in front of you and settle down. Sit cross-legged on the floor. Those who cannot sit on the floor, you may sit on the chair. For the first 5 minutes, I'm going to request all of you to please close your eyes. Please keep your eyes closed. Bring your complete awareness to your third eye, the brow center, Agnya Chakra. For the first 5 minutes, you're not going to be seeing something on the lamp. For the first 5 minutes, I request all of you to please keep your eyes closed completely. Bring your entire awareness to your third eye region. I request all of you to bring your awareness and focus to your third eye region, to your Agnya Chakra. Keep your eyes closed and bring your entire awareness to your Agnya Chakra. I request everyone to settle down. Please settle down. Nityananda, Ma Maluvya Mauna, Ma Ishana Priyatmananda, Ma Ratna Prabha, Ma Anupama, Ma Priyadarshini, Ma Deepti. Can I request all the participants to settle down, please? Please come on the camera and be seated. Very, very shortly, we're all going to be entering into the darshan, and it is very important that we all prepare ourselves for receiving the very powerful initiation and process that we're all going to be getting initiated into today. So understand, each of these initiations are too powerful just to get a glimpse of what we are actually going to be experiencing today. Just to get a glimpse of that. people do janmas of tapas. Like so many people, so many yogis, rishis, munis, they do for years together. They do a lot of penance.